Masturbation.
Masturbation. Masturbation.
Masturbation.
Masturbation.
Masturbation.
Masturbation.
Masturbation.
Masturbation.
Masturbation.
Masturbation.
The issue, masturbation.
Masturbation that proved too much, not apologizing for her masturbation.
Promotion of masturbation.
In regard to masturbation. Masturbation.
She said masturbation.
She said
Masturbation.
You ever, have to spank your monkey?
Well, first of all, we shouldn't do that.
Dr. Elders was not doing that.
The president feels that's wrong.
Not in the peanut gallery.
I can't think of a sitting president in a comparable position.
Ronald Reagan did when I was in there over 10 years ago.
For many of us, it's tremendously entertaining.
say, aha! You people understand what's going on here?
Something that perhaps should be taught.
Schools should consider teaching masturbation.
Masturbation could be taught in the schools.
I don't know how many people need to be taught.
We start kindergarten.
You know, masturbation is in a lot of schools.
Many people tell me it's to start at birth.
This is something, this masturbation stuff, too many Americans are masturbating.
Al D'Amato is, of course,
Masturbating.
I think Colin Powell is
Masturbating.
normal Americans.
gays in the military.
Jesse Helms.
Sure.
Not a Republican.
The Democrats,
I am not making this up.
well, the Democrats seem to be watching and waiting and
Masturbating.
What you think about when you masturbate, think women masturbate and think of married life, for God's sake.
I mean, I don't know.
I don't know. I mean, that's not
You
what
tell me. What do you think? I mean, I don't know.
The M word. And
Masturbation.
Yes, and it happened. Thank you, Mark.
It sure felt good to me.
I went to Catholic girls' school, so I can't say that word.
Yeah, thank you, Flow State. You have cured autism somehow.
Thank you, Flow State, for curing obesity.
Thank you, Flow State, for making me a woman.
What's up? Welcome. Sorry for the late start. I was over at Neve's I was watching Neve watch me again when me and Speak Easy were fighting on Glenn's, or arguing or spatting, whatever you want to call it, having drama. Gravy Bones, good to see you too. They're all approachable. I'm just not always keepable. That is true. Well, so I've been told, actually by a lot of people, over the last year or so that they're intimidated to join my panel, including other content creators, people that are not necessarily shy. So, and Crispy Treat especially has been saying, you need to be nicer. You need to be nicer. You need to stop looking like a big mean brute. Now, I'm probably not going to pull that off, but this is my creepy attempt to. See, how inviting is that? Don't you feel warm and welcome, like you're going to get nurtured and loved up here on the panel? I got nothing but love for all of you treasured friends, even the ones hate watching. Oh, and then earlier today on OTWs, I went up on OTWs, and Tarek was, hold on. I had this avatar on, and Tarek's like, Flo, why do you have that with your evil eyes when we already know that you're a predatory calculating person? I was like, all right, you want Barney? Would Barney make you feel better? And it did, actually. Made him feel better. Tarek, who texted my personal cell phone at like 5 a.m. after the last stream to say that he doesn't hate me. Not that I gave him my number. Thank you, Lindsay, for sharing that. What's up, Firm? I would expect a Talcott visit. He's doing shorter streams that only attract Hank. Well, I haven't had a Talcott visit in a while. I would love to have Talcott. What's up, Tom?
Oh, I'm trying to figure out how many hours of service and all the things I can possibly do to validate your $1 a month tip.
You know what? You've got an emoji of me. That's all the service I need for my $1 a month.
Actually, that picture you just showed, that Trek bitched about, the first time I saw that, I thought it was probably a stock account. I didn't think that would be you. I can't remember where I saw it.
It was probably OTWs.
Oh, that's actually him.
Yeah, it was probably at OTWs. I've been up there a couple times this week.
But I don't watch that shit show, so it's probably somewhere else. That's one of those channels somebody's got to tell me there's a reason to go to it. I can't stand that dude. And recently I showed footage of back when him and Christos were aligned with me that Paul fucking sucked. And oh my, how things change.
How things change. Well, you know, not everyone thinks for themselves. If you're not especially assertive, then Paul, I can see how somebody would fall in line behind Paul. I don't see how anybody would stay in line behind Paul.
Exactly. And I get what you're saying, except I've also played footage of OTW watching Z cucked up to Paul and saying, like, yeah, Z had to fall in line. He had to bend the knee. But all the things OTW would eventually do.
Yeah.
But he's Canadian, so.
I don't know. That's worse than Canadian. It's like I get secondhand embarrassment watching it. Hello, Angel. Hello, Based. What's going on, guys?
What up?
What up? Happy Monday to everyone.
And Tommy. What up, Tommy?
Big dicks and airplanes.
Yeah, yes, your daddy has appeared. I agree.
I'm not sure if my daddy's alive.
Well, apparently he's talking to you right now.
How
are you, son?
New Testament.
Hey, shut the fuck up, son. How are you?
Oh, that's what you meant. It took you a while to get me there, man, didn't it?
Yeah, sure did.
How many times have I come to your chatter show? Do you remember?
How many times you call up my money shots? I don't know, a few.
The answer is 0. I've been tricked into watching your show by coming to Flow State. How many times have you been in my chat trying to get on my panel?
Who are you again?
I think we know where this is going. I think you're trying to wear the daddy pants when the daddy pants are right here. But I have enough trouble.
You don't think so well.
I have enough trouble avoiding those who would have me believe I'm a daddy to something that came out of their vagina.
Holy shit! There's other people that know who you are.
Oh, I've had more STDs than you've had partners, bro.
I believe that. I think you're a walking STD.
No, I think I don't have to have too many STDs to beat your record. But I do live in Colorado. We're all healthy and fucking back when I wasn't celibate. See, that means Flo didn't want you to take any more of that damage, that van damage. You're almost on a spray and seal commercial. Look at all that damage.
Who are you?
Hi, Tommy. How are you, Tommy?
Cynthia, you know a lot of N-words. Can you tell Based Oracle that the acting like you don't know who we are when we be up in the club all the time, it doesn't cut it.
It's so fucking fake.
I need every bit of money you can bring me. Pay me. All the money, all the banking, all the jobs, all the material things. I love spending money. And all these people here know I love spending all that money.
Oh, damn. Look at that. My first super chat on Flow Stream.
Oh, shit. Man.
Oh, shit. You thought it was you. Fuck you, Flo.
You're on the wrong channel, Blonde Skank. No, you want to read it?
Awkward.
Hey, Based. Fresh blasted in me. It could be your turn now. I agree. I mean, it could be, but apparently Tommy got all the STDs, so you might want to talk to him.
Oh, you don't get all of them. You share them.
Okay.
Like, have you ever heard in health class, did they ever say, you fuck that without a rubber, you're fucking everybody that they ever fucked?
No, they never used the F word in health class. No.
But the concept, though, we're big boys here.
Well, I thought you were a girl, but either way, sure.
Don't quit calling me, and I don't have your number. I don't swing that way, bro. I'm not a trick specialist either.
Yeah, you're convincing us very well. All right, moving on.
Well, I'm just waiting for you to come at me with something that you can't copy.
I'm sure you are waiting for me to come at you. I get it, but it's not in your future, Tommy.
Blonde.
You know, we try and have a higher tier of these levels around here. I know a guy that's still trying to use John Wick, all the guns pointed at you thing. That's like that's like still having a.
I know you wish it was you, but Cox, I got you.
No, I did that.
No, I totally empathize. Well, I don't empathize, but I sympathize.
I know
you've been trapped in a closet,
really
hoping that you could get ascertained by a group of cocks. I got you. Cool, man.
Well, I mean, I've had this very living room.
Yeah, yes, you've had yours. Okay, cool.
He doesn't even let me finish, Cynthia. Do you see how you?
I know, because you won't shut the fuck up.
See how you look, Cynthia, when you do that.
Not his strong suit. I tell him all the time, this ain't it.
Tommy.
My strong suit would blow your back out. All right, moving on.
No, Tommy. Hey, if it came down to who's hung like a horse, I got money on Tommy all day long. Tommy, cam up and show him.
That's a wasted. Don't cam up and don't show him.
Cam up and show us your dick.
This is not the right platform for that.
Save that for Cynthia's channel.
Oh, okay, my bad.
Camacho's OnlyFans does still exist. Rest in peace. That's how I was doing that deep dive. That's more of a platform I would be able to do that.
That's the gayest thing I've ever heard.
Oh.
Well, I know you know my dog was a boy, but if I was implying that, that would be the most bestiality thing you ever heard. But
yeah. Moving on to super chats, Tommy. Shut the fuck up. Blonde Skank, wonderful. Hey, shut the fuck
up. Are gonna try this. Like, you know
Tommy.
Where you're at, right?
Yeah, I know where I'm at. I'm at the place that.
Okay, so we can check off the over-talking, the deflection. Come on, man.
I don't know. At this rate, I'm gonna have to just hand the stream over to Based Oracle.
Yeah. Well, first order of business.
Skank here with some deep pockets.
Boot Tommy. Based is gonna blast all over Andrew Wilson's face. On the 28th, that almost all rhymed, and it's true. Thank you.
Wait. Are we technically on Based Oracle?
No,
we're on mine.
Okay,
I know you'd like that. I know you're trying to get on Based Oracle, but nah.
No, I will never be like.
Look, Cynthia already shooting her shot. It's kind of weird now. The two of you next to each other.
I came up here to tell you. I came up with a plan today, and I wanted to run it past you because you're the smartest person on YouTube. So you know how everybody wants to see my notes.
Yes.
Okay. Have you seen the content creator? Like, she just writes the name, and she'll have over 102 people in her chat watching her. Like, if you just say your name, she'll write your name in calligraphy.
Okay.
So when people come up, I'm gonna write a note about them in my notebook. So that's gonna encourage people to say something. I can do calligraphy.
And so, I mean, I don't understand what you're gonna do with it then. Like, you're writing your own personal notes, or you're going to show them, or you're going to show it?
No. You're going to actually, like, the camera's not going to be on me. It's going to be on me hand later.
Right off the bat, that's a good idea.
But see, that sort of cheapens it because we want to see your notes, not the notes that you made.
Hey, it's a compromise. It's a compromise. I'm telling you, this lady, that's all she does. She has, like, I have the pen.
You're trying to mod off of her, and you can't tell us what the name of her channel is?
And I have this special pen.
Not even hearing it.
This has been a really good story so far, Cynthia.
I mean, anything that's
my
not
tip is the fountain tip.
Really good. Just the tip?
You're gonna calligraphy. You're gonna calligraphy?
Yeah.
Is that what you're saying? Oh, okay. Yeah. Now I'm following.
I won't do it for the whole channel. I'll do it for like the last 20 minutes.
I always go to channels that don't do anything for the channel.
Okay, Tommy, do you want me on your side or not? Because I could flip over super fucking quick just to go against you.
No, I've covered that all day. I don't want anybody on my side. I want everybody on truth side.
Like nobody's business.
I'm just trying to get around. I'm trying to get my head around what this idea is.
So what do you think? Like, it's just to keep people engaged, to keep the chat, hopefully build up the algorithm, and the vertical does get you a little numbers.
I hate the vertical.
I know. And congratulations, Base, on being monetized today. Good deal. Good deal.
Thank you. And you can really congratulate me with money.
Yeah, that's not going to happen.
Oh, I think we've all been that level of monetized.
Do you have a $500 tier I can join?
Yes,
I do. It's no. It's not quite. It's on sale, $499.99.
Oh, look, see,
but today he got approved for ad revenue, right?
Hold on,
Wait,
Cynthia.
What's her notes?
I've already practiced some of the names of people that were in the chat.
Look at that.
Mm-hmm.
What a good girl. Good girl, Cynthia.
I swear to God, Tommy, let's fuck this white boy up right now. Fuck you, Based Article.
I'm 4.4% north.
I still want to ask Based Article. Are you saying you're like at the ad revenue, right?
Don't fucking worry about it, Tommy. I'm talking to Cynthia.
I've just always been curious how ad revenue approval works.
I bet you have been curious. So back to Cynthia.
I can't work with this. This guy's a douche.
What do you think, Flo?
It's real little dick energy from Based Oracle.
Tommy, for sure.
Like, I've beaten better YouTubers than you, dude.
Tommy, this is what Tarek wishes.
I'm the reason nobody knew was going to buy into Paul Enslaved, and you think you've done something?
Anyways,
you're a loser.
Enough of this
Cynthia, I think that's a fantastic idea. Right now, you should start by doing a calligraphy flow state, just to advertise your wares.
Got you. And it's also because, like, on the stream, I'm gonna be like, today I'm using the Tombow pen, so maybe
nobody gives a fuck about that.
They do give a fuck about that. Trust me, because it's the different. Yes.
We don't trust you.
Flo, I won't be here on Nightflow, but if you ban Based Oracle for the rest of this show, I will give you the most detailed flashback with proof story of why I probably needed instructions and how to learn.
Was that code for blowjob?
But I want $75.
He's trying.
$75 is
Flo,
the price of somebody
let me tell you.
How can I postpone that till 75 months of your
Flo, let me put this in perspective with you real quick. Based was on his live, saw you went live, loved his live. His live is still going, just so he can come up here enjoying your life.
None of this is true. None of this is true.
Okay, it's not. I bet.
Cynthia, do you want to know how?
Yeah. Why don't you bet with me, Cynthia? How much you want to bet, Cynthia?
Oh, okay. He just ended it.
I'm wrong. My bad.
What a
secondly, it wasn't even my live. It was old Sarge Finkel.
No, you don't. I can tell you never truly lived.
No,
it was on your page.
Tommy said no. Never mind.
No, I can tell you've never truly lived. I'm so basic.
Oh, no, that's a great point. That's the greatest point tonight. Is you never really lived. What a good point.
How did you determine that?
Because he's a cuck white boy that's so mad. I can tell he's still mad about like previous interactions, and he carries.
I've never met
like
you before.
Bitch.
I don't know who you are. What previous interactions?
Me and Cynthia already came. We just covered just off of 50 Cent in a club video that you a hater. Don't try and act like you don't know who we be neither. We in the club all the time.
Y'all know if Tommy.
Hey, what's up, everybody?
Hi.
Hey, what's going on, Benjamin?
Fuck you, Tommy.
All right, I'll just save that epic.
Welcome to Tommy getting drowned.
It's funny that like, if you look at my panels and the shit show, and then if you look at Benjamin's panels, they're all like the host energy difference is amazing.
It's stark.
Also, Base Oracle claims my shows are boring because he's not allowed on them. It's more like Space Girl.
How are you saying that voice? Like you knew that voice too good.
Yeah.
How did you know that voice? Like
I heard you're an only child and the youngest, Tommy. Is that how it goes?
No,
He's the gayest, not the youngest.
I'm not here to rag on Flow State tonight, who tries to bank off of my stories he tells wrong. You'd think that's would go against TOS or something.
Yeah, nobody wants your fucking washed up stories.
Oh, okay. Your host repeats my stories wrong, and you think I'm lame? Come on.
Yeah, if you repeat them wrong, that's better than yours.
I'm Content City, bitch. I don't even need pop culture stuff that's going on.
I agree.
You're lame regardless, Tommy.
I'm sorry, everyone's talking while I'm talking.
Yeah, you should be sorry.
I'm not sorry.
He's not even good, Tommy. Why are you even?
I know he's not. I don't even want to give him the time of day. But Flo, you're better than this. I fight with you. I don't need Base Oracle bullshit. And the fact that me and Cynthia agree, the whole panel. Flow State. Fuck you.
Yeah,
fuck you.
Our poll. Show us your genitals.
Flow State. Fuck you. That covers so many bases. It shows Base Oracle he'll never get used for stuff like that, and I love hearing my own voice.
You on the bottom, bitch.
Well, the gay guy's on top of you. Oh, you're
Even
not
though I'm
ready,
a bottom,
boy. You're not ready. You too slow.
Let him know, Tommy. Wreck him.
I'm gonna put a poll in here, and you guys can go at it for a minute longer, and then we'll
show this white boy what you're made of. Okay, Flow State.
I'm good. No, listen, I don't have to follow that.
Look,
and
I don't want to fight. I don't want to fight. I'm a little
I highly
bitch. Yeah, we got you, Tommy.
Short white boy
No,
mayonnaise.
I like to fight. You're not a fight.
Yeah, you like
You're
to lose
desperate.
fights. We got you. Masochist.
No,
we understand.
You are a loser. Yeah. You are not worth my time. And the guy that got added on top of you is well respected by me.
Bro, your time is like $12.50 an hour. Like, Tommy, what the fuck are you talking about?
We're team Tommy.
Shit, I can't remember the last time I worked for less than like 20 something an hour. 30 under Obama.
Oh shit. You were in the lower class?
No, I don't. I haven't worked in over 3 years. You want to go there? Not in a welfare way, and when nobody was
not
saying
in a welfare way. What the fuck does that mean?
You don't want to have a back and forth. You a bitch. You're a coward.
No, didn't
see
you just
out here in the panel booth?
Weren't you just true to yourself for a moment and you bitch?
You don't want to. I would have been kicked by now for your bullshit if I was talking over people like this. In the panel verse, we show our strength by allowing our enemy to have the back and forth. When you can't show that strength, you look like
your enemy is vagina, from what I can tell.
No, I've conquered too many vaginas.
I've conquered too many.
Vagina is our strength. There we go.
All right, there's a poll in the chat. we'll let it go. I'll let it go for 2 minutes. Then we'll see who won the argument, and then
whoa.
So
If that poll
vaginal
is
strength.
asking who won,
Tommy, you're about to get stomped the fuck
no,
out
no,
by
no.
chat,
He's
nonetheless.
asking which one
strength.
losing my
This guy is
present.
going to pick you over, Tommy.
it is
Cynthia,
about that. But
Cynthia,
you're in
what
the
does
lead
the
right
poll
now.
say? I'm going to trust Cynthia. Shut the fuck up. Cynthia, what does the poll say?
Okay, it says pick a winner, Tommy or Based. You're ahead at 2%.
So Based won then.
He left.
I actually am voting for Base too, because
that's right, Angel.
Seems like Tommy. Tommy wasn't letting you finish at all, and he kept on interrupting, and he kept on trying to hide the mic there. If I had to choose who won the argument, Base Oracle is the champion.
I mean,
how do you get drama to start within the first 5 minutes? Within 5 minutes, you get drama to start. How do you do that shit? It's like
You're welcome. You're welcome.
This is a sanctuary for disagreeable people.
Word.
There you go.
You know what? I was watching your live Base, and you know what I found hilarious? Go ahead, Angel. Go ahead, Angel.
Rage quit. Automatic.
Angel, your mic is your connection's.
Did you internet? Yeah, your internet is sucking.
No, your internet's bad.
It sounded like Tommy was sucking on your mic.
Stop it.
Yeah, we couldn't hear your full thought.
Why did he go? Now we don't get to hear about this universal currency.
Because that's how Tommy is. He's unexpected.
Universal salivation.
Tommy, you were winning in the poll.
He was. I told you, Tommy. If you think for 1 second this chat is going to pick you Based over Tommy, you severely underestimate us.
Look, when you
now the polls are irrelevant now. Tommy forfeited and he lost.
I know.
Yeah, he fucking lost. I won, Cynthia.
I know.
Your king won again. Anyways, how could Tommy be? What did you say? Unforgettable, unmistakable. What did you say?
Who?
Who are you talking to?
You said Tommy. Well, Cynthia said Tommy would be something.
I'm surprised that Cynthia was turning on Tommy after you and her had all that sexual tension the other night.
I know it's weird, but we do a little bit of push pull.
Tommy and I are coming together. Hey,
unforgettable.
You got no one to lynch now.
I saw your live today, and I found it funny. You were trying to ask a serious question, and then everybody on the chat would everybody on the panel would kind of deflect and make jokes. It's kind of how you are when people ask you serious questions.
Imagine that. My chat being like me. Imagine.
I know. I caught that.
Weird.
I didn't make a note, but I definitely caught it. Okay, chat. So far, if you're in the chat, I'm writing your name all nice and pretty. We're gonna see how at the end, how many people we end up writing.
Good luck. I mean, Ms. Flo, good luck with getting Tommy to not be so fussy about things. I've been working on it for a year and a half, and it hasn't gone anywhere.
When did you piece that old footage together of people saying to masturbate? Or you found that?
Let's see. I found it. So I edited down what's a longer version of that video. I don't remember where I found it.
You need one of other words like retard and stuff like that.
Hey, good news, Flo. Another super chat, not for you.
I'm gonna drop your stream off. No, actually, keep giving him money. It'll filter through.
Are you gonna pull it up?
Oh yeah, sure.
Oh, now you're 2 behind. What the fuck? Flo, no, that's the second one. How was the Aquinas reading?
I'm not answering questions in your super chat for me.
Panel is better without Tammy. I believe that's Tammy. Cynthia, cool calligraphy, bruh.
Thank
I don't think it said bruh, but
I think you added a comma there. I think they were trashing Cynthia too.
Yeah.
Who said that and why?
No, just
Panel is better without Tammy. Cynthia, cool calligraphy.
Thank you.
It's Don Juan. So He's one of those people that kind of is antagonistic, but it's like a Frank. You know how Frank is a douche?
Oh, I told Frank y'all asked about him, and he don't be talking about Frank.
Frank is kind of a douche, but that's how you know he loves you.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Joe Cool's trying to come up.
Oh, I guess I didn't pin it. Here, let me get it.
Flo, how did you corrupt Cynthia? She used to be too nice.
She was.
Right?
That was
Punished her
always
too much
a front.
for being nice.
No, I was never nice.
That was always a front. I've been. Yes, she's the most dangerous person on YouTube.
You hear that, Bates? Bates, did you hear that?
No. I'm going to respond. You asked the wrong.
Thank you, Major Facepalm, for the memberships and not leaving me out from getting any donations on my own stream. I appreciate it.
To answer your question, Cynthia is now under my domain. So
hey, Rose.
You made a mistake asking Flo about that, but I get where you're coming from.
Okay, how did you corrupt Cynthia?
Yeah, that's a long story. It's a long and deep story. I don't know if we should get into it.
Oh, long and deep. I see what you did there. Cynthia, he's getting better at this.
Okay.
Take notes.
Wide and deep.
People.
Wide and deep. There's a fountain flowing wide and deep.
Your handwriting's too nice to be mean.
Like, not all of that. That shit's not even calligraphy. You just wrote names down.
Okay, well, do you want me to do calligraphy for everybody? Should I?
Everybody who's
Is that worth the energy?
That's what everybody keeps do, but I write. Like, this is my hobby. Writing is a lost art form.
That's a good point. And Flo, you have another super chat, not for you.
I'm just
What's
saying,
writing?
is that worth the energy to put down all of our names?
Yeah.
What's writing over and over and over again?
You need a keyboard for it?
It engages the chat, and I'm still able to practice my handwriting, which is something I do.
Fair enough.
Word.
Thank you, Don Juan, for the $1.99. Appreciate it.
All
I'm
right.
antagonistic because people have bad logic. It didn't say this, but I think he's talking to Cynthia. LOL.
You know what? I'm gonna bust out a leather.
Yeah,
journal.
she's gonna bust.
She's gonna bust out that leather.
What up,
The
Joe?
busting of crusting.
I'm not sure if both of us are going to come.
You on mute or something, Joe? Oh, there you go.
Okay, I'm gonna use this pink leather journal, and this will only be dedicated to writing calligraphy names.
Of who?
People in the chat.
Wrong answer, Cynthia.
So I mean, this is a decent idea. I think.
Look, I did Fun Guy Flow a long time ago just for fun when we were watching them.
So this is not a bad idea, but I think that what people really want is to see the notes that you made for yourself about them.
Oh.
I suppose.
And then I have a quote from Chuck. So what? My brother died. Now, how is that any worse than your problem?
Welcome back.
No.
That same old place that you laughed about.
Illuminated vagina, you back.
Will you shut your faggot fucking mouth while I ask the host a question?
Hey, that's pretty TOS, bro.
That's good, too.
Yeah.
Right,
So are you, faggot?
You
And
tossing off. You got to toss off everyone. Toss.
how fucking long? You stupid bitch.
That
Well,
one
can
was
I ask a question so I can
Yeah,
get on
ask
out of
the
here
question.
again?
No, you don't know how.
Oh my
How
God.
fucking long? And do you even remember
How long
what went
and
down
hard?
for how long I've been muted in your chat?
How long you been gay? What
No.
was the question?
Well, what? You're irrelevant, queer boy. You cracker
You're not.
piece of
You're
shit.
not muted
I'd
in my
pay
chat.
$100 for your address and I'd come to
This
it.
is a
And
nicer
I'd
and
beat your
approachable
fucking ass. Nigger.
You shoot loads over his address.
Tommy, I'm canceling my membership. You crybaby.
Is that working better?
Yep.
What happened?
Shit, we got GS in the house.
Tommy came over to be. I joined
Jalen?
his. I became a member on his channel today because he has. He also has $1 memberships, and one of the emojis is me. So I wanted to drop my emojis in his chat, and then he came over to.
I sure didn't mean for him to leave.
and then he left.
If I have anything to do with that, I'm sorry. So
No, you're fine. He left spewing cuss words and
that.
threats, like trying to get my channel hit. His niceness didn't last long.
What's up, Joe? What's up, Based? What's up?
But his gayness lasts forever.
His gayness is eternal.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm not familiar with it. I remember.
What up,
Miss
GS?
Cynthia.
What the
up,
fuck?
man?
I heard he didn't last long.
I mean, how you doing?
Kuzume. I like that name, man. That's
Tommy Robinson, right? Okay, there we go.
Tommy Robinson. Yeah. He's a fine lad. F State. Wait, when did you change your name to F?
We got another super chat here.
Oh my God.
Nah, I don't know, Cynthia, but Flo needs a history class. Ha!
On what?
Oh my God, Becky.
Tom, I see you back there. You're not coming back up. Not after that bullshit.
And Walleen, or is Walleen?
It's Jalen.
Jalen. What's up, Jalen?
Fuck, GS?
What's up, Jay?
Dude, Walleen
Where the hell
sounds.
did you get that?
That
How'd
sounds
you get
hood,
that, man?
dude.
Them black names are confusing, yo.
I would go with Walleen, dude. That's
My name is not confusing at all, man.
Yeah, that wasn't Onyx.
Nah, he just retarded.
Sorry.
Don't worry about him.
Yeah, I'm not the sharpest marble in the bag all the time.
No,
Look at Cynthia. She's writing down notes.
No, I'm writing doing everyone's name in calligraphy. Rose,
I'm not the sharpest tool in the shed.
First, Rose. Hey, can't spell Lou. Good to see you, Chicasita.
Welcome back.
What up, Lou?
GS, who's that name in the bottom right there?
Benjamin?
GS to fuck it.
Dang it.
Oh, fuck.
I tried to pronounce it, but I couldn't realize. Like Benjamin.
That sounds good.
Is it Benjamin?
Gosh, down.
Yeah, it's whatever you want, man. I'm all good.
Cool. I want it to be super chat based Oracle $5 and tell him congratulations for being monetized. Can we do that?
Yeah.
Yeah, congratulate me.
You got to pay $1 to change my name.
Congrats, Space.
Oh, thank you, Joe. Yeah.
Yeah, it's good stuff. I thought you were being ironic when I saw your little title in my chat today. I was like, oh, he's being edgy again.
Oh, another super chat, not for Flo. Let's see here.
It'll all pass through. It'll all pass through.
Wow, $10? Damn.
Vegas VIPs, thanks for calling out Muckster earlier. Don't listen to anything he says. He is a POS. Nobody likes him except old Sarge. Walk over him and clean your boots on his forehead. GS knows too. Thank you for the super chat.
I'm in peace. I go in peace. I'm in peace.
Tommy backstage says, one-on-one. One-on-one TOS faggot, and I'm done with your tard ass. You're garbage and retarded, Flo. One-on-one last time. I'm cool, Tom.
We got another super chat, not for Flo.
Something's looking better, baby. Just passing through.
Although, as much as you're annoying, Kazumi singing is the only thing possibly more annoying.
Look, I dropped over 100 on you one night, and I also spurred
I know that's
Chuck to drop over 100. All right, here we go. Saw the South Park episode about agnostic and thought maybe Flo can laugh about his own epistemological errors. GS, you still lame. What up, Joe Cool?
Don Juan.
Don Juan, good to see you, pal.
Hold on, let me do this for Don Juan.
It is.
The link's right there. It's literally right there. One click away.
One click away from Snoopy.
Is he trying to tell people to like click the X button and leave?
I'm trying to tell him to click the link and come up and have this conversation with me because he keeps bringing up the fact that I'm agnostic and it's wrong, but then his argument is go read Thomas Aquinas. Well, Thomas Aquinas wrote over 200 things.
Yeah, I think the universe is a giant living organism, and we're merely a sub part. We're just a part of it. So,
but I mean, the fact of the matter is, we don't know.
do I got to go watch the 8-hour live stream? Because that's what Tommy is doing, right? That's what the motherfuckers say. Here, this is what it is. You tell them to prove it. They say, go watch my 8-hour live stream.
It's worse than that. He said, go read this Saint's writings. He's got over like 220 different things he wrote. Get the fuck out of here.
Even worse.
Yeah. If you can't explain why I'm wrong, you need to go read Aquinas. But the fact of the matter is that we all have limited knowledge, right? We actually don't know.
Except Paul. He apparently has it all.
Well, Paul knows everything.
Yeah.
But all agnosticism is an acknowledgement of the limit of your knowledge.
Yeah, Plato famously wrote in honor of Socrates, who was too busy crushing as a philosopher. He said, I know, he quoted Socrates as saying that I know nothing.
Well, Don Juan, you're the lazy one. If you make a point, come explain it. Don't just refer me some homework.
Flo's just lazy. He won't read
we got another super chat, not for Flo. Flo be then, like lazy.
And then so I'm supposed to read Aquinas and then decide on my own what your argument is being supported by. Get out of here. That's lazy argument.
I like what Don Juan's saying. I don't know what you're saying, but I like what
I know.
saying.
I'm sure that you do. You know, previously I had only seen Don Juan simp for Sarah, but now I'm thinking that maybe he's got a bisexual ginger fetish.
No. Don't believe that, Don Juan.
I'm
don't
just
listen to what
thinking
he's
out.
saying.
I've never seen Don Juan.
I think there are far more people that are bisexual than we think.
And one of them is Don Juan.
No. Don Juan is trying to gaslight you. Flo is trying to gaslight you. Don't listen to him.
Send him another super chat and tell us how you don't have a crush on him or Sarah.
Hey Flo, I put something in the back in your back prison wallet. If you want to check it out.
That sounded very gay, by the way.
You're gonna want to watch it, dude.
It sounded very moist.
Maybe play it on your show if you think it's worthy.
Well, I can see that there's music.
I'm gonna make a sounder of it.
Put
Yeah,
something
but
in your back.
It should be royalty.
It's that point when moist becomes crunchy.
Moist. You know that triggers
moist.
Speaking of moist.
Well, I don't. Why would I want to play this?
Can't spell Lou. She looked like she was gagging when we said moist. Moist.
Why would I want to play this? This looks like the last thing I want to play.
Like throw up like
On my favorite.
That looks like a copyright issue.
Lou, would you please put GS in this place?
How dare you?
I can't.
It's a moist copyright issue.
I'm completely entertained by all of you, so
I come in pieces. I don't want to leave in pieces.
I can't. I'm just enjoying myself being
all
up
right,
here.
she's too nice to treat you as you should be, GS, which is a total dickwad.
If I super chat you, will you shut up for like 10 minutes?
Yes, I will.
Well, how much is that going to take?
How much?
You're asking the wrong person.
If Flo, can I get that half off?
You tell him to shut him up. I'll shut both of you up.
Hey, we got another super chat, not to Flo, but another one.
Goodness.
Here.
Oh Lord.
I remember my first period.
He knows how to make you jealous, Flo.
Well, it doesn't make you jealous.
Ad hominem.
Based Oracle is still trying to recover from the amount he sent to me.
I mean, that's true. That's true.
Yeah.
I took out a payday loan, and they're very expensive. I didn't realize. Ad hominem. Why I'm not surprised.
Because the attack
4 months Aquinas.
Yeah, well, the attack was not on your point; it was on you personally. I was pointing out a personal flaw.
That was the ad hominem,
right?
Let's translate to the Marines.
It's not an ad hominem if you're actually talking about the person. It's an ad hominem. It's a fallacy when you're talking about a different subject, and then you attack the person to deflect from the subject.
I see what you mean. Don Juan, we need a little clarification.
Don Juan is the subject here, so it's actually not a fallacy.
No, we need
Thank
more
you
clarification.
for muting that singing.
Someone who won.
Cynthia, should I just kick everybody out and it's you and me?
Oh, I'm good. I'll learn my lesson.
Negatory. I hope you don't do that.
I told you, Flo. I told you, Base was gonna, and it's his. You
know what? I make one stream being nice and welcoming. I make one nice welcoming stream, and these motherfuckers come up here getting their super chats and singing their songs.
It was one.
Hello,
hey, I think after each of my lives, I'll just put a picture of everybody on my community wall. I got a whole thing going.
Hello.
Benjamin is in Israel.
I don't
Cynthia,
know why
you
say
tell the
goodbye,
best
but I say
stories. You really do.
I don't believe a thing you say, Based.
Well, in that case, it's good. I was trying to be nice.
Cynthia, what do you got in your notebook about me? Come on, inquire minds want to know.
Cynthia, tell GS you never heard of him.
Intentionally mispronounces names, spits curses at Tarek, and
Not everybody makes the book.
But see, I've got this is what I said. I have mental notes. I don't need written evidence.
Hey Joe, my avatar is watching you.
Not everyone takes it up the ass.
It's side eye. It's like, what's
That
Joe?
is true.
What is he rolling over there? What's he got going
So
on?
Benjamin, what is it? Is it lunchtime? What time is it there?
It's morning. I'm driving to work.
Damn.
I woke up. I opened YouTube and I see some stuff about masturbating. I'm like, all right, let's click on this.
Oh yeah.
Where are you at?
There you go.
He's in Israel.
What's that?
Where are you at? Nice.
Oy vey.
Where you at?
Shabbat shalom.
I'm
not
the
quite.
leader of the new agnostic movement. Interesting.
Hold on, we're not gonna
Nice,
let that
old
fly.
Joe.
Benjamin, you're in Israel.
Yeah. Get into it, Joe.
Yeah, we're
let's
not gonna
talk
let
about
that one go. You're in
Yeah,
Israel, pimp.
Not gonna let it go.
He's a contractor.
Joe Cool likes to
Into it.
antagonize people, and you're on the radar now.
Yeah.
Go
You're
for
in
it, Joe.
You're in Israel, pimp. You're in Israel.
Pimp.
Yeah.
Yeah. What's it like over there, man? A lot of hate for them Palestinians.
Lots of everything. Yeah.
Well, tell me about it. I'm not over there, bro.
And there goes the
Yeah.
station.
So
He said lots of everything.
Well,
that's Joe. It seems like you're opening with a prejudice stereotype that because he lives in Israel, he hates Palestinians.
It just looks like that. That's so I can fuck with them. Flowing, you always
Yeah.
fuck shit up.
No, look at Joe Cool. I can't imagine Joe Cool coming off like that.
I assume he's a fucking American. He's got nothing to do with Israel. I'm just fucking trying to.
Is it the beanie?
What's the climate like over there, man? Is it like we see on the news, man? Everybody hates
it's hot. Yeah.
Is it
blow
toasty?
me.
No.
Blow me.
Nobody hates.
Nobody
hates
our news
Palestinians.
sucks.
Nobody
U.S.
hates
news
Palestinians?
sucks.
Yeah, people
Mainstream
hate having-
U.S. news sucks.
We'll say that. We ain't gonna say everybody though.
Just
People
in
hate
general,
having,
mainstream
hostages
U.S.
kidnapped.
media sucks.
Go ahead. I would really.
People
like
hate
to
having
fucking
rockets
die in
shot at
Israel.
them, and people hate the rockets, and people hate getting kidnapped. They don't hate Palestinians. Yeah.
It's the little things.
Sure, they
They
could
don't
probably
hate
find the same
Palestinians.
man, though, right?
I see on TV all the time, and we know we can't believe that shit. Every time they question these fucks, they're talking about, from the river to the sea or whatever the saying is, and they literally say they hate these motherfuckers.
They want to obliterate Israel altogether, but at the same time, Israel's actions suck. The whole thing sucks. The whole thing is bullshit.
Yeah, it's state politics, man. I don't know if we should get into that.
Yeah.
Joe, Base did this comment. Did you see it, Joe? Let me read it to you. It says, Joe Cool is the cops. That's what Base said, Joe.
No, but read the one before. Read the one before.
Are you
I was
gonna
just
hear
responding. No, put the one
Man, you
before.
playing both sides, man.
A little glowy behind you there.
Look, somebody asked if the cops were pulling him over. I said, nah, he is the cops.
And
I didn't see
if
that.
I
Okay.
was a cop, I'd have to go.
Yeah, I heard that.
Cynthia.
I heard that.
If she outed me, I'd have to go pay her visit tonight. Wink, wink, Cynthia.
Joe Cool smokes a lot of weed for a cop.
Yeah, it's part of his
cops
medical
be doing some
retirement
shit,
plan.
though. I know plenty of cops that fuck around.
Smoke weed like that.
Right, and Joe Cool is one of them.
when we
Best
went
of both worlds, baby.
when we went cop chasing, I was like, "Are we riding with weed?" He was like, "Just some." Like, all right.
You don't have to put on a red light.
He's like the more, he's the more
Kick
chill
me now,
Denzel.
Flo. Kick me
Training
now,
Day.
Flo. Joe likes it. Kick me now. That'd be a hate crime. That'd be a hate crime, Flo.
Black privilege comes in hand again.
Joe's over there like, you like to get wet? This is Denzel Training Day, part Joe Cool.
You like to get moist. You replace wet with moist.
It wasn't supposed to be. It was supposed to be about PCP. Come on, man.
Come on, Miss Lou. You got to sing something. Come on now. You got a song in you.
I don't know the song.
You don't know a song?
About.
Okay.
Moist.
How about why?
I can't find the bridge. Where's the confounded bridge?
Every time you are near, just like.
What happened? Yes, I have seen uniformed cops acting in a criminal fashion.
Yeah.
Selling cocaine, to be specific, but also other criminal fashions. But police brutality is not
close to
you. Expect that.
Here they got a couple really good ones. You got John Burge and his crew. They all became detectives and better, and was able to retire. Years after they retired, they brought a case against them, turns out, and they said it then, and I was writing about it, articles about it back then. They were torturing people, electrocuting them, and smothering with bags over their head. And when they was bragging that once the guy falls out, they were using a pet plastic bag or the typewriter bag that covers the typewriter. Once they pass out and wake back up, you threaten to put it back on, 100% of the people would confess. They were bragging on that shit. Eventually, Burrs did time, blah, blah. We got a million stories like that. We got caught.
Yikes.
Giving the drug dealers, they would catch us. Well, I was one. They would catch us, and then they would take your money and tell you, if you want your shit to be secure, you got to hire us. We'll tell you when you're bringing your loads in. Yeah, we got caught doing a whole bunch of shit here.
Man, that's awful. You also had me thinking about if you go to Tijuana and you have anything that's worth any value at all, they'll steal it from you.
Yeah, cops, same shit. They used to tell us anything over $35 is a felony. So they catch me selling drugs. I got a couple $100. They keep everything but the 35. I believe that for years.
And we have another super chat, not for Flo.
Jesus.
Not for Flow State. Ad hominem fallacy. Instead of addressing someone's argument, you attack the person or some aspect of the person
who is doing that.
The argument.
At what point did that happen?
Yeah,
I thought things were pretty cordial.
Well, no, this is
emotional damage.
This is God. You're really annoying tonight. This is intentionally. I mean, that was the topic. You are the topic. Not the argument. You haven't made an argument. You've given a homework assignment. So it's not a fallacy. It's just an attack on your character and your argument.
Ad hom has to be a fallacy.
An ad hom is a fallacy if you deflect from the topic to address the person.
So it's no longer an ad hom if I'm like Flow State and the topic is you. Flow State, you're a brilliant guy. So and so with your bitch ass. That's not bad, huh?
Man, I wish his volume was just a hint louder.
Joe's, I'll turn him up.
It's really quiet. It's really, I have to really struggle to hear what he's saying.
Yeah,
no, I won't. He's already maxed out.
Yeah, I got it.
All right, fair enough. Fair enough.
He just needs to talk into the microphone better.
Yeah,
another super chat, not for Flow State. Agnostic belief goes against rational requirement to withhold judgment. Just like atheists, y'all wouldn't exist without God.
Goes against rational requirements.
My viewpoint, my personal viewpoint is that the universe is a giant living organism, and we are merely a sub.
Oh, good! It's changed since 5 minutes.
Microscopic part of that.
Moist.
So,
I'm getting deja vu. Didn't we hear that before?
No. Oh, yeah, we did.
Maybe. I don't know. I don't know what you've heard before.
Okay. Agnostic belief does not go against rational requirements to withhold judgment. It explicitly withholds judgments because it's irrational. And y'all wouldn't exist without God. All right, well, that's a nice platitude, but that's...
Oh, yeah, you got to love that one.
It depends on what your definition of God is. You could give a definition that...
Well, I mean... No, you can't define God. If you define God, you don't know what God is.
If you define God, you invalidate it.
Exactly.
What I'm talking about is a consciousness that created everything.
Well, that's a definition.
I suppose that's
I mean, then I guess it just invalidated itself, which still works. That still makes me right. See, whether God exists or not, I'm right. And I'm honest.
I don't know about that, but still.
Agnostic is I don't know about God. I don't know if God exists, is the statement. So either I'm right or I'm right. There's no way for me to be wrong.
Israel like that. Once you name God, you do put restrictions on him. However,
that's a fair argument. I never thought I'd never heard someone describe it that way. As far as if you're agnostic, you can't be wrong.
Technically, you can't.
Technically you can't. And so
you're agnostic,
I've never heard that argument.
Right.
I know that sounds stupid, but I've never heard that specific argument.
I am right. I can't predict right. I can't have a right future prediction. But given the information I have right now, it is the only right answer. All the others
you're contextually right. But if the definition of an agnostic is you can't be right and you can't be wrong. You have a fence so far up your ass.
Well, I mean, it's not you can't be wrong. It's I am right with the information I have. The fact of the matter
you're
is
not right. The definition is you're not right.
None of us have the information. So if you're right, and let's say you're you believe in God. Okay, well, if you're right, that's a matter of luck primarily.
What?
Luck doesn't exist.
It's
luck
not
doesn't
matter
exist.
of luck?
It's not because you have sufficient information to know that. It's because, well, I don't know why it's because.
What
but
is sufficient information to know God exists?
Yeah.
right. I think I got sufficient information, man. I passed out for a little over a day, and some weird shit happened. I think I have sufficient information as a guy.
Some weird shit. What weird shit?
I told you I passed out, and I don't know. I saw these crazy shits, and some people came and talked to me. And before I passed out, for days, every time I closed my eyes, I was taken to a valley with rushing waters and flowers and shit. If I did anything longer than a blink, for days. So I stayed there for days because I was scared to close my eyes. Finally,
what were you
You
doing?
Valleys and rainbows and water. You should have been. That sound like a good dream.
What were you doing that you were afraid to close your eyes? Holy crap!
Every time I closed my eyes, this is the truth. One of my buddies had murdered a bunch of people. We went back to his crib, and that night when I closed my eyes to go to sleep, I was taken to a valley. And for days, every time I closed my eyes, I was taken to the same place, and it was so scary and so real, more real.
Yeah, you didn't. Let me.
Hold on.
You didn't know whether someone that was close to you was going to die.
Joe Cool tell his story. I only want to hear Joe Cool till he's done with his story.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I was trying to.
Go ahead,
Still hearing other people.
No, go on. I interrupted, and I didn't mean to interrupt. I was trying to push your notion, but it might be wrong, and so I need to let you speak your truth.
Once you hear more, you'll know more. Yeah. So that night I laid down. He told me, he was like, "Yeah, Joe, I just killed that family, and I left the little kid, the little girl. I left her alive." So they'll probably be hitting the crib sometime in the AM and all that shit. I tried to go to sleep. As soon as I closed my eyes, I was always on the same side, the right-hand side of a valley with rushing waters, a waterfall, rushing waters. And if you think about, like, there's a dream, you have a dream and you wake up and you be like, how did I fall for that bullshit because it's unreal? Over there, that's what you know about this place. Oh my God, they tricked me. The colors are the same. Red ain't red, green ain't green. The sounds are different. You can see shit that you can't see. Over there was more real, and it was also scary. Every time I closed my eyes, longer than a blink, I was transported there. And I had a concert coming up. I was rapping. I was open for DOC and some niggas like that. So I was rehearsing in 100 and some triple degree heat. And I collapsed and I fell out. And some people talked to me and they told me some really good stuff. I could tell you that shit, but I already feel like I'm monopolizing conversation.
What stuff did they tell you? I mean, is the stuff they told you relevant?
I guess they told me. That's embarrassing. I don't want to say that. I I can tell you this, bro. They told me some personal stuff about me, man. I think I'm good. You know, they
Come on.
really. I don't want to. I don't want to.
All
It's
right.
like really big shit.
Leave them white women alone, Joe. That's what I'm saying. Leave the white women alone.
But here, they also told me the things that would get me in my trouble was my temper, my mouth, my anger. And you know, I'm still working on that shit. Like, for instance, I was there. There's 3 of them. One's an antagonist. So there's 2 dudes and 1 female energy. That just came from me. I don't know about everybody else. And the one guy and the female, they were telling me about future events and all the things that was upcoming. And they were like, "You're ready. You're cut out for this. You'll be able to do this." And the other guy was like, "Nah, he ain't ready." And immediately I'm over there and I say, "Man, fuck you." I get shot to the hell while I'm burning it. And I hadn't read the Bible then. I didn't know nothing about Jesus, all that stuff. I'm burning and all of that shit. And as my flame went out and things went black, and I mean, it's horrible burning. It's fucked up, more worse than you would think. Your skin falls off your bones and shit. And as I was going and my light went out, I said, "Jesus, help me." And I was right back over there with them. When it ended, because I'm a bad kid, I'd been burned a lot by the time this shit was over. It was 26, 27 hours later when I woke up in the hospital. I'd been burned a lot, and they told me at the end of it, they was like, "All right, it's time. Do you want to stay here? You want to go?" I said, "I want to stay with you guys." And they laughed, told me, "It's not my time. It's not your time." And they laid me down in water, they laid me down, and the water came around me. And they told me to close my eyes, and it's like someone took a sponge and wet it, and they drifted over my head in the cool waters, which I needed after being burned so fucking much because I'm a bad kid. Then I heard a baby crying, and I felt a sensation on my head of squeezing. So I'm thinking I'm being born again. And I was like, fuck, I'm gonna forget all these things I've learned in my short 20-something years or whatever it was. And I woke up in the hospital, and I was strapped down, and the doctors and shit were around telling me, you know, you were back and forth and all of that. And my buddy, the one guy I know who went to church, was there. And I told him some of what happened. And I told him, they asked me the question. I told him I wanted to stay there. And he said, "God bless you." And there's a lot more, too, because they taught me how to get in touch with them. And they'd come visit me. And I used to do it. And they'd come visit me a lot. I talked to them. And I had friends around. My friends had the conversations.
Well,
I just dropped a link
in the hospital.
What?
How'd you end up in the hospital? Was this within your?
I collapsed. If I'm being honest, the guy that killed those people came and over to.
Oh my God!
Yeah, he came over to the house while I was talking to these people, and they told me he's evil, and I raged. I just got angry as fuck. They say no. They said lay down. And I laid down, and that's how it started. I went out, and my brother and them, they couldn't wake me up. Nobody could wake me up, and they threw me in the back of the convertible and drove me to the hospital. And they tell me, you know, I was like crying and stuff. Well, I was over there, because I do that now when they come. I bawl like a baby. It's horrible. And they told me I was doing that. I was crying doing this and shit. And then I woke up in the hospital, and they told me 3 things would happen before I wake up. I left that part out. And one of them was I would throw up blood. I forgot the other ones. But when I woke up, I wanted to not believe it was true. My sister was in there, and she was telling me how the doctor was saying, you kept coming here and going back, and it scared them to no end because they couldn't get me to stay here. And she said, then when you started throwing up blood, which I was unaware that I threw up blood, and that was just like, fuck, man, this shit's real.
That is crazy.
So
you met God?
No.
That's right.
I think they were. Saints. I think they were saints. Because at one point,
did you recognize it? Like, were their ancestors, or do you have any idea who they were really?
No, I have no idea. But they did come as ancestors and friends and stuff. But I'm a smart dude, and I was saying, but that's illogical, blah, blah, blah. Let me hear your regular voice. And the woman had an accent. I don't know what accent it was, but it wasn't just normal. So which made me think that they were human at least once.
Huh.
I dropped a link to NDE ref.org in the chat a minute ago, where they compile people who have had near-death experiences, and there's a form, like a questionnaire you can fill out, and yours is similar to a lot of people's in a lot of ways. You might check it out or submit one of your own. It's pretty fucking cool. When I was in jail, you know, you've heard me talk about how I agreed to read whatever shit my mom sent me. Yeah, and she would print off a lot of these near-death experiences and send them in to me, and I'd end up reading them to the whole cell, really, because they're interesting. But yours coincides with a lot of them.
Duke just did a study, and this is groundbreaking because it's Duke, and they used so many people. And they only took the ones that they can prove. And they took shit like the guy had to literally say that when he left his body, he went down the hall, around the corner, and read something before he would qualify. And they would say, okay, you're good for this shit. So I haven't read that story, but I've been hearing about it in the news and shit for
Tim Bob says 100% of them were near death. And I disagree. I actually have a book somewhere around here written by a neurosurgeon who had one. And he goes through all the med. You've read that?
Yeah, I've read that one.
Yeah, he goes through all the reasons why he was dead. It couldn't be X. It couldn't be Y. What's it? Do you remember what is it called?
It was some guy named Evan. I don't remember the name of it. Let me look it up.
Hey, Flo, didn't Angel Studios, didn't they put out a movie?
Evan.
Yeah. Didn't they? Angel, I think it's Angel Studios. Didn't they put out a movie about kind of like about different near-death experiences? Some having hell-like and some having heaven-like experiences.
I don't know about that.
Let me do some research. I'll shoot you a link if that's something.
Okay. Yeah, that's good. Most of the ones that I read, and of course my mom selected them, you know, specifically because she was trying to save my soul, so you know. Right, and it actually worked. Honestly, like it opened me up a lot because when you got 4 months with nothing to do except for read whatever you can get your hands on, then
Dr. Eben Alexander.
Eben Alexander, thank you.
Eben, E-B-E-N.
Oh, Eben.
Near moist experience, yeah. The thing that was about him, he was brain dead.
Yeah.
But he wasn't dead. So how many people are we unplugging that are shown to be brain dead? Because we don't understand really, obviously, what's going on in the brain.
That's why I'm not an organ donor.
Hey, Flo.
Me neither.
So there's a real, that one's a 40-second one. There's a longer trailer if you want me to cue that one up too. I don't, usually the trailers, especially new trailers, they won't hit any kind of
I'm not going to play it.
Okay.
I'll put it in the front chat and I'll save it. I am interested in the topic.
What you were talking about.
And that's do you think brain donation will be a thing?
Why?
You were just talking about a different kind of body or organ donation, and I'm wondering, like, okay, at what point do you think because it brought up the argument of this, at what point do you think brain donation will be a thing?
I don't think it will.
Isn't brain donation just a body donation?
Body donation, yeah, exactly.
They've done it.
Done it with animals.
NFL players have donated. Supposedly, they families have donated their bodies to test the brains for CTE and shit like that. So it's already been a thing.
Didn't Base bring up something about a movie called The Island where they were like farming out like clones? They won the lottery.
It's been a while since I watched that, but yes, that's a good movie. Yes.
Yeah.
I don't think that we're cloning things right now. I mean, everybody who goes down the conspiracy hole is familiar with, you know, the Hollywood clones or the rapper clones. And I think that they just are making up conspiracy theory reasons why they keep extending these celebrities' lives, right? Long after they should be, or long after the actors retire. That's why a rapper will go to prison and come out looking totally different. They just retired that actor.
Eminem came out this week with his clone and did a whole video. So
okay, that I'm gonna look for.
I'll have to look at that as well.
And he performed with his clone.
Okay, so why do you think that's a clone and not a body double?
because it looked just like the old Eminem Slim Shady. It has to be him.
It could be AI. It could be.
He came out of a portal.
Could be.
It's much more likely that it's AI or a body double than that it's actually a clone. That makes.
He had the hair and the Bud Light shirt.
I've been amazed at how easily someone can claim someone can take claim of someone's voice or their sometimes you can do it with music, but what you can do with someone's voice, you can make it sound like someone else says something totally contrary to their beliefs.
Okay, but Eminem doesn't sound like he used to.
No, it's a legit doppelganger.
True. No. Where our voices degrade over time.
That's why it's probably a body double.
The body double can rap better.
It's a doppelganger.
AI would have just had to take his old voice and put in 2 words, and he'd still rap everything with the old voice. AI can still account for it.
Okay, what about Avril Lavigne?
Getting fat.
She was all emo and mopey, and then it's her body double.
She had a baby, yeah?
No, I think she had like Lyme disease and passed away, and they put her body double.
No, she got married to babies.
She just got fat. I assume she had a kid.
Can you find? I just searched. I'm not finding Eminem's clone.
I didn't find it either.
It's the Houdini. It's called Houdini. It's the new video they just put out.
Yeah, he's getting a lot of heat.
Slim Shady and Eminem. They put out a video together.
He getting some heat for it.
Y'all think Eminem clone?
Excuse me?
Eminem is a clone?
No, I don't think Eminem's a clone.
Of course he's a clone.
Did someone just say Eminem is a clone?
Shit like that, a clone and shit.
Why would you think that's? Sorry, go ahead, Jay.
What's current? You got to go current.
This is current. That's him on the right is current. Him on the left is the way he used to look.
Old one.
Okay, but listen, look how Click Collections. Look how he can put faces on that, and he's doing that on his.
But there you go. There's proof.
That's not.
That
proof.
is an unusual.
You saw it.
That's
Eminem just couldn't have aged. It just looked a little different now.
He did, and then he completely looked different, and he aged, of course. But he dyed his hair. He can't rap.
Fillers.
What do you mean he can't rap? What do you mean he can't rap?
Don't rap how people
Slim
like.
Shady could rap.
And if that's Jack, I want to see that.
Cannot rap.
If that's
They're
Jack,
the same.
What do you mean by that? That doesn't make any sense. What do you mean? Come on,
you gotta
now.
look up the guy's name. It's a doppelganger, and he's got a government name. Gotta look it up.
Of course, .gov is probably his name.
Man, that is an ugly theme with the yellow YouTube and all the links yellow.
That's dark theme.
It's ugly.
My shit ain't yellow. I use dark theme.
I use dark theme too. My words aren't yellow, but maybe I've messed with that.
Look, this is not Snafu Snaps is not really a baby.
Wait. If they have to start the clone somewhere. They have to start as a baby.
What?
Babylon.
So who else do you think is clone other than Eminem?
Okay,
yeah, Nancy Pelosi, I heard she was a clone.
Okay. Nancy Pelosi is just different parts glued together.
Nancy Sinatra.
I would. Who else?
Look at this.
Oh, Kanye. Kanye isn't real.
You can see here he overlaid. Look, this is what Talcott Clips Collection is able to do. Do you see how that's
on his phone?
Yeah, he did this with phone.
Kanye smells like a Didaphone
What is that
machine.
supposed to be? That's not Talcott.
Exactly, but look, and imagine now a studio can do that to Slim Shady's video.
It doesn't look like him.
Not exactly. But it looks, you can tell it's him.
Amalgamation between him and the dude.
Right,
Maybe
and he can do that with a free app and a cell phone.
What, Lou?
Jeff Bridges is awesome.
I'm just teasing.
And that character is now
Britney Spears. Yes, Britney Spears.
definitely a clone.
She's not real.
One on bald.
I think all these people are animation.
It's just crazy. That's all it is.
She is crazy too.
Now that looks like Jack, yo.
Yeah, that did look like Jack.
Yeah.
We have that picture, don't we? Of Jack in the tub.
No.
Oh, I forgot about that.
That's from a movie.
Jack in the box.
Jack in the tub, man.
We did a live stream from the tub.
They do Jack so wrong, Jalen. They do Jack
They
so
do.
wrong.
Oh, I haven't seen this one. Wait, how old is this?
11 months.
11 months ago.
I must have missed a bunch of them. Damn, all of them look new to me.
Dios mío, man. Liam and me,
Purple.
we're gonna fuck you up.
Purple Rain.
Well, it's just like your opinion, man.
A crusty virgin.
No, I do mind. The dude minds. This will not stand, This aggression will not stand, man. I mean, your wife owes
My
money.
wife is not the issue here. I hope it's
Why?
Sounds like Jack.
The royalty. The editorial, I dropped off the money exactly as per. Look, man, I've got certain information, all right? Certain things have come to light, and
Thank God, man.
Has it ever occurred to you that instead of running around blaming me, given the nature of all this new shit, this could be a lot more.
And tomorrow we come back and we cut off your Johnson.
Is that boy?
I said we cut off your Johnson. Just think about that, Lebowski.
You wiggle penis, Lebowski.
Maybe stomp on it ins Gebüsch.
Wie schwarz dein Anger ist.
1, 2, 3.
Oh, nice marmot.
I am Weasel.
Oh.
That dude is a legend to me, man. Cutflix.
Yeah.
He's
If I upload an edited video and he gives me a compliment on it, I'm like, yes.
I know, right?
Do we know who he is?
I've seen him. I've seen him on a panel one time with his camera on.
Is it the Provo kid?
No,
it's none of these cats we know.
It isn't.
I don't know if you guys saw this. Hold on a second. Shit's wild.
Fred Durst and Flo in the same place.
Money laundering.
Wait, what?
Let's not blow by these criminal charges. What supposed charges do you have coming at you? International money laundering. Wait, what? Okay, terrorism and international money laundering. Something like that. Hey.
Wait a second.
Did Jack just say that he has charges of international money laundering and terrorism? Yes. Yes. It's one of the many accusations that have been brought against me without evidence. If anyone is willing, I'll share the details. Please help me investigate my story. I've got federal officials. I've got postal inspectors. I've got Office of the Inspector General. I've got postal managers. I've got psychiatrists and psychiatrists involved. Please help me investigate what the fuck is going on in my life. Have you been charged? Have you received charges? That's like an accusation. I got a call from, I don't remember which was. Oh, I think I got a call from some guy. He claimed he was a federal agent of economic investigation, some bullshit. Anyway, he said that there was a proceeding, there was charges, and he put me in touch with an attorney they had assigned to me, some guy in New York.
That was incredible.
Then the police assigned him a lawyer?
Yeah, I know it was a
They
scam.
call the feds, just call him. And, we got a lawyer for you already and everything.
Right, you haven't been charged, but here's a lawyer, and then they wanted him to send money too, which is not in that clip, but
yeah, that's crazy. Man. I don't know what Jack be having. He be smoking something. Huh?
He says no.
It makes me think, man. Everybody is so different, man. Everybody would need to be easier on everyone.
Mm-hmm.
We need to be easier on them.
We need to be easier on everyone.
Look at Flaw. Look at Joe. Look at Joe growing in 2024.
Yeah, man, that's a nice approach right there. But I don't know. This sounds like some bullshit to me.
Well, let me go deeper into it, bro.
That's what he said.
My big brother. My big brother. I'm back here, right? My big brother's sick. He has brain cancer, and he's deteriorating. And he does things. He acts out. He does the violent. He's no memory, no balance. There's a million fucking things that have getting worse in the year that I've been gone, and they were already gotten bad and all of that type of stuff. So I learned, you be patient if a motherfucker asks you some shit over and over and over again, lock you out the career repeatedly, whatever the fuck it is. I've learned that I can be patient with that guy. You know, he has his reasons. Why wouldn't that extend to everyone else? Because they didn't have the tumor that he has.
Some people are just assholes.
Yeah, I can respect where you coming from. You also had a context behind that, but I mean, we talking about he international money launderer and shit like that. I don't know. It don't sound believable, but if it is happening to him, hey man, Godspeed, bro. That's all I can say.
The only part that's believable is help me figure out the story of my own life.
Do we judgment jump that?
Yeah, why don't you contact my family for me that won't talk to me?
Yeah.
Do we jump that nigga and make fucking videos about that nigga 24/7? Maybe I'm caught up, but I'm thinking that can't be the fucking route either.
Everybody.
No, I mean, the video was funny though.
Everybody was fighting a battle you don't know about. If you attack them and give them another one.
Oh, that was dope.
It's the opposite of what you just said. I'm saying do attack them. Give them two.
No.
That doesn't remind me of what you said.
No, I don't rock the same chance, but hold on a second.
I do think that's true, though. Attacking the motherfuckers will only make shit worse. Well, it's more likely. I'm not gonna say only. It's a tool. Sometimes you need to knock a nigga around. Everybody got their motorcycles out.
When I wear my red hat backwards, I look more like Fred Durst.
Is that what you were shooting for?
You're a clone.
Yeah, how about when you have no hat?
Put you side by side.
I'm a clone.
It's Durst clone. Yo.
I did it all for the Nookie. Come on, the Nookie.
Is that Fred Durst?
Yeah,
and stick it up your ass, right?
Right. Hold on, where's Red Dirt? Did you know Limp Bizkit was the last thing filmed on top of the World Trade Center? One of their music videos for Rolling.
No,
I did not know that.
On September 10th, they got a thank you letter.
I haven't heard that word in a long time. Nookie.
They got
Nobody
a thank you
uses that
letter
word anymore.
on September 10th from the World Trade Center for allowing them to be part of the award-winning music video.
Wow.
See what they did?
Damn.
If they wouldn't have filmed the video, the towers would still be there.
That's probably why. Conservative moms were like, this is bad music.
Right. That building's got to go now.
The building's got to go.
That damn Fred Durst.
Did they do like a song afterwards that was a tribute to the whole thing? Was that them?
I'm unaware of it.
This music video, Dad Vibes by Limp Bizkit is one of their newer ones. Hold on, I'll wait. The guy coming down the stairs looks just like my dad. Right here.
See?
Except for my dad doesn't have a Fu Manchu mustache.
You're not real, Flo.
Well, did you
not real.
ask him? Did you ask him?
I sent this music video to him. I'm like, this guy is you.
And he said,
he said, son, we're both clones.
There you go.
Captain Taylor Morgan. Captain Taylor Morgan.
Yeah, that looks like just like my dad. But my dad got a knee replaced, so he probably can't be dancing around like that.
Well, now he can with his new knee.
Well, it's not that new.
Not that knee.
Put the miles on it.
I mean, I'm sorry, it's not all the way done yet. When this was filmed, he still would have had his bad knees.
His clone's knees were pretty good though.
Yeah. I showed my mom and then sent it over to him. And yeah, it looks just like him. Yeah, see, Mrs. Flo knows. So you still didn't convince me, though, that because of your near-death experience, that was God. In fact, nobody ever meets God.
Well, that's not what we were talking about. We were saying that you said unless you got information, you can't be sure. And I was saying, well, there could be information out there that makes a motherfucker feel sure.
There could be. But by and large, I don't think basically anybody who's making the claim has the information.
There's another story along that lines, Flo. My brother caught the tumor was right after that shit happened, and I was walking around the hospital floor. You know, I'm a social fuck. I'm going in people's rooms. I ain't got no business going in. Anyway, I did that a lot. And there was a kid. He was 18 years old. He was in a coma. He got hit by a car, and it was bad. Blah blah. I talked to his mom. I talked to the doctor. I was over there so much. She left me alone with the kid. I went and talked to the kid. I told him what they told me. What do you think happened? That was the last day I visited my brother in the hospital because that kid woke up from what I told him. And the doctors and all of them was calling the crib and sweating my family. You know, we got to talk to that guy. I never went back up there because I felt so awkward because the shit was new. That's more shit, though, that would add to my information that will make me believe this shit.
That adds to something. And I'm not an atheist materialist. I don't believe that there's nothing there. I'm not even necessarily convinced that we're localized consciousness, meaning I don't know that I believe that our consciousness exists in our brain.
It's not logical. It's not logical.
There's too much evidence to the contrary. But all that stuff said, that doesn't mean I have a positive that I know what is going on. It just means I know that there's more going on than I know.
I understand. And I think had I not had that experience with my logical ass, I'm afraid that I'd be talking exactly like you, because we're the same cat minus that event. I'd be talking exactly like you.
And I just don't think Flo has the heart to believe.
It's hardened.
I've had an experience to let me know God was real, and like nobody can tell me that's not God, but at the same time, I can't tell anybody it is God. So.
Let's be clear. Joe has still never met God. He's had a lot of experiences that I do believe. He never met God.
It doesn't take away from his experience.
I'm not taking away from it.
Are you classifying meeting God as he physically saw him, or
I did not see God?
Right, but you can still meet him and not physically see him, but you can still feel him, and that is meeting him, or how I interpret it.
And that's how it is. When they come, their energy comes first, and you can tell how great they are from the energy.
Dang.
One day I asked to see Jesus, and the energy was so overwhelming. I bailed out. I was bawling, and I just couldn't take it. And he didn't get nowhere near. And I could tell because I could feel it increasing. And I jumped out way too fast. And the other people have energy too. So I know I didn't see God. I couldn't even stand Jesus' energy.
Katie says your heart's not hardened. That's good to hear, Katie. I trust you.
And Tommy says, I wasted my time on his last stream. Fuck Flow State. Fuck his dumbass wife. Fuck his repeat regulars. Now tell me I'm chasing numbers. I think you're chasing numbers. Like everybody knows being an antagonist is a good way to get numbers. It doesn't take a genius.
I'm so disappointed.
And Tommy,
Tommy.
Yeah.
Look, Flo, I've gotten everybody so far in the chat. I'm curious to see how many pages I'm going to end up with.
What are you writing?
She's just writing names down. When we want to read her private notes about us.
Oh, I even put not Biden there. You got a spot, buddy.
Yeah, Mrs. Flo, you've only
just names.
Yeah, not notes. She's like, since everybody wants to see
I
my
was
notes
watching this
about
content creator, Joe, and she just like if you drop a chat in her live, she'll write your name and she'll just write it, and she'll have over 120, 160 people in every single one of her lives. They just want to see their name written down, and she's just got the camera on her paper and pen.
There's a joke in there if you know what the Death Note is, if you're an anime fan.
I know what the brown note is.
What's the brown note?
A note. It's in The League, the TV show The League. It's the note, the musical note that makes you shit your pants.
Oh, wow.
You should Google it because a lot of people say it's real.
What was that one?
Yeah, but Flo, so I think it's just if you really want to meet God and know God, you got to ask him to come to you, and he's going to come to you in a way that you'll understand. And so maybe try to explain that to other people. They're not going to understand because they're not going to understand the way he came to you. That's the beauty of it.
Let's see. Tom, I don't want the smoke. I don't think it'll bring spectacular numbers. But you know what? If I get $30 in super chats, then I'll one-on-one you. But otherwise, I don't think it'll happen. I don't think anybody's that excited about it. And that's why you can't find answers. You believe everything you think. Well, if you believe in God, then God gave us a limited number of methods for discovering truth. One is thinking.
God calls us.
One is thinking.
Man,
the
it's
other
incredible.
is our senses. And if you have faith, you would think then that God gave us exactly what we need in order to discover what we're supposed to know, which is not what you're doing. JG, I see you backstage. Just because you're unblocked doesn't mean you're coming up.
I think it's incredible how many people believe that just because they thought of something, it must be true. And it's common. It's so common. And they don't even realize that's their mindset. But there's so many people think that, oh, if I thought of it, it must be true. No, that doesn't mean it must be true.
I mean, I must not be understanding.
A lot of philosophy, though.
Yeah,
right
I
there.
don't understand that.
It's a lot of philosophy right there. You also talking about.
True.
We're going to
if it makes sense to you, it makes sense to you. So you believe it to be true.
No, that's
like, I think that it defeats the purpose of free will and faith to meet God in His presence.
You can think contradictory things. So if one's true, the other one's not true.
I'm not saying that I'm right. I'm just saying that that's just a personal belief of mine, myself. I think that's a part of the reason why we don't see God in this form. And like even Joe, he met messengers and stuff like that.
I'd argue that all you see is God. We don't see anything but God. There's nothing but God.
And that's your opinion.
If God's everything, then God's nothing.
I mean, I'm a pantheist. I think the universe itself is a giant living organism that we're merely a part of.
Really?
And
I never heard that before.
that organism could be considered a god. But that
new
doesn't
info. Never heard
that
that.
just clashes with so many other beliefs. So.
I don't think that organism.
As far as how we define God, wouldn't God be something that's undefinable, something that was a creator? It couldn't be a creator.
No, I don't know about the whole creator thing. I don't know about.
Thank you.
No, I'm just saying. I don't know if I believe in the whole creator sort of thing. I'm not of that mindset.
Do you believe that something can come from nothing? All these things that you're talking about, they are something. Do you think they can spontaneously come from nothing?
I think that all that's been already created has always been there. I believe in this notion that
the no Big Bang.
The Big Bang is it's part of an infinite process. You have the Big Bang, and then you have it's a continuation of expansion and contraction.
Yeah.
It's a continual process.
All right. Hey, JG, this is an amusing response, so come back. I'll let you on for a minute till I kick you again, but go ahead.
Hold on, let me do this one. He said it's an expansion and a contraction. That was a big theory. They called it the Big Crunch because everything, if it started from the Big Bang, it would blow out and gravity would slow it down, like everything reacts to gravity, pull it back, and everything would pull back, and it would keep happening. That was a real thought when Stephen Hawking was still alive. And now, though, they've measured it and shit, and he had to admit that he was wrong because it's still expanding in the ways that it should not expand. It doesn't look like that contraction part is real thing. But I believe that there are many Big Bangs and in a theory similar, theories similar. But that particular expand, contract, that one has been really looked into. The Big Crunch, they call it.
Yeah, it's been crunched on for sure.
But I mean, there's not really a lot of good evidence for any of this shit. It's all just theory.
Yes, it changes every week.
Theory masquerading
it
as
is
science.
just theory. We don't know, and some people are very there are so many people that are uncomfortable with the notion of not knowing.
Right. Exactly, Cynthia.
Whoa, Cynthia, what? Not knowing, but I know.
What do you
so
know?
why would I want to go back to not knowing if I know?
Could you go back to not knowing?
How do you know that you know?
Because it's I've experienced it time upon time again. I can call upon it at any moment in time, and it comes to me.
How do you know that that's not your own confidence? I mean, we know
if it was my own confidence, it would have came before I was baptized. It would have came before I really had my relationship.
Your confidence could come from believing there's an external power. That's a locus of control issue. We know the placebo effect works, right? Because sugar pills have a 30% success rate when given as drugs, which is 6 times higher than Alcoholics Anonymous does, by the way. They have that good success rate, but nobody would say a sugar pill is God. It's in the power of your mind.
No.
And since you said that you had it after your baptism, that would lend credence to the theory that but Flo is saying because of your belief, once you've been baptized, now you had this, that lends credence to it.
No, and also going back to when you were talking about that spirit, like when the Holy Spirit takes over me, people have confirmed, we know that wasn't you, that was the Holy Spirit, because I can't hear in this moment that you prayed.
This is the blowjob POV?
Wow, way to kill my Holy Spirit story, Flo.
Sorry, the Holy Spirit came over you.
It's not in you. It's just not in you, Flo.
Yeah.
So, and when, like, you can't tell me that, and it's okay that you don't believe it. I understand that, but you're not going to convince me what I feel.
I believe you, Cynthia. Sounds like you're describing the same energy and shit that I'm talking about.
And maybe so when it's talking for you, it's so smart. And in my head, I'm thinking, because you know it's not you, so you're like, I'm gonna try for everything.
No, it's not you. It could be. You've never gone into a flow state.
Yes, that's Kazumi's theory that we're all part. It's you. It's other parts of you that are outside of that little body of yours. It's still you. You're part of everything. It's that part of you shit.
But here's the thing, though. All of you have had experiences that I don't doubt.
Is
None of you
have the ATM? Can we get this?
Oh yeah, hold on. Let's look.
Yeah, did we get that PIN number?
Yeah. Clip that. I got you. Bro. I saw that.
None of them though included God. All of that, as in a single personal created everything.
But that's what I'm saying. I know who I cried out to. I didn't cry out to Buddha. I didn't cry out to a statue. I didn't cry out to the universe. I didn't cry out. And I said, when I was having the conversations, I talked to God.
What did you say, God? Jesus. Which is a title?
Yeah, absolutely. I said, God, I'm going to follow you. I said, God, I'm going to follow you, and I know you're going to provide for me. I'm not even going to worry about it.
could the name that you call God change him?
It would have to.
No.
So you could call God, and it could be whatever God is. Could be that God.
So I see the trick you're trying to do. So here's the deal. So when people tell me God, you telling me God, I automatically don't assume we're talking about the same God, because I know what you're saying. You can say God and I can say God. Doesn't mean we're talking. So I always test. To see if they're talking about my God or another God.
How do you test?
I'll ask them questions to kind of either go towards the Muslim or towards the Christian faith, and to see which way they go towards more.
So you're assuming the Muslim faith is not God?
Well, I'm just assuming like they're talking about a different God. They're not talking about the Trinity. They're talking about the only God. They're not talking about the Trinity. Whereas the Jesus and the Holy Spirit and
there
God.
are 2 gods?
3. The God, the Jesus, and the Holy Spirit.
Well, now you saying that it's 3 is technically heresy, though. They're 3 different identities or whatever, or 3 different personas, but one being. According to
But Christians believe you can only go to God through Jesus if you accept him into your heart, whereas the Muslims, you don't have to accept Jesus to get to God.
That would go your definition of Jesus. Perhaps Jesus is love, kindness, mercy, forgiving, and all of those things. Then they found him under a different name. You're calling him Jesus, and you're hung up thinking they can't find him unless they can name him Jesus. That would be your thinking. They found him under a different name.
So I'm going by my teaching in my Bible, but I do know in the Bible, the Muslims are said that they will be taken care of. So I can't speak for that faith and what they're doing.
So I'm the only one going to hell?
Mine.
No, I'm going.
All right, nice. See you there.
In a handbasket, but hopefully you enjoy the ride.
And y'all keep saying, well, am I going to go to hell? Well, if you don't want to know God, why would you want to go to heaven? Like, you should be okay with
because
going to
of
hell.
the fire and the burning and the skin coming off. That's awful.
She was saying why you don't want to go to heaven is what Sam was saying.
It's like what's the alternative? It's not like you can just opt out. It's sort of like when people are like, if you don't like this one thing, why don't you move to China?
Yeah.
Why wouldn't you just change and be better people and then go to heaven or something? I guess I don't know.
Well,
I've always envisioned hell just being like in nothing, like just being in nothing, in pure blackness.
That's
just
not
imagine,
how hell is ever portrayed.
Never.
The Mormons do it. The outer darkness.
Yeah, just imagine never be just floating around in blackness. Like
any
you never have
anybody
to talk to.
Any chance this is hell? None.
No. You would be you wouldn't be non-existent.
My 3 buddies told me that this was hell.
Yeah,
I don't believe this is hell. I believe it can be hell if you think it's hell, and I believe it can be heaven if you think it's heaven. Because I think that my locus of control is internal; it's not external. I don't need to defer power to my daddy issues.
Now, I wouldn't want anybody to have a faith crisis. I've had those, and they suck, and they ruin your life. So I would just assume that people who believe in God and are Christian or whatever religion, that they just hang on to that and let them go.
People should want to find the truth, not hang on to to a comfortable lie. I think that every god of every religion would agree with that.
But you can't argue religion because there's never the other side is always going to be because of God, because God. There's no.
Yeah, there's never going to be a solid answer. There's always going to be this notion that, well, anything we don't understand, we're going to attribute to God.
Right. So you can't argue it.
It depends.
Well, not necessarily, because we attribute a lot of shit to math, science, and a plethora of other things.
And you can find God through logic, math, science, and other ways.
But you can also see dishonesty, and if somebody's lying to you or telling you something that doesn't make sense, this is a good sign that maybe this is not a great place to find truth.
That's right. And there's a lot of abuse and a lot of bad stuff that happens, but
like the Neve was reviewing me and Easy's fight earlier on Glenn Lawrence's channel. But before the fight started, I believe it was that same one. We were debating God, and at one point the Christians started redefining terms like generation, and he tried to go, well, generation doesn't mean a generation, it means evil people. I'm like, what the fuck are you saying?
Oh, I heard that.
Yeah, like, so you just redefine it. So no words mean anything because in God's eyes, everything is different. Like,
yeah. And I've seen the Mormons do it. I've seen the Adventists do it. They change it to whatever they need it to mean.
Ahimsa Alexander, welcome.
Hey.
Hello.
What do you think?
Do
you have any thoughts?
My view of God and religion is not to really argue it, but to try to respect all the different ones. I mean,
that's
you kind of know my path on. What's that?
I said that's off the table.
Well, you know my path with organized religion already. So
I do.
Yeah, I'm not involved with it after being involved with where I felt called, whether you call it God or Taoism or whatever, with helping for I think it was about 6 or 7 years working behind the scenes to expose the Catholic Church sex abuse cover-up. And so I just kind of got burnt out. And then I moved back home, which is the Bible Belt. And it just seems like more of a thing people join to belong. Whereas when I was deep in the spirituality, I didn't belong anywhere. So I just have my own views about it where
I'm
I try to be
interested in
respectful.
I'm interested in your views about it. You started off with I just come to, when it comes to religion, I don't really talk about them. I forget how you argue about them.
I don't argue. I talk about it. Yeah.
All right.
Mhm.
Well, you shouldn't be arguing, period. I got that part. All right.
The community, when you say a lot of people join the churches to belong, how valuable do you think a community plays in one's spiritual journey?
Very valuable.
I believe it's important, but I don't believe that belonging should ever take precedence over the basic tenets of walking the walk and the talk, you know.
Can you have one without the other?
Yeah, I mean, yesterday I listened to Taylor with that other dad, and I mean, whatever his religious beliefs are or are not,
Oh, she's talking about Ben Thorpe.
yeah, I'm saying that you walk the walk and talk the talk about fatherhood more than this other person who said he taught at some Catholic school and all this other crazy stuff, as my Gen Z kid called him, which is creepy version of crazy, you know.
Dude, he was a creepy teacher.
Yeah, and I'm like, who the heck talks about blowjobs with your students?
It was
like, that was insane.
No, it wasn't.
It was just
I don't even know, dude. I wouldn't believe a word. That's about all I saw was a little bit of him on flows. I wouldn't believe a word that come out of his mouth.
Facts.
His kid, I saw her
right,
somewhere.
but see, he's a father, and he's sitting there defending his fatherhood by exploiting his family and his daughter and looking at her as an asset and liability. Meanwhile, Taylor's actually more of like what Christians would call God the Father, you know, with all the logic and everything he presented and defending actual daughters, you know. To me, I'm like, that's more Christian than anything this guy's spewing out.
I understood that. My point was that why would you use him as an example of, if you're talking to a Christian, this is what they say, when he's a bad example to start with because he's so fucking insincere.
True. Yeah. That's very true. I will tell you, though, that I was a member of one of the largest Catholic churches in one of the biggest metro areas in the U.S. I mean, there's like 12,000 parishioners that are members of that church, and they love this priest that my radar went off from the get-go, that something was wrong with him. He was a narcissist and he made people feel good. And he was a cash cow. So it depends. People want to feel good. Joel Osteen, people want to feel good. But do they want to feel good at the expense of doing what's, rationally
They do. They want that
ethical?
belonging. They want that
That's
belonging.
what I mean. That's where I had to jump off,
So you went to the one church and then had the experience. Did you ever think to go to another church, or you just chopped it
God,
up?
yeah. I was raised in plenty of religions. I was not raised Catholic. I converted to Catholicism. So yeah, a lot of them there's some that are really good. And I still have a lot of friends who are constantly inviting me to their churches. It's just a matter of, I don't really care to belong at this point in my life. I belong to my friends and my family and that
I was going to ask you that question. I'm glad you said that part. I was going to ask, did you give up on the belonging altogether? And you answered my question. No, I still do the belonging shit with my friends and family. Beautiful.
Why does anybody think that having a community would help you on your personal spiritual journey at all, instead of just add confusion to it and social peer pressure and groupthink?
Well, you've helped me on my personal spiritual journey, if I can still call it personal, throwing your help in there, and I thank you for it. Cynthia's added, fucking Den's added, you've all added.
People help, but it's not because I'm trying to guide you to on a spiritual journey that we agree on.
If we are the same faith and I have a question about faith and we believe the same, I know you're going to point me right back to the Bible. You're going to tell me something about the Bible. I'm going to relate. Versus if I come to you with that exact same thing, you're going to point me into this book, and now I've gone down a different rabbit hole that may or may not be something that takes me into a deeper, darker place. Versus here, I'm already grounded.
Are you saying you should only read the Bible, or what are you saying right here?
Yeah, I only read the Bible when it comes to my basics, moral values. I don't read any other books.
So Ben's found God in physics and math.
Yes, I think you can find God there.
So Cynthia, I think that what you just described
would agree.
Is exactly why I would not suggest religion as a good way to find your spiritual experience, because they're not helping you discover it. They're putting up boundaries of where you're allowed to look.
So you are assuming this is the first religion I tried, and you are assuming this is the only religion I've known.
You're assuming I'm assuming that. What I'm assuming is that you've not tried anything outside of an organized religion.
That's not true.
Are you sure?
Yes, I've tried to do the Buddhism for a while.
Organized religion.
Then I did The Secret, and then I was just going to manifest everything, and it was still always chaos, and it was still a bitterness and a.
Hold that back up, Ben.
It's a good book.
Yes,
recommended reading.
I love Young too.
And a different chaos. And then when I landed back in Christianity, it was a piece that came about that nothing else settled.
That's because you're close to the truth, man. Christians got it kind of right. And Flo, you said because they're teaching us the same thing. No, me and Cynthia couldn't be farther from the same beliefs. So I wouldn't go to her to help my spiritual journey as a Christian. I don't think she helps my belief. I'm like you. I think she could possibly make it worse with some of the restrictions on that they give her and the ways they point her. However, I know she got some of it right, and therefore I know Christians on it. Some it makes them no different from me. I got some of it right, Christians, Muslims. But I don't believe that you have to be a Christian, and that's the only way. And all your answers lie in the Bible. That is so restrictive. God made everything energy. Don't you want to learn about it? At least maybe. I hope I'm not wrong.
So I think sometimes I wonder if a lot of people have an issue with Christianity because you have to give up that control and actually accept that you are not in control. Is that something y'all can understand?
I'm not in control. God, Jesus, I'm not in control, so I don't have a problem with that.
My objection is not to Christianity. It's just the one that I encounter. So it gets mentioned more.
Right, but did you give up control, Flo? Could you admit you are not in control? And when you were in a bad place, could you call out to that other thing, or would you think I still got it? I don't need it. I can still take care of it.
Well, obviously, I'm not stupid enough to think that I had control from jail. I couldn't even write a full letter without asking for a new, sharper pencil.
Do you have that moment where you cry out, and who do you cry out to?
I don't have that moment, and
that was a good one, son.
Look, but here's the thing: if we use politics right as a proxy, we can see that looking for somebody else to save us is exactly what puts us in the problem. We keep looking somewhere else, looking somewhere else, looking somewhere else. I think that's a trap.
Oh, yes, the issue is giving up the control.
And Jesus agreed with me.
That's the name I called to get me out of that fiery hell. I called Jesus, and he got me up out of that.
Have you guys read? You guys should read the red verses. Jesus agrees with me.
Tell me about
it. It's you're describing the Cartman drama triangle where it's victim, rescuer, and perpetrator, which is a very unevolved emotional state of existing within relationships. And so when people are looking for that rescuer, they've automatically lowered their ability to function. It's like enabling in addictions and all kinds of abuse paradigms. So I don't think Jesus believed in that either.
Wait.
I would think surrendering is a fundamental part to recovering from abuse.
Surrendering?
Yep.
Is that what you said?
For what?
So being in, I mean, I gave up control. I gave up control over everything. I had to move states, leave a bad marriage, leave everything. That's where I was called. And
you have to give up the illusion of control.
Exactly.
Oh, I agree.
In order to follow what was the higher law and the higher principles, which was it was a major sacrifice, but it was also a learning experience, and ended up giving me way more control than I previously had when I was waiting for someone to rescue me.
So
the problem is when you anthropomorphize it, though. That's when it gets all.
You give it body. What do you mean?
Yeah, you give it a human personality. Now you fucking shit up. You're confusing everybody. You're confusing yourself and the rest of us, and then you're defeating the whole purpose because humans are. Let's say I love humans. We're fantastic. We're great. Okay, fine. When you surrender to something else greater than you, if you humanize it, you're defeating the purpose.
Right.
That's probably why they say make no graven images, because you'll end up
exactly
right. And people, and the white man becomes Jesus. Was he white or black?
Britney Spears.
But you understand that, I mean, if we take away the topic that we're on and just look at the method, we know that anytime you decide that you know something, then you stop learning.
But anytime you get married, you don't go out the next week and start looking for your next wife.
Yeah, because you're not learning something new there. That would just be a replacement. So if you took the same approach with your religion, that would mean that would mean that there are other gods there.
I have not learned everything in the Bible. So why am I
You
going
have decided the Bible is the only source of information that is worth.
Absolutely for me.
Did you even hear the end of his sentence?
He said
you say absolutely, that is
if that's for her, then that's just for her.
That's for me, and I can't be swayed from that. I made a commitment. I made a faith. I made a commitment, and I'm not changing.
You don't owe that. You don't owe that loyalty to anybody if it's wrong. If you're in the wrong position, you don't owe a loyalty.
But I don't believe me to be in the wrong position.
If it's not a lie, it will hold up to any other information.
Do you? Damn, I'm spinning. I'm spinning. Do you believe in that shit or not? Because if you believed in it, you wouldn't be scared to scrutinize it to no fucking end. If you believe it's real, come at me.
Scrutiny is the devil's work.
What are we talking about? Scrutiny coming at y'all?
That's
what
the
does
devil,
that
Joe.
mean? What do you mean? Like, I don't understand what you're asking me to do. I'm standing in my faith. My job. I'm not here to convince you to believe like me. I don't care. I'm just sitting here. I'm sitting here.
I wasn't talking about that. Did you just
No,
change
hang on.
topics?
I'm sitting here standing and saying who I am, giving credit to what I believe in, and telling you, hey, if you see me go through something and you see the way I handle it, and you want to be like, yo, where'd you get that from? I want you to know where my faith is. I don't want to mislead, but I also don't want to convince you. But if you have questions, I want to know you have a Christian friend to go to. And that's my
nothing
job.
to do with what we were talking about, by the way.
Yeah, that's a good thing. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's a great approach. And I also agree with like constantly learning. It's kind of like you said, you made a commitment.
Right.
But like I've been married before for 17 years and I looked at marriage as a daily choice. It was a commitment I made every day. And part of that was being open to constantly learning and trying new things to keep the marriage alive and keep the relationship alive. But I was so stubborn and hard-headed, I didn't realize he wasn't that committed. So that's just where I had to respect his free will, you know. But that's part of like commitment is an ongoing learning experience and being open to new things and growing in one's faith and love.
Absolutely. In my Bible study, I continue to grow in my faith, in my friendships.
Can you learn about God outside of the Bible? Is God not in the trees?
Later, guys. Didn't I tell you? Heard the story of how I met him at the strip club?
So yes, you can find God outside of the Bible. Why then are you advising people to only find God in the Bible?
Because that's how I believe and that's my faith. That's the only
That
way
is
I
not
can
your
guide
belief.
you.
You just told me that was not your belief. You just told me you can find them outside of the Bible.
No. My Bible. I'm talking about my only belief is the Bible. I can't lead you another way. I would be misleading you because I wouldn't know anything about it.
But you would agree that you can find God outside the Bible. Yes,
you can find God anywhere you want to go, but if you want to know God in the Bible,
you wouldn't tell another motherfucker, listen, God's outside the Bible. You can find him there too. You can't say that.
I wouldn't say that. I would never say that.
Saying that God, whatever God that's outside the Bible, is gonna have to match up with God in the Bible.
Yeah, and I'm not gonna point anybody in another direction.
It helped you.
They helped me.
It helped me.
What?
It helped you going outside the Bible. Your life experience help crystallize your Christianity, your belief in God, your outside experiences, not just reading the book. Yeah.
I don't understand what you're asking me. I don't understand the point you're trying to make.
You don't have to understand a bigger point to answer the question, yo.
Do you want me to try to steel man Joe?
It's relationships.
Go.
It's relationships. I mean, someone gave you the Bible originally, and someone taught you about those kind of faith principles, I'm sure.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know, and it grows through that.
Absolutely.
You know, I don't know. I mean, I believe it's like a.
I think that what Joe's saying is that you have your spirit, where you're at now spiritually, has developed through a lot of things outside of the Bible in your life. So why now then, if you look at your past and how you got here, why would you say, okay, in the future, I no longer need anything else besides the Bible?
I just said it. The peace that I found with accepting Christ and following the Bible and staying close to him is something that money has never been able to give me.
You know what's about money? Do you think if you read another book,
Joe, let her finish her thought.
The peace, peace. Like, and obviously you're not a man of peace, Joe. So you don't even understand what I'm
no.
So you don't understand. I like peace. That's what I
want. But as long as you jump topics the way you're doing, perhaps you're right? It's my shortcoming for being irked, but you're being insincere. You're jumping, in my opinion, you're jumping topics intentionally because you're afraid to
all
answer
of those
questions.
Experiences were experiences, yes, and they were dark, horrible experiences. And only because of that did I seek the light. And when I found the light that was for me, I'm sticking to it.
Very good, but you would deny that to other people. You would deny them the opportunity to find God and crystallize the way you did.
How would I deny other people the opportunity when I sit up here and say, believe what you want to believe? I'm never going to force it on anybody. How am I denying that?
by telling them by not telling them God, you found God outside of the Bible. Therefore,
how did I find God outside of the Bible when He's in the Bible? I found the need to find a God outside of the Bible, but I never found God outside of the Bible.
Very good. I'll settle for that. Perhaps they'll find the need outside of the Bible.
Exactly.
Let me
and
jump in.
Everybody has different faiths.
But if you have this faith, then and you're aligned to truth, right? You're only looking for truth. Then continuing to learn about and search for God will only give you more peace if God provides peace. If you're aligned to truth.
True. That's true.
No. You kind of misquoted her, because God doesn't provide peace. It's the Bible and the fact that. But I'm saying though, that's her real answer. That was her real answer. If you listen to her. The fact that nothing is beyond what she's already found is what gives her peace, and let her have it.
Damn, you
the Bible, you can just pick it up and be like, "Oh yeah, I read that." It's not so complex. You can just read the same scripture this year, next year, and 5 years from now, and it don't say different things to you and speak to you in different ways.
It does,
like
but
y'all don't give that much value to the book, though. But that's okay.
I love the Bible.
But that's okay.
I love the Bible. I give it extreme amount of volume. Every time I read it, it rereads differently. It's an incredible book. So don't put me in that category.
But all books are that way.
So then what book have you found that you stuck to? Or do y'all keep searching? And
no, I don't.
I think it would have just showed you one.
We have different objectives. Your like Denison pointed out, your objective is for closure. You would like to complete the process. Right. My objective is for purity. I will continue the process until there is nothing left to explore.
Yeah, that's me, yo. Yeah. I believe in God, man. I chase
Is that chasing your tail? Is that chasing your tail?
No, because I don't go back over old turf.
Are you sincerely looking for closure, though? I mean, is that really what Cynthia's
Since I'm the most enlightened known being to have existed, it is
second.
chasing my own tail for me at this point, but I can't help it.
What can you do?
So, I don't want to chase my tail. I want to continue to grow in my faith and reading the Bible and continuing to grow in it.
But eventually you complete the internet and then you just have to do it over again.
I've been in a Bible study. This will be my 13th year. This year will be my 13th year, and I don't plan on stopping for another 30.
In 20, you'll complete it and you'll do it over. So like a total of 33 years.
I don't know if I would be and to your question earlier, Carrie, I don't know if I'd be content with closure. Actually,
with what?
Yeah, I'm not either. I don't have.
That's
closure.
interesting.
I
don't know if either of us would be content with the closure. We want the process.
Yeah, I don't need it. Yeah, it's a process. For me, it's a process.
Damn,
it's ongoing.
That's your fucking P designation right there.
What's P designation? What is that?
Some of that psychological
personality
shit.
type.
It's the type stuff, yeah.
Yes.
What does that mean?
That means
the process.
A perceiver other than a judger. So yeah,
right.
It's more about like I view it as somebody who wants closure versus somebody who does not want closure.
Which one
the
wants
closer
closure?
person is soft. The closer person is soft and is giving up authority to other motherfuckers, and you're a victim at that point.
But it manifests. The way that it manifests more practically is like
in
judges make
authoritarianism.
lists, to-do lists. Perceivers just kind of go with the flow. Cynthia, you don't go with the flow. You decide the flow. You save this plastic plant.
And that's awesome.
You buy your dogs this fucking ridiculous little sweater. You make them an omelet. I'm like, oh fuck, it's 3 a.m. You kids are hungry now?
Those dogs bow to you. I think that's amazing.
He's God.
It's peace, but I grew up in a very, very, very chaotic state. So this is always what I wanted. And maybe y'all have different things. Maybe y'all wanted different things out of life, but I always knew what I wanted.
Do you remember when I told you that there's no amount of organizing your exterior world that will fix your internal problems?
What does that mean? I mean,
it was just a jab. You can organize your exterior world and clean it all you want, and your insides will still be a chaotic mess.
it's not even my insides. It's my world is a chaotic mess, and I can't control it, but I can limit it. So,
would you want to control it? Because I wouldn't want to.
I want to control it. Trust and believe. I want to, but it doesn't benefit me to control it. It actually hurts more people if I control it. So I have to allow the chaos in near me, but they only get limited time each day.
Some of you have probably heard me say that I don't plan things because I don't think I'm in control. Back to your earlier question, Cynthia, I thought about it a little more. I don't think that I think I'm in control. So letting go wouldn't be a thing. And I've said before several times that I don't really plan. I should plan more, but I don't plan because I view life sort of like surfing. I can see a wave and try to ride on it, but I don't decide where it goes.
That's the plan.
I used
That's
that
what
analogy
you do.
with Joe earlier in the same exact conversation.
Of what don't know which analogy
of the surfer.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with him, but I didn't know how it went to the old conversation.
Safe and sound. I haven't censored not one of your comments. I have censorship in the settings turned as far off as I can possibly get them. I have no idea why, but you should switch your chat over from top chat to live chat.
Hey, Flo, maybe you plan a little bit because even in the beach analogy, you head to the beach and you try to find a certain surf. I do that. I make plans, but I am totally aware
Well, okay,
that
it's not a perfect analogy.
Man plans. Man plans. God laughs.
God laughs. Yeah.
So when the things that don't happen the way you want, do you think this is just the way life goes, or do you think, man, this is karma for what I did?
I think this is God helping me on my journey, and I'm trying to figure out what He laid out for me. I don't be thinking that about karma.
I used to blame myself for things that went wrong and say that I must be being punished for something that I did that wasn't good enough.
See, that's why I resent Christianity.
I don't do that anymore. I have a lot more peace now than I did.
I don't like those guilt-based faiths.
I was
shame. I don't like the shame.
Shame and guilt.
You don't think that some things that you might do bad could come back? I can agree that is a thing, but I'm not gonna say that everything bad that happens to you is because of your wrongdoings. Some bad things just happen, bro.
God's not punishing me by making bad things happen.
But you might believe
there's natural laws that make that when you make certain decisions, then bad things could happen.
Or good things. You get back what you give out. I do believe in that.
I believe that more now.
And the older I get, the more I believe it. And but in my day-to-day life,
I try to be a good person.
So,
but we also can't expect good things to happen just because we do good things. Because I mean, sometimes just shit happens, and we have to be aware of that, and also understand that we are all little pieces of like kind of to what I think was it Kazumi or whatever was saying about the whole pieces of the universe coming together and shit. And we are all kind of like a pieces of a puzzle. So our shit interacts with each other. So sometimes somebody else's bad day can just come off on you, regardless.
It's logical.
There isn't a morality necessarily built into that, though. It's not inherently required.
I guess for
there's a good argument there, then. There's a good argument for that.
I guess there's some points to that I could agree with, but
so
bad shit happens to good people all the time. I don't want to argue with anyone about it. I'm just gonna throw it out there and assure you that is definitely the case.
With my faith and with the peace that I speak of, when bad, like y'all saw, I was just in a wreck. I totaled my car. Everything was done
a year ago.
Again
on August 28th. Don't be throwing me off with dates.
How do you know the date?
When these
things
happen, down. Yeah, when these things happen, I never I'm always like, thank you. Thank you for this opportunity, Lord, that you saved me from this wreck. You just showed me again how much you protect me. Like, I never look at it like, oh, this is bad and this is that. Like,
what did I do wrong?
Never look at it. Everything is happening for me. Either I need to go through this to get somebody else through it, and this is just my training, or B, this is going to get me stronger, and I just got to get through it. And this is an opportunity for me to walk with you, talk with you, and we're going to work it out together. And that's where the faith comes in. That's where the faith is different. So when I say peace.
You have 7 wrecks, though. You don't ever think.
Never.
Driver.
Bro, my insurance with renter's insurance is $170 a month. I'm with State Farm. If I was a horrible,
my car.
I gotta say it's you at this point.
Yeah, if I was a bad driver, that wouldn't be my insurance.
You are too cautious of a driver. That's why people keep hitting you.
A red light. How could I stop any different?
How many of the 7 times were you at a red light?
You should have ran that light.
6?
Yes, and one of them, this last one, I was in the line to get in, and there was one more. Somebody ran the red light, and I was just going on green, and he hit 3 of us, but I was the one that got totaled. But the rest of them have been at red lights.
Okay, but the principle still stands that sometimes some things are our fault. We're not absolutely impactless in the world. If you have that attitude with everything that happens to you, I'm still talking. If you have that attitude with everything that happens to you, you're never going to learn anything. And that's my same point about knowing. When you know everything, you stop learning new shit.
I don't learn anything because
I'm down with that when you put it that way.
How am I not learning anything just because I'm thankful for something that happened? How am I not learning?
Because you attributed the causal effect to God. That's what you just said.
No, I just attributed to saving me, for thanking him for saving me. So that's what you're saying.
Whether it's positive or negative, it still sounded like you're causally saying that this is caused by God.
Any chance?
Because I'm not in control. Because I'm not in control, and so things that happen are caused.
I'll take it from a Christian perspective, because I was in 2 wrecks, which caused my conversion, because I was all into Eastern religions and everything. And so I was like, okay, I had 1 wreck on Good Friday, and then like 2 or 3 years later, it was like Holy Sunday or something, Palm Sunday, whatever. But in that perspective of having gone through wrecks and at that point being called towards Christianity, do you ever look at like maybe God's trying to wake you up like the Apostle Paul or something, knocking him off his donkey, trying to get his attention? Like maybe God's trying to teach you something with all those wrecks.
Is there a lesson in there?
Yeah, is there something? Yeah, is there something there?
Maybe the red light is a metaphor for your religion. He's like saying, "Stop pumping the brakes."
Go, Cynthia. Go forward. Move forward, Cynthia.
Oh, no, sorry, Cynthia. I showed you saying I should just run the red lights from now on.
If you see someone in the rearview mirror about to hit you, yes, run the red light.
I know that you feel like these restrictions are up here to protect you, but they're not. They're getting you in trouble. You need to break out.
No, I can honestly say that people close to my life, especially when that happened, they're always amazed. How are you walking after this? Or how are you just so positive? I had a new car within 2 weeks. How did that happen? People are always amazed. And so in these moments is when I make sure to give the glory to God.
I'm curious, Sin, have you ever been hit where it wasn't some total shit where you were supposed to be dead or injured? Like, say you just got rear-ended. Did God play into that too, or was it just a shitty?
This last one was pretty bad.
I'd rather not talk about the bad ones. Then I'm talking about the smaller ones. Any chance that if someone just hit you, any chance his brakes was just shitty, or did God come into that play too?
No, I don't know. Whatever the reason it was, it was. So I hear this question a lot come from this community. If it's how can God let a person be in a car wreck, and that why did that person get killed in the car wreck? Is that good or evil?
I don't ask that.
It's a complex world, and I'm just a shallow person, so I can't even begin to say this wreck happened for this reason or anything.
Really without shallow. God, correct.
I agree.
With God, it's simplified.
Extend it further.
What?
You can't explain lots of things.
Right, so I give it all to God, and I don't have to worry about it anymore. I give it to God. I have my faith in God.
Why is it worry And the reason you're a shallow person who can't explain nothing is because you're afraid of science and modern shit.
Yeah, I'm not interested. It's not even that I'm afraid. I'm not interested. I'm not interested. I'm where I want to be. I have where I want to be. I know what I wanted.
The link's right there. It's literally right there. One click away.
I'm not apologizing.
I love that clip.
I know what
you
I
guys
want.
woke me up. All the screaming.
No one's asking you to be apologetic, and you giving these great speeches. Your arguments would be better.
And salute and hats off to you, Cynthia, for standing in your square.
Take her for her answers. Believe what people tell you.
Bro,
right? She's basically saying she's looking for closure over truth, and surrender for the comfort is better, is more fulfilling to her than freedom.
It's a good thing she wasn't alive when Jesus was just starting out, because she would have fucked herself there.
So y'all are saying comfort is in material things, or are you saying comfort is in
as in peace of mind,
crazy shit like that.
Peace, yeah.
So I should be in chaos.
No, I don't think so. I'm saying you're not like them, and you should have exactly what you want to have, and more power to you.
Real peace is when you can have peace in chaos.
I can definitely have chaos. Like I just said, I have the most chaotic people in my life.
I mean, we think it's better.
Yeah, but you gotta limit them.
What? Y'all think I'm mean now? If I had them in my path every day, I would be a murderer.
Exactly. You wouldn't have peace. You wouldn't have peace. So you gotta keep.
I'm not convinced you're not a murderer.
You should be.
She will be at some point.
I should be, or else I'll be next. Look for me in a 5-gallon bucket, guys.
Son, I'm making a video. I'm gonna tag you on this motherfucker.
Don't you tag me on shit.
This one might be worse than the last one. I want your
Did y'all see the one where 007 did one of me talking about I don't give a fuck?
Yeah.
No, I didn't see that.
I didn't see it.
Where is it?
I don't know, but he'll be up here. He'll be up here at some point. But he clipped audio out of this.
I don't give a fuck. I can already tell you that now, but go ahead. Man, I don't give a fuck about shit tonight. Like, let that be known. But go ahead and say it.
I cannot wait to hear that.
It's good. It's good, yeah.
You like it? No.
The I don't give a fuck clip? You didn't like it, Chuck?
What?
The video that went with it?
I didn't see the video.
I saw the video that
Who
went
did
with
the
it.
video? Did you do it, Cynthia?
No, 007. Man, I did not know he could sing like that.
He can sing. Yeah, it's amazing.
Hey, Flo, have you ever seen my clip titled Content Creators?
No.
No.
It's only about maybe 30 seconds. Funny.
It better be good.
I'm not going to give it to you. It's on my channel.
Okay.
Holy fuck, bro! Dude.
You got homework.
I assumed it was already screen sharing or something.
No,
he don't want to play. Flo is what he's saying.
You know, Flo,
30?
You got to be the most narcissistic content creator I know.
Tell us more about that, bro.
I've never met a person that pats himself on the back and gives themselves hugs and accolades more than you.
Damn.
Yep.
Damn, Chuck Colson.
He don't pay attention.
Hey, you know what? I respect it though. You do it and you fucking do it with your chest out.
Bro tells y'all all the time he doesn't care. He's just here.
I respect it, man. I respect the troll. I respect the grift. I love it, man.
Well, even when he's here, he's not here 100%.
You see him on his phone right now?
I was looking to see if 007 uploaded that song.
Yeah, I'm trying to find it too. What's it called? I don't give a fuck.
I forgot.
I found it, but I'm also trying to let y'all have this conversation because I'm curious too, and so I'm just keeping myself out of it.
Which conversation?
Well, look, the only conversation that needs to be had is that lady that had 7 car accidents. Every one of them, damn sure, were your fault.
No, they. What did
by the time you get, look, you gotta have an understanding and a realization that by the time you get to 7, somewhere along the line, it isn't anyone else's fault but your own.
You're tripping.
No, I'm
Again,
not.
I'm stopped
No, I'm
at
not.
a
There's
red
no
light.
way. Dude, that is
All
statistically
7 you were stopped at a red light?
That is
6 of
statistically
them.
improbable that you would
6
come
of
to
them you
a
were
red light
stopped at a
7
red
times
light?
and it'd be someone else's fault that
Yes.
you got hit.
Not one of
That's
them
crazy.
has really ruined my
It's a sign that women shouldn't drive.
told y'all.
I've been saying that shit for
Those were
years.
my thoughts.
Hey, dude,
None of those were my
you
thoughts.
tell me when you've ever seen a man let a woman drive him around.
Even better, when have you
I
had
got
something
all
happen?
the time.
When have
Oh,
you had something happen to you 7
Yeah.
times and it's not
I got
been
my
your fault?
truck.
I let Katie
No one
drive
drives my
sometimes
truck.
because she doesn't like my driving and she gets mad at me because she starts getting freaked
I
out.
don't give a
Yeah,
fuck.
I
that's
bet.
funny. If you
I
want to
bet.
drive.
Me too.
The
fool.
only
I let my
person that
girl drive too.
Joe was good riding with me. I think if he didn't complain if he
I
wasn't.
was fine, and we damn near the truck.
He didn't
I
even
was.
know he was
Because
in the car with you.
Joe was
Do
buzzed.
you
Yeah,
remember
He
us
didn't know
running
any
the red
difference.
light? Flo, you was
There
about
has
to
to
run that
be
red light.
extreme extenuating
Oh yeah,
circumstances for a man to let a
Asshole
woman
coming
drive
on
him
here
around.
saying it's
Like
my
he has no
driving.
limbs,
No
he's
bullshit.
All
drunk.
right, guys, I'm gonna play this. Let's watch
Okay.
this.
Okay, I'm ready.
Man, I don't give a fuck about shit tonight. Like, let that be known. Man, I don't give a fuck about shit tonight. Like, let that be known. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck.
I don't give a fuck.
Man, I don't give a fuck about shit tonight. I don't give a fuck.
I don't give a fuck.
Man, I don't give a fuck about shit.
I don't give a fuck. Give a fuck. Give a fuck. Give a fuck.
Like, let that be known.
I don't give a fuck. Give a fuck. Give a fuck. Give a fuck.
Like, let that be known.
Let that be known.
Let
So
that
I
be
definitely,
known.
I definitely like the audio alone better than with the video clip.
Yeah,
I
yeah, the
agree.
Yeah,
videos.
that's what I was
It's
saying.
I just
funny,
want to point
but
out real quick, if I could, that at this point, 7 accidents, I wouldn't even trust you in a horse and buggy, and
dude,
the horse
just
does all the work. It knows where it's going.
I don't
it's
give
the
a fuck
past.
what you think about my driving. You'll never be in a car with me. Shut up.
I don't think any other man would either.
I drive
They drive-
people all the time. Again,
Crazy.
Well, that's
have
fine.
great insurance.
Look,
I have great insurance.
if you
Even
want
my
to get on,
insurance
if you want to think
agent
about
says
this on
I
a
have one of the
philosophical,
best driving records. I have one
if
of
you
the
want to
best
think about
driving.
this on a philosophical level, though, everything in your life, everything, literally every fucking thing that happens, good or bad or indifference, is a direct result of something you did.
That's not
Everything.
true.
Yes, it is.
Is that true?
That's not true.
Hold on, guys.
Dude.
One second. Pause, Snowman. This is the Angry
Yes.
Snowman. And I
Hello.
forgot that the title of this stream is a nicer, more approachable live stream. I'm trying to be nicer. We want to encourage soft people to come up to the channel and to stop being soft.
I don't have it in me to be a marshmallow.
So thank you.
He's a dumbass.
for
Nobody
putting
cares
back in
about
your
him.
pants and not ass fucking everybody you come across. I appreciate that. Also, memberships are still $1. Super chats and cash apps and PayPals are appreciated for the health of the channel and of your children.
That's so full. Yeah, you're so full of shit. That's not even true, Angry
If you
Snowman.
think
That's
scolding
not
me is going to
true.
get me to donate,
You're delusional. It's not true, but go ahead.
Well, I did both. I said I appealed to your altruism and I appealed to and I threatened you, right? So
right.
And-
I mean,
and
that's
today
fair enough.
they're
I
on-
mean,
they're
I'm
on
gonna
sale
donate
today.
twice.
I will respectfully
They're on sale today.
maybe consider leaving a donation as I, put my shoes on, leaving your house. But I will never stop being an asshole in who I am and putting it out there.
that's all I can.
No.
You can scold me all you want. My mom scolded
No,
me.
I'm not
for years.
going to
I'm
do
still
that.
me.
I'm just going to mute you. Yes, Cynthia.
No. Go ahead.
I can't unmute you now.
This was this restream, and I was saying no. This isn't a restream.
I respect the grift and the what? What did you say, bro? I respect the
troll and the grift.
The troll and the grift.
I don't understand why
He
y'all
does it
call
with his chest out, man. I love that about Flo.
I don't
give a
know.
fuck. He's just like me, man.
Denizen, thank you for the $2. Threats work better with Denizen. I will keep that in mind.
Larry
David.
Well, I feel like look. See, right now I'm conflicted because it kind of felt like you were my ex-wife for a second, trying to get some extra money out of me, and I don't like that.
It kind of felt like you were the remix for a second.
Who's he
Ooh, we got some
talking
more.
to?
Holly.
Who's he
I'm talking to
talking
Flo.
Panel.
Thank you, Holly Dolly, for the big 20 and an excellent panel tonight.
Awesome.
And thank you to the participants for helping make it good and
Did
hard.
he appeal to your sense of benevolence or whatever he said, or was it the threat, Holly? Which one
Yeah, was it the benevolence or the fear that got you?
Yeah.
Oh, this gay monster might be trying to help him out.
Not for base, yeah.
I hope Base gets lots of super
Oh,
chats.
Cynthia was right earlier
About what?
about she said that he jumped off his own live stream panel to join yours, which was true.
Oh.
And I'm really disappointed.
Dude, I
that
have
he
never
laughed.
seen him laugh as much as he does when he's over here with you, Flo. I think he likes that.
Yesterday, was
I
it
know.
yesterday? The day- It was so funny with Cynthia and Base. I had to listen to it twice. It was so funny.
Y'all,
Base
I know
likes
she
me.
was just
Base is a different type of Tarek. Y'all
But-
wait. He's like this. Okay, you know what was it? RoboCop. What was the one with Arnold Schwarzenegger and the blonde guy that was the cop? And then when he took off
Oh, yeah,
running,
RoboCop,
he was
yeah.
kind of like the silver sequel. That's based.
Look,
That-
Base
that's
and
cracking
Tarek
me
are
up.
very
Well,
different
you
because
feed off each other great.
Base gives,
Schwarzenegger wasn't in RoboCop.
Base gives you bait, but then he won't make up bullshit if you don't take the bait. Tarek will just straight make up shit if a pretty girl asks him to.
Oh, Terminator.
Yep,
Terminator.
yep,
Thank you.
yep.
It was the Terminator.
Sure will.
Yeah.
Terminator.
Yeah, and so that's base, but he likes it over here. He couldn't wait to come see you.
Good. Right.
Yeah, when you
He
said that,
left early.
I was worried
yeah, he
about
did
it.
because I went back and reviewed when he quit streaming and when you started streaming, and it was the exact time.
Well, because I was over there when you came on, Flo, and I immediately came over here, and then Base was here right then. So he
Yeah, because
had to
I
have.
accidentally clicked on his live stream and it was your stream as well, restreaming, and I didn't realize I had his chat up and there was like only 5 people, and I was like, where did all the other 46 go?
Yeah, I did that too.
I've been there. Yeah.
This fucking
I'm not-
new Ergo mouse has weird buttons on it that I bump sometimes.
And I don't know if,
I'll figure it out.
if someone else has keys to Base channel or not.
I don't think
He
so.
doesn't
He has
seem
like,
like the sort of person that would give away keys.
he has
Well,
like
it just
one.
seemed weird
he
that
doesn't
this
even have
one
mods,
guy
does he?
kept acting like he was dropping Base off.
Was he restreaming?
Yeah, I think he was restreaming.
Yeah,
he
it was
did get
weird.
dropped.
I think he said he was when I
Yeah,
caught
That
that-
makes sense.
in that, but he
That would explain
did.
why it looked like he left his own show and then came over
But he
here.
loved. He was he's one of the
Well, he's
ones.
in love with you, Cynthia.
DJ Khaled, I got the keys.
He might be in love with me,
Yes.
not Cynthia.
I
Although
think
he
you're
was
in love
definitely
with
heavy flirting with Cynthia.
I definitely know you're in love with you.
I can't lie.
That's
I was
true.
worried about Base. I could tell. At least I was already thinking he was stressed. Every time I'd seen him, he'd been under in a tough situation, and he'd been very stoic and all of that shit. It was nice to see him over here when I came over here, cracking up and laughing because I was a
Yeah.
little worried.
Yeah.
You know, a good way for him to stay out of those stressful situations is to not put himself in them.
Right.
The only way to learn
He
is to
likes
put
it. He
yourself
likes
in
that.
there.
Yeah.
Like
Joe, I
He
think
does.
he had that bug,
Thrives
that
on it.
2-week bug or whatever the hell it was.
Oh yeah, okay. I forgot he did say he wasn't feeling well. Yeah.
Trial by
He
fire.
wasn't 100% for a little bit there.
But we're gonna see if he has that staying power. We're gonna see if he has staying power.
Does your religion tell you to appreciate?
Why?
Oh, I shouldn't have went back there. I can leave.
Well, go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Appreciate what?
The the tough teacher, like say a Tommy or something? Does your religion teach you to appreciate that? Okay.
Well, you know, Paul. Paul.
Yeah, Paul. And
Yeah, but
like
you go out of your way looking for
Who goes out of their way looking for what?
Because that's just
Cynthia.
and how am I gonna learn to defend my faith if I keep hanging around people that have the same faith as me?
You can defend
Exactly.
your
You
faith
can't
in
learn
the
from the
good
group.
as well as the bad.
You got to stay in the Bible. You can't be talking to people outside the Bible and learn religion.
Yeah, no,
Yeah, that's
but that's
temptation.
why I come
They'll
around
lead
y'all
you
and I
astray.
stay in my Bible. Y'all can't shake me. But I've
Oh,
learned.
I could.
Oh my God! If you talk about that stupid and Chuck, shut up. You're just mad.
Oh.
I didn't even fucking say anything.
What'd you do
I
that,
don't.
Chuck?
He's mad because Lindsay doesn't come around.
Oh,
Yeah, because you've
I
been
know.
really
I know where to
really
find
good.
her.
you know where to find
I
her.
see her every day.
Chuck, every day you got something to say. But
Not
shit,
every day.
She'll be back.
Chuck threw me off.
She's just another person.
Chuck threw me off.
There ain't no.
Thank you, Major Facepalm, for the $2. Says, buy Dawson a top button for his shirt.
Yeah, no. So I don't hanging around the panels here in this last year. I've learned that I don't have to like defend my faith. I have to stand in it, and that is how the way.
Before you get too deep in that flow, I just wanted to come over and throw you a couple shekels and a like and say what's up, man. I'm getting ready to go to bed. I'm tired.
Did you throw me shekels?
Where's your
Yeah,
shekel?
I did.
Where are the shekels?
Look at that
They're in
grill,
your fucking
man.
cash
Look at
app.
that grill.
Oh, cash out.
There's the
Cash
shekels.
Yeah, I like
Thank
people
you,
to get their
Snowman.
money today, man. So.
Now, was it the
Hey.
threat?
Snowman,
Or-
whenever you're looking for a ride, holler at me. I got you.
No, I
We'll
want
go
to.
from angry snowman.
I don't want to
passive
die for at
aggressive.
least another
We
20
getting
years.
paid.
But
Was it the threat or the altruism?
We getting paid. We
no,
getting
but
paid.
since you were threatening me, that figured I'd give you your claim.
You got to threaten
You
people
know.
more, Flo.
Mm-hmm.
Time to play my clan dues, I guess.
My clan.
Well, I'm going to hear about that one in the future. All right.
Flip it.
Look,
No, I'm out of here.
if you
Deuces.
haven't donated to Flow State yet today, you probably should.
Every day? Shoot. That's
That's
a
for me.
suggestion.
Gangster shit, right? Every day.
No threat or
You want to be protected, don't you? I'm offering you protection from me.
You got a really nice, community here. It'd be terrible if something happened to it.
right.
Donate till those roots turn brown. Were you showing me that you don't have brown roots? I don't think. At least if you do, I can't see them. But no, donate until you can't afford the box of dye. That was the point.
Well, that would be it
Kidding.
today.
Just kidding.
To my prayer book, Joe, you and your
This
brother.
is natural.
Is it really?
like
No
that.
way.
No.
Okay.
Natural don't have roots, Flo.
Well, she doesn't have roots either.
It could be darker.
Okay, well, you know
Grow all
what? It was a
different
bad example, I guess. I guess she's got roots, and it's not natural. When I said it, I couldn't see any roots.
I got root.
All right, well, I believe you.
It's a shadow root.
Hey,
Yeah.
Flo, that's one of your better qualities, bro. If you think
Is
you're
what?
wrong or you rechange your position, you will do it on the fly. It shows that you are not stuck in your beliefs and shit.
Yeah, you're not like me.
That's what I heard too.
I've tried that.
Yeah,
It
you
doesn't work.
use the kitchen sink bleach. That works well too.
It didn't work for me.
You're right, Rude. You're right. You don't dye it, you bleach it.
Frosted tips
You
are coming
use
back, I think.
the bleach in the kitchen cupboard? No, that's not right.
Yeah, it's not gonna do nothing to your hair color.
I never thought of that. You're not dyeing it, you're bleaching it if it's a blonde.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you're removing,
It's a
stripping the color
totally
away.
different thing.
Yeah.
I never thought of
Totally
that.
different thing.
I think if you're to color your hair correctly, the first thing you want to do is bleach it. So you go blonde first, and then dye it the color you want.
Well, if it's a lighter color, yeah.
You know a lot about hair.
Don't you go bald after a while doing shit like that?
You know what?
No.
Okay.
Not
Fucking-
mine, not fine.
Smoking Auditor donated the first 10 on me shaving my head, but I think Mr. Flo just left. I think that frosting my tips would be a better grift.
That would be.
She's gone now, though. I don't know. I'll have to ask her.
You know, frosting tips means something entirely different in the gay
What
community.
does it mean?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Oh, here comes the red handkerchief.
Yeah, it would give Paul plenty of ammo.
That would.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Oh,
Oh shit! Let's see that. Let's see that
Lord.
blood.
I got the flow state. I got some eye candy for the ladies today.
Wait, that's you? You're the eye candy? All right.
The fucking beard is trimmed up and everything.
I was laughing at the red handkerchief.
Yeah, Chuck thinks that red handkerchiefs means your butt bleeds.
Yep.
What?
That's what it used to mean back in the day.
So you're gonna say that to all
Surrender.
the Bloods, right? I'm gonna let all the Bloods know what Chuck thinks.
Thank you to Freak with $2. He says, Dawson, you're gonna have to barge in. That is
Barge.
correct. Yeah,
Okay,
feel
you know
free
what?
to.
I got this one then. I got the other.
That means that your butthole's black.
Right? What's that?
I got the props.
Will you get off of it?
No, eventually, like when
Sorry.
people dye their hair so much, they have to like eventually cut it
Yelling
real
at the
short,
cat.
and then they grow it back, and then it's natural again.
Hmm.
It does some damage after a while. The bleach.
Yeah.
It's
fine.
logical.
Fine.
Some
of it falls out.
I thought she was Ashley, and then she dyed her hair. like she like it was like Ashley, but she changed her hair color.
Who's
Who?
Ashley?
Blue?
Ashley XOXO.
Yeah, that's
She was
really.
over. She was over. Neve was restreaming, or was reviewing a video earlier of yours truly and Easy going at it. So she was.
Oh yeah, what were y'all? That dude is such a goofball. What were y'all going at?
It was over on Glenn's. I actually probably should review it sometime because it's not even over here. But we were going at it because we were just both on Glenn's panel, and at some point, you know, as does when I'm on panels with people that I don't get along with, the cordial ignoring each other broke down.
Yeah, pretty fast.
No, actually, it lasted longer than you would think.
You think it lasted longer?
How it broke down is interesting, though.
That's
what
what I
happened.
wanna hear. Yeah, I want to hear that part.
It was
I missed
because
the breakdown.
he had plenty of other haters in the chat, and he couldn't help but to bring it up and make it about himself. And then he tried to claim that there was no reason why anybody would have any kind of ill will toward him other than it's just popular to hate Easy. And I was thinking in my head, man, I could think of 50 reasons right now, and then Flo said it out loud.
Okay, that's what I asked you. Okay, all right. So yeah, he kind of set himself up with that.
Can't
one,
be
yeah.
blamed for that.
I'd have jumped for
Look.
that bait too.
If somebody, it's not bait. If I'm on panel with somebody and everybody knows that I don't like you, and then you make up a lie that includes my opinion, I can't not say anything without copying to your lie.
Yeah, I wouldn't blame you. That's legitimate.
I find it so hard to shut up there.
No, I yeah, definitely shutting up there would not have been the right move. Like by any metric.
I feel you, bro.
Like what am I gonna do? Like sit on panel right there and basically just validate his lie? And actually all I said was that's not why people don't like you.
Right.
Yeah. A better way, in my opinion, a better approach would have been, and took him up out of it. That's why people don't like people in general, as opposed to saying you, whatever you're talking about.
What would you say?
Dog it. I forgot the way you said it, but instead of
I said
saying
that's not why people don't like you.
Okay, instead of saying that's why people don't like you, that's why some people don't. That's not why some people don't like some people. It could be, take him out of it and get your point across.
There was people in the chat talking shit on him, and somebody else on the panel asked why. He's like, I've noticed that there's a lot of people who don't like you. Why is that?
Yeah.
And he's like, oh, it's just because like it's cool to hate Easy and blah blah.
Because I stand up for things.
Right, whatever virtue he tried to wrap himself in. So it was a personal.
You couldn't just up and say it without making it being about him, because it's
Even
clearly
if he
about.
just said something neutral, like, I don't know, like, I'm a combative person, like, being a combative, obviously he's a combative person. I'm sure that he could admit that, right? That would not have been untrue.
I missed that last part. I didn't keep up with you.
If he had just said something generic, right? He didn't have to go into specific. Right. He could have just said, "I'm a combative person," or "I'm," like that applies to me and you, right? Like, I don't think any of us could not acknowledge that, and it wouldn't have been a lie either. Like, okay, he is combative.
Yeah, that would have been agreeable.
But he's a liar and a douche, so it was kind of fun. It was definitely more fun than talking to Ben Thorpe yesterday.
I saw some of that, bro.
He took his stream down. You know that, right? He had it up right after you guys finished. And then I think the way that you had worded so many questions, he accidentally incriminated himself a number of times.
He did.
So he pulled that down. I was like, way to go. That was hilarious. I saw. You can't find it anywhere.
Yeah, he let a few things slip during that conversation that came out rather wrong.
So, do y'all think he does that to get content and to create that? Oh,
I think that he knows. I think that he knows how YouTube videos are treated in court. For them to be admissible, you have to have the uploader basically testify to the video. So if he takes down the video afterwards, then the prosecutor is gonna have to go somewhere else. And like, if they came to my channel, they'd have to have me validate the video and basically testify to how I got it.
No.
I believe so.
There's a guy in Florida, a cop impersonator, that's been in a lot of trouble, and they just went out to YouTube and pulled the videos, and all the cops had to prove was that what they pulled down, they did not edit. They didn't have to provide the person who provided it to them.
How you can't prove a negative? How would they prove that? And so, I mean, I'm right. I mean, I agree that proving something is not edited is up to a jury.
They listed the YouTube URL from which it came.
Was it still there?
Yes.
Are you sure that they didn't have somebody validate that that the uploader had not edited it?
Yeah, from the cases that I saw that actually made it to court for various things, yeah, all they did was have to provide the originating URL from YouTube.
Just the fact that they asked. Just the fact that they were asked to go around you and take the video, go to YouTube and take the video or whatever without your consent. I think that says that they don't need your fucking nobody validating shit. And I know court cases where they've been doing that.
It belongs to YouTube, and jurors are finders of fact.
Right.
So you present the evidence, and it's up to the jury to decide whether or not it's edited or it's trustworthy or it's valid.
Have you ever heard of a bathroom door that locks from the outside?
No.
It
sounds like Grace locked him in. That's what I thought.
Wait a minute.
Like, that's very strange to me.
In an RV? Yes, in an RV, I've seen it.
Yeah.
So that the door doesn't fly open.
Grace locked him in, right?
That was dope.
Well, you can get out if you want to.
Yeah.
I mean, those doors are like,
paper
thin. Nothing.
I guess that makes sense, Chuck. A little. I guess I can see that.
But they're not that strong of a latch.
Magnets.
There's just to hold the door shut while you're traveling. He'd lying through his teeth on that
right.
one.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, but you say he couldn't get out?
He sunk his old boat when he said, "Oh yeah, Grace locked me in there," thereby verifying that two of them were together.
Well, That someone locked him.
I guess he did.
Well, he didn't deny that one. He kept
too.
trying to skirt around the restraining order because it was in a different state. Because he was in Rhode Island, but they
I think he was using the wrong one.
The restraining order had nothing to do with, well, from what he said.
That's what
there
he
were
said.
two different things, and that
He was telling you what he wanted you to hear. He
Right.
was showing his copy of the original restraining order. He wasn't showing you the police copy of what they got him with.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, he could have said anything.
Mm-hmm. He thinks he's being slick, trying to make his case on YouTube, get people to take his side. Remember, he kept saying, "This thing ain't even signed. This thing ain't even signed." It wasn't even the police report or whatever you want to call it.
Well, can't you look it up?
This is the door that the police pulled off of my closet after I was already in jail. Like, they like pulling doors off for no fucking reason at all.
They just
I agree.
Turn the doorknob.
Fucking pricks snapped my radiator. The kind that goes into the floor, the old kind is this iron or whatever it is.
Steam heat, yeah.
They just snatched that for no fucking reason and broke it, and we had to get it repaired. And you know how hard that would have been to do, right? Jeez.
That's only lead that they solder it with.
So what do you think? It's
Oh
easy?
no, that's your safe.
Yeah,
Oh no.
Yeah, they cut. There was a digital lock right there, and they cut it off. They cut it out, and then opened
I mean, those cost some money.
and then
they don't have to pay for it.
Cleaned every fucking thing out. They didn't leave nothing in it.
That is.
But one thing that helped me is the safe on top of the safe was inside of the safe, and that's where I kept the shit. So it was
The
actually
safe on top of the
separated
safe.
from the guns.
Was in the safe.
Yeah, I had the small safe inside the large safe.
So they had to get in it too.
Yeah, I had
Oh,
4
yeah.
safes. I cut them all open.
Well, damn, you was hustling, yo. 4 safes, you was hustling for real.
I owned a lot of guns.
All gun safes or all for guns?
No, 2 of them were.
All right, and the other 2 was for the stash.
Why not? There were guns.
No, the little one inside that was sitting on top, that was really for contraband, I suppose.
Some people keep their purses in their.
I mean,
safe.
I kept a lot of stuff in there, like a lot of legit stuff. So when they cleaned out all the safes like that, it's like, okay, well, now that I'm out of jail, I don't have anything I need. I don't have any spare keys. I don't have my birth certificate. Yeah, like all the papers, nothing. I had to use my inmate form for an ID for a while. You know how much faster the employee moved? Yeah, because I didn't have ID. When I went to bed that night, I put my wallet in my safe before locking it, just without thinking. Yeah, so they took everything out, and your discharge papers from jail was the only ID I had. That's the only state ID I had, and so the good part of that is that when you're using that for an ID, the woman at the counter gets your cigarettes a lot faster.
Oh, did you? How many do you want here?
Right.
Don't turn her back when she get them either. I'm guarantee you.
She got her finger on that button.
Right, stretch it across the counter.
Did you have to like run between red lights to get your cigarettes before the next?
Huh?
Didn't you have to run between red lights or something because the guy wouldn't stop to get your cigarettes?
I don't know what you're talking about. Is that a jab at Cynthia?
I don't know either. Thank you for saying that.
No, you left. And you were being taken somewhere and you needed to stop for cigarettes and the guy wouldn't stop for cigarettes, whoever was driving.
And you're saying he jumped out?
Yes.
Yeah,
of the car?
You'd remember
Well,
that
you
story.
were like at a red light and you're like, you had to get him really fast before the next red light or something.
I think you're confusing me with somebody else.
I wouldn't. I only watched
Okay.
I only watched this one show.
All right.
Slow
Well,
done told
I
too
don't
many
know.
lies.
My
So,
memory is
okay,
also not always great.
there's
Is that
got
is that a thing? Watching one show? Is that a thing? I watched like 30 before I start to
I
work
mean,
in the
she
morning.
came over here from Based Oracles.
well, that's true.
Very
Just
good.
You did?
I was
Wait,
looking for flow. I was just looking for
no,
No,
flow.
just,
you
just
come
now,
from- you
just
didn't
now,
come from
just now,
Jack.
just now, Cynthia. Jesus, calm your tits down. Just now.
Whoa, Flo. Oh,
What?
okay. Don't be confusing me. I thought she came from Jack's. I did. Okay, but you were talking about tonight. Never mind.
Oh, so you watched Jack too? Huh?
No, I didn't come from Jack's, but I would rather say I came from Jack's than where I did come from.
But do you watch Jack? You know what that is?
I don't watch him anymore.
You came from
I do
Paul's, didn't
occasionally,
you?
Katie's
just
funny.
looking for flow.
You came from
love
Paul's,
Katie.
didn't you?
Yes.
All right.
Oh,
You're more
oh.
familiar with this place than you let on.
Did
I
you
just
see
know
that
because he
face?
moved his timing back. He was streaming later.
That's because he's out of town.
And he had the balls to do a broadcast with people called Talking with Famous People. He was the famous person. Okay. If you go into these people fucking background, Jack Talcott, and you look at who they've been for the last 5 and 6 years, it's narcissist central. I'm the potentially famous person.
I've
Boy,
been
he was
wrong. I've been wrong
he was
before.
mad about that.
I'll be
Yeah, he
wrong
was.
again.
That's when Flo was first coming. Remember, Flo was going live, and then all of a sudden, I don't remember how we all just kind of gravitated towards Flo's, and then Flo started going live every night. We're like, yay!
Yeah, and they would say Flo's going live. I'm like, well, what's
Yeah.
this channel? Because I couldn't find it because I wasn't doing the @ sign.
And then everybody hated you, Flo, and that's when everybody was talking about you really bad. He's
I
not even.
never hated Flo.
Oh, and then Paul did that. He came over here one time and he was like, Flo and I talked behind the scenes trying to make it look like we were like, ooh, is Flo gonna be cool or not cool?
If he keeps bringing that shit up, I'm gonna have to just put up the text messages and walk everybody through it. It's the weirdest little thing he does where he's like, you talk to me privately. Like, yeah, you Facebook messaged me, dude.
Yeah.
And then blocked you, yeah.
On both the Flow State account and on my personal one.
I can spell Lou. L-E-W.
Thank you.
Dawson wins.
Anybody been watching that Karen Reed trial?
I have not been.
If you want to see some messed up cops or cop work, however you want to put it, check the highlights of that out. Holy cow! I don't even know how they're even sitting in court right now.
Tell me the short version, some of the shit that I'm
All those Karens getting in trouble.
Karen.
What mistakes did the cops make?
What
Can't
happened
believe
was
some of the stuff that goes on.
this cop got killed amongst a group of cops. They are trying to pin it on the girlfriend of the cop that got killed.
I'm familiar with the story. Yeah.
Okay, but
I'm not.
there's huge holes in their evidence trail. There's no chain of custody for evidence.
Chuck, we've been trying to tell you about cops for years now.
They really have, Chuck. It's
But
just weird. I've never had
a big scale. It's amazing.
So you're pretty convinced that these cops are it is a setup and these cops are up to something.
Oh yeah.
And you think that
Sorry, Joe.
No, I was just gonna say and did that come out in court and blah blah, but go there.
It's getting there.
Wouldn't
It's
that
starting
require a much larger conspiracy? Like if this group of cops is able to, get around the chain of evidence and even all the way up to a person who's innocent being indicted, wouldn't the corruption have to be pretty deep rooted and widespread for that to happen?
I had made that assumption, and once he said
I think that's what they're leading up to with the defense.
That's what it is. Gary, my plan, we'll see, but my plan right now is to invest in at least a firearm, probably a Glock 19 or a Shield Shield 9S. But I don't intend to try to rebuild
the entire collection.
I don't think I will. I think that for me to even get back to where I started would cost probably $200,000 almost, and like it's just sunk. It's just sunk, right? I'm not going to spend $200 to break neutral. So I don't intend to.
Well, there's a good. I mean, they are protection, and you might need that in the future.
Yeah, I mean, I intend to have
of them.
a functional tool covered. I don't intend to have like the blinged out. You know, I had ones with 18 karat gold lower parts, plated lower parts. You know, I'm not going to do that again.
And now some cops walking around with that.
Yeah, now some cops walking around with it.
Does anyone think the government has the right to tell you you cannot have a gun in your home as for protection?
No,
I don't.
More so than the contrary. Like the government has more of a right to tell you can't have a firearm than you have the right to say you can.
How so?
Really?
How so?
And are they not the same thing so far? Go ahead.
I mean, it depends on if you're defining rights as what's right and wrong, or as what imaginary.
What is?
Yeah, what is? I would agree with what is.
Okay, all right. If you go on there.
Yeah, what is? That's true.
Well, no, I actually don't agree with what is, because the government can say whatever the fuck they want. I could have a gun in half an hour if I wanted to.
Ain't that what?
Yeah, but I think the right implies that it's legal.
But you wouldn't. You wouldn't.
Not
do
that you just can't have.
No, I wouldn't, because I've determined that the gun will be more risk to me than it is protection. But if I were living in a different neighborhood and a different lifestyle, if things wouldn't have to be that much different for me to come to the other conclusion.
Or when you get your paperwork in, and you can have any.
Well, I mean, you're missing the point. My life is safe enough right now that is correct. But lots of people's lives aren't safe enough that, I just got to wait for my paperwork.
Right.
Yeah. And I don't agree with felons not owning guns. I think you serve your time and you get all your rights.
What do you do when you're a minority and you have this belief and you know it just feels right, but you don't have the majority of the votes to put all the people in office? You just got to suck it up until you get your turn for whatever short amount of time you get your turn?
I make a risk assessment.
I think you have rights and they can violate them, and they're violated.
I know the potential consequences for the worst case scenario if I'm caught with any number of things. Even if I start off in the position of it being perfectly legal for me to have it. Say, for example, a firearm. In the state where I live, and the fact that I have no criminal record whatsoever, it's legal for me to have a firearm wherever I want. I don't even need a safe. It can be loaded. I can carry it. I can hide it, and I can carry it on me openly and walk around without any kind of permit or anything.
That's cool.
But when I do that, even though that's legal in my state, I still know that at any point there's a spectrum of where those I'm gonna get the law is gonna be upheld in my favor, and any myriad of number of other laws are gonna be used against me. And so that's what I take into consideration as to whether or not I carry, not whether or not I presumably can get away with it. It's like the risk and the benefits, and I'm not lying to myself about those variables, which I think a lot of Americans do.
Right. Just so they can carry a gun, they lie and be like, it's really dangerous.
I don't
think we need
what's the variables against you for carrying one?
All of them, or in the context of this conversation?
Just in general, if you're allowed to have one.
I mean, if you have a deadly weapon on you, you're increasing the likelihood it could be used against you. Just like more people can die, and once you get a swimming pool, you inherently increase the likelihood that someone might drown in it.
the first one popped in my head was once you have a gun on you, even though it's legal, you have a cop that walks up and might be like, hey, well, I just want to talk to you, but I got to take that gun off of you. Just that cop walking up to you, your chances of dying has increased.
That's what I was thinking when I was on my little rant earlier in the context of the conversation, right?
Okay.
That's exactly what I was thinking. Is just because it's legal for me to have the gun doesn't mean it's legal for me to have the gun.
Yes.
I was thinking if I have the gun, I'll more than likely pull it out versus if I don't have it.
That's a thing too.
Yeah,
you know what you do though when you're carrying is you end up being a much nicer person, a lot less confrontational. At least me personally, that's how I am.
That is true.
I've had at least 2 fights with a gun in my pocket, and the guy didn't even know I had a gun in my pocket.
I've resolved situations with a gun that otherwise would have escalated just by brandishing, and I've also had confrontations where I was able to resolve without brandishing. But the fact that that I had a gun, like my hand was in my pocket, I was pointing the gun at the dude. He didn't have any idea, but just the fact that was there made me a whole lot calmer in that situation.
Yeah.
Right. You're not, well, I feel like less of a sitting duck, just waiting for whoever to do whatever.
Right. But I do agree, because you don't want to have you don't want to have to give up your gun and go through this and da with the cops because you shot somebody. So you are actually
right. You could
calmer.
It raises the stakes.
Yep, and there's no way out of it too, because if the other person isn't armed, the fact that you're armed is always going to raise the stakes.
I am thinking you. Go ahead.
Either that person is going to beat you up and leave you alone, or they're going to beat you up until you die. Either way, if someone is going to assault you and you don't have a gun, and they're just going to beat the crap out of you, so you didn't need the gun to really protect your life, right? You get what I'm saying with that? Because they were just going to beat you up and leave you there and leave you alone.
Maybe. Hold on. Maybe.
Yes, maybe. That's what I'm saying. That's the possibility. That's what I'm saying. Or they're not going to do that. Either way, you having the gun raises the stakes.
Well, there's a flip side.
What you're saying is the stakes are automatically raised if the gun is there. They're not automatically, but you also basically automatically win. They raise them in your favor, whereas they might keep them low in your non-favor, or they might still get raised in your non-favor.
If you're packing, you can't let someone beat you unconscious, though.
No.
You see what I'm saying? Because you can't take the chance that they were just going to leave you alone.
Thanks for the money, dummies, because that's what you are. You gave me money for absolutely nothing.
Did anybody see Jack's show tonight?
No.
Man, if he wasn't higher than a kite outside, he's off in delusion real bad.
What happened?
Just the way he was talking and his mannerism he was extremely lofty in his talk. But it was a short-lived show. He's running out of people that want to come up on panel.
I was just being quiet, but I was thinking that, wondering who goes over there now and that type of stuff.
There was 12 people in chat, I think.
Yeah.
His numbers are going down.
Because he hadn't been over here in a long time.
Why is that?
I think he still got some butt hurt because I called him out for doxing his son like a long time ago.
He did. Yeah. He mentioned that. He mentioned that today.
Oh.
Did he?
But he said, "Oh, I would love for Flo or Chuck or any of these people that have anything against me to come up, because I feel that I could show them the light today." And
wow,
he recognizes the value in conflict content.
And
it's
with
the
his
narcissism
of me being
delusional, honestly.
Being violent towards my son.
Kid?
He
Why would
was-
you dox your son? I mean, that doesn't make sense.
He did it because his son and ex-wife have left his life and have asked him not to contact them. And they were during a stream. Now, do you know who Paul is?
Yeah.
At the end of Paul's show, Paul will frequently restream Jack's just to pull viewers away from him. Really, I don't know why Jack allows it, but this particular day, Jack waited until right after Paul started restreaming him, and then goes, I Googled my son's name today, and I came across a baby registry, so I'm going to be a grandpa, and here it is. And he dropped a link in the chat and put the registry up on screen so that both channels could see it.
No chance he thought he was doing a good thing. Maybe one of my subs will buy something for my son and he'll love me.
None. He's been asked not to contact them several times. I asked him, and that's when we got in the big fight. I went up there. I said, you should take this down. He said, well, I said, did you attempt to contact your son? He said, no.
And give him something that was on the registry.
Don't put up their full names, him and his old lady, and
Right. Thank you. Yeah.
When the baby's coming, anything. Yeah.
Or your new grandson or your new granddaughter.
It was misguided.
I mean,
it's not misguided. It's malicious.
It's not malicious.
It absolutely
I
is
think
malicious.
he's delusional. So
He's malicious. He's like, look. Do you think Ben Thorpe is misguided?
Oh, Ben
Yes.
Thorpe is pimping his daughter out.
And Jack Talcott has been looking for people to contact his son and ex-wife since I met him 2 years ago. He is not for a second respected the fact that these people don't want to contact him, that they keep blocking his numbers. He keeps finding strangers on the internet to contact them and then doxing them publicly.
That is so fucked up.
That is fucked up.
Boundaries,
It is
man.
messed up.
Boundaries.
You say boundaries, man. Boundaries.
You know Freedom Grower, don't you?
And if you have a break with
The first time Freedom Grower, he got pulled in. This was been quite a while back, but they was having a private conversation, I guess, on the phone, and Freedom Grower said the first thing Jack wanted him to do was not work with him, but to try to reach out to this list of phone numbers he had to get a hold of his family. And Freedom Grower says, I'm not doing it. He pulled the same thing with Moose.
He did it with me.
He did it with me.
When I got on the phone.
Really?
As how can I help? He told me that's how to help him. Yeah.
And I don't. What does he
That's
expect you guys
restraining
to
order
do?
stuff. Oh my god.
This is harassment. He's
So are
that's
you
what my
malicious
son
if
would
you're
have
one of
her-
the people who called for him?
What?
Are you
wants-
malicious if you're one of the people who called for him?
No, you just got roped into.
No,
that, you know.
yeah.
Sucker.
No.
Because he has a
But
phone
what
story.
motivations would you
It's
have to
sad.
call?
To help,
think-
you believe
you
that
think it's a
makes
sob
sense, and I
story.
want to help a guy meet his
Yeah.
son because you're
So
low
it's not
IQ too.
possible that he believes his own nonsense?
I
No.
would say it's still open to the belief that it is.
Well, that's
possible.
different.
Yeah, me too.
I'd go
How
back
is
and
it
forth,
possible?
honestly.
It's not malicious. They've told him, they've blocked him. He's been told I've told him several times
I
that
think
he's
it is malicious. Yes.
I think it is
Whatever
agree.
the words
too.
that come out of his mouth that convince the people who do it, he could believe those words.
The only way it's possible that he doesn't know it's malicious is if he refuses to accept the information being given to him. Which
well, a human being in denial.
Well, I
Okay,
think he
I
can
see
do
what your
both.
point
but
is.
that level of denial takes proactive effort.
It sounds like Jack.
Be
That sounds like
delusional
It sounds like
Ben.
Jack. You say, yeah. I don't know,
You know,
Jack, but maybe.
it sounds like Ben from yesterday, where his daughter's sexuality was an asset or a liability. It's an
Oh,
extension
God,
of
yeah.
himself
He's a
versus,
whole
you know,
nother
respecting
character.
someone else's autonomy
In my
and their
opinion.
boundaries.
He's
I mean, it's-
insincere, man. I wouldn't watch more than 5 minutes of Flo over there because I don't I'm sorry, I don't want to, because I wouldn't want to give my time to him, and I feel like giving actual conversation where as if something he said, I don't understand why he said that. That I don't know, man. That's what he wants, isn't it? Right? Isn't that what he's looking for? Conversation, and
Maybe.
you know,
yeah, but I'm not. I don't live my life according like my main goal is not to not give Ben something. You know.
I understand that. Yeah.
My primary goal is to give me something, give you guys something.
But I don't want to fall for the grift either.
My consideration of Ben is like way far down the line, either direction.
I see yours as a content creator. Shit's different. I see that shit. I was talking about us having a conversation about him right now, and it seemed like you were actually giving like he's a credible source. I don't understand why he said that. What?
And I think that's why it's worth having the conversation, though, because not everybody has all the information. Yeah, not everybody has seen everything that we have, which I haven't even seen much compared to a ton of people, or has the ability to discern who's full of shit and who's not. Lots of people don't know when they're being lied to. It's amazing.
You're right. You're right.
Oh, yeah.
You're right. You're right. God, no.
There was someone else. The point I was making is that, like, it seems kind of narcissistic where your kid is just an extension of yourself, where you have a right to continue to harass them, dox them because they don't talk to you, instead of respecting their autonomy to put down boundaries and not talk to you, or to see their own sexuality as their own versus a liability and asset.
He's seeing everything from his point of view.
Yeah, from his point of view, his child is a part of him.
Is it Ben or Jack we're talking about?
Both of them.
Both, yeah. Both have boundaries issues, you know.
I don't know, Ben. Jack is absolutely a narcissist. But I already had so much thought about Ben in them 5 minutes of watching them. I guarantee you he started off. Now the cops show up as soon as somebody y'all will talk. We've been a cop all night.
Grace told me herself that she had an unhealthy relationship with her dad because her mom was absent, whether it be physically or emotionally or mentally.
Interesting.
And she ended up fulfilling the role of the mother of the house, and in some ways to him as a wife. And it was inappropriate. Even this is how she described it.
Right. It's good information. Yeah.
But not the whatever what's the word? Lewd kind of internet ready details the audiences presume. Do you get where I'm going with that?
I do.
Yeah, she's been parentified.
I've seen 5 minutes of her too, and she's insincere as fuck and will say anything. I already had them labeled as motherfuckers who started out, got some drama, got some attention, and had been manifesting the drama so long they've been lost in it. They would have had been at this for years, and now they're doing crazy shit. In my world, the guy who's doxing someone's kid at the school, in my world, doing that shit. In their world, they're doing whatever to grab for attention that they need to do. I labeled them both that way.
It's like an addiction now.
That I agree with Sarah on that.
And it's got to up it and up it and up it.
Yeah, and YouTube is more in control than they are.
And yeah, well, never mind.
Yes.
What? Now I want to know.
I was just thinking how they censor so much on YouTube and allow so much other.
Yeah.
It is.
How about that?
Yeah, right. My shit's it rough on me, bro.
The most toxic, disgusting, corrupting stuff. You can get that 24/7, but don't say the wrong thing about the right administration.
Yeah, don't say nothing about the government.
Right.
Damn, where'd it go? I screenshotted the chat from that day too, and Jack's daughter-in-law commented.
She did?
Oh yeah,
I forgot about that.
There's an account down there with her name full, and when I first saw it, I thought, well, fuck, here is a troll already with her account, but she left 2 comments, and neither of them were like trollish, and then disappeared and was never acknowledged at all.
Oh, that's
here it is. Okay, it's her first name, and it says, "You have some nerve to bring us into your online delusions."
Delusions.
Yep. And is that the only one? I thought there was two. Maybe
I'm
there's
assuming that's not her with that. That's the complaint that one of
Oh, no.
us haters would
Okay.
have.
There's two. You have some nerve to bring us into your online delusions. And then another comment a second later that was unbelievable. And that was it. Should never acknowledged, never, nothing else. Forget it. His trolls would not set that account down.
No, they would keep that
Yeah,
going.
yeah, with that unbelievable shit, that makes it more believable that it could be her.
Well, that kind of
Yeah,
makes me
but
sad. I kind of liked Jack for a minute there. He reminds me of like, dude. But
I like
that was
Jack,
good of
which is the
Dennis
weird
and all.
thing.
I used
Yeah, I
to.
mean, he's very likable. But I mean,
He
I'm glad Denizen
he's
cleared up that
mean,
about Grace
and
too.
he's insincere, and he's delusional and malicious. I don't like him.
I like Ben too. I just like.
Look, I don't know what there is to like about him.
Entertaining.
He can be very good to talk to, and he's entertaining enough when he wants to be. But there's too much underlying.
There's a
for
lot
me,
there. Yeah,
for my
there's a
taste.
lot there.
Like I like Illuma Tommy. I don't
I like
mind.
Tommy.
I can look past most of his stuff and just see, the underneath stuff.
I just pretend to be a misogynist because I'm a sappy romantic and I don't want people to find out.
That's how all misogynists are.
Yeah.
I tag.
Make me a sandwich and I'll write you a poem.
Oh. Write me a poem first.
She won't bring you a sandwich.
I didn't mean to group Tommy with Ben.
Hey, yeah, did you see Tommy and I teaming up? Look, the tides are turning. Tommy is coming. We're going to team up together.
You are?
Well,
I saw that.
Cynthia,
That was funny.
he softened up a little bit after his dog died.
Isn't that interesting?
Yeah, he's really changed since his dog died. So,
Well, that and a week with Benton.
I saw the
Whoever's
change. I didn't know.
died, I'm going to give you an internet
yeah,
trouble.
but he owed Yeller his dog, Joe.
Yeah, I've done that.
You think
no,
that?
You can't yell at your dog. No, you can't have a cuddle anymore.
I
Go
think
away.
they're all three very different entities.
I think that Ben and Jack are closer than the other two.
I think
Probably.
Paul and Ben are pretty close.
I don't think that. Although I don't think that Jack has anything near the creepy incest angle. That's really a big issue. Aside from that, he's just another kind of narcissistic person, acting like they're not being abusive when they clearly are.
Acting like a victim.
I kind of, in a weird, sadistic way, I kind of enjoy narcissistic people, I suppose.
Me too.
Yes, they're gonna be.
I mean, they have a lot of
narcissists
good
without me.
qualities. They do.
They're fun. They're fun to play with.
As long as they're not too delusional.
Undiagnosed, rubber stamped on disability, batshit crazy with PTSD, and part of that diagnosis goes into
We believe it.
psychopathic
Yeah, I believe
narcissism,
it.
Antisocial disorder. And so
Right,
I
I believe
literally
that.
know I'm better than you. I just keep those inside thoughts, but I'm self-aware of it because I've read the whole diagnosis and I'm like, you shouldn't think that. And morally, I know better.
How can
But
you
it's
be
still
better
fucking like-
than if they were able to diagnose you? You must be worse than me and
He
Cynthia.
just is. He just is.
Yeah, well, I'm on disability. I'm not crazy. I'm disabled crazy.
I'm just
And I've
saying, you
got-
slipped
I've got
up.
pathological
You slipped up,
narcissism.
son.
Yeah, we mastered the art of fitting
Narcissism
in.
it.
Yeah,
And that's
Cynthia
why
fits in so good. She thinks that her lack of empathy is empathy. It's wild.
No, but I'm
Come
self-aware.
I do
That's-
have empathy.
I'm
Did you see
self-aware,
the
though.
picture I
I've read
sent you,
my
Flo?
diagnosis
It's
and I
very
accept
nice.
it. And I take steps to try and manage it. I can't do it
To
perfectly
manage
all
what?
the time. I have my episodes, I know.
To manage what? Your belief that you're better than people?
And narcissism is like, yeah,
I didn't
basically
ask
means
you
you
what
think you're better than them and you're always correct. Like if I had a gender identity, I would identify as always truthful and correct.
But that wouldn't be a gender.
No.
Anything can
That's
be an
some-
agenda now.
But you do
Oh,
think
that's
that you're
probably
better.
made up.
Wait. You do think that you're better than other people, though, right? That's what I was trying
I
to
know
get to.
it's ethically and morally wrong. I'm logical enough to be self-aware of my own diagnosis, is what I'm explaining.
Wait.
There
I'm
are some facial narcissists,
I'm not sure
and
that
we're good
answers
in
my
like
question. I'm not sure that
roles to
answers my
boss some people.
question.
I just did. What?
I'm not sure you did, man. It seems like you're going off on tangents, and I don't want to be, I'm weird.
I
Sometimes.
think it did, just not in the way you
think
wanted
I'm
it
better
to.
than other people, and I said yes. That's the diagnosis. That's what narcissism.
Okay, now I see.
pathology
Now I
means.
see. Now I see where. Because it was
And
a depression.
then I just explained that I'm logically and
diagnosis
ethical enough
What you
to be
believe, or is
self-aware
you
of it
just
and know that those are
Elf
incorrect
Puck?
thoughts.
Nobody cares
and I
about the
take
diagnosis.
steps to manage
Does your reality agree with the diagnosis?
That's what I was asking.
I reject your reality and
Man,
substitute my own.
So I don't know if that answered it directly, but enough to give us enough information to know the answer.
Yeah, so I know I'm a narcissist.
So if
and I know I think that I'm better than everyone. That's why even it's
So
been
can't you use your
Skeletor.
narcissism against itself and recognize that that's a defense mechanism, the inability to cope with reality? Can't you use that reality?
I just explain that to
I
you.
know.
My collection
I know, but if you have to
is
be the
Peter Pan syndrome or Alice in Wonderland syndrome.
All right, yeah, he believes it.
Inception.
And you can't change their mind. You can't. And so
I'm appealing to the ego part.
The diagnosis, I'm just
so
explaining
you
it.
just have
I'm
to go
aware
with
of it.
I'm so petty, man. I've been at this for years with some of my friends, and I know I
Oh.
absolute narcissists, man.
I'm trying to explain it.
So, do you like playing with narcissists too? We're all fucked up.
I love to play with narcissists, but I'm telling
And
y'all,
I know that this motherfucker does.
Base is not one to play with, though. I'm
Who
telling
are
you.
you pointing at?
I'm pointing at Chuck.
Chuck.
What?
I'm not here to fight with anyone. I'm
Are
actually a
you
really
serious?
nice
Check
person,
this
and my
out.
narcissism is a shield to
Why?
protect me
Why
from
is
giving all
Base
my stuff
someone
away if
not
you
to
ask
play
for
with?
it.
What do you mean?
You know,
He's
Cynthia,
very tenacious. He'll never let it go. You could be 20 years from now. You could be working somewhere, and Base would pop up on your algorithm. And
Why would I play with Base Oracle? He loves me.
I know, but I was just saying in general, like there's certain type of narcissist you don't play with.
So I didn't know
he got
Base was
he got a
narcissist
stick up
yet.
his butt.
I didn't know he was narcissist yet.
I don't think that
I
Base
didn't-
and
I
Tom
didn't
or
think
Tommy
he's a
are properly
narcissist.
narcissistic.
You don't think
Yeah.
so?
No.
I didn't get that vibe.
So then how
I
come
thought
he's
Base was
always
hilarious.
uplifting himself? I know I'm the best. Oh, another Cash App, not for Flow.
Oh, I think he's trying to spin it like that. I think he's online
Really? Y'all
personality.
see
He's trying to
that?
spin a narrative.
How funny is that?
Yeah, I
that,
don't think he's
while
sincere.
he's over here, he's rubbing the shit in Flo's face. I loved it.
Narcissistic. So I have it wrong. Okay.
I think he's playing. I don't know. I could be
Oh.
I could be wrong.
It's play.
Who's
I
he
don't
trying
know
to
him.
debate
So-
now? Is it Glenn or Andrew or something? He keeps trying to
Andrew.
debate someone.
He'll debate a tree. He'll debate a tree.
Yeah,
He acknowledges and deals with far too much criticism. Think about Ben Thorpe. He does not acknowledge the criticism.
Exactly.
He responds past it. Think about Talcott. He doesn't. He responds past it, or he drops it off stage. This is proper narcissism.
That was dope, bro. That's
Which
a good way
one
to
is proper
distinguish. I need to pay
narcissism?
attention.
The one like Jack. If you look at Jack and Ben, they don't even let what the resistance to their narratives. It goes past them entirely, and they respond to something else.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
Or
they don't
they
even.
just won't hear it if they can. They just won't
They
hear it.
Or
don't
they'll
hear
flare.
it. Yeah.
Don't forget the narcissistic rage bullshit is always a possibility. If you keep poking them in that direction, they'll
Yeah.
flare.
Don't.
So is Paul
Oh yeah,
narcissist?
he told.
Yes.
He would have to be, right? Because
Yeah.
he flares instantly.
Oh yeah, and
Well,
Base
Paul's big tell is proper narcissistic personality disorder. These people live in a delusion, and they need everybody around them to reaffirm the fantasy. And if
Or
you
it pisses them off.
don't reaffirm it, you gotta go. So that's why the first thing Paul does when he meets somebody new is start checking them to see if they will accept his version of reality, regardless
the
of
relationship. Yes, that would he'd have to. Yeah,
it's a prerequisite.
yes.
Are
In
you
order for you
allowed
to
to be
hang around.
diagnosed with it, but also be self-aware of it? But you're also logically, morally, and ethical enough to try and take counter steps to manage it and still be a functional person.
Yeah, and
All
I
of
don't
our
think that he
great
has that.
leaders, all of our great leaders are narcissists,
That's true.
probably.
I mean, and
Psychopaths on the spectrum of that. I mean, there's a lot of good qualities in narcissists.
I
think
do
they're
not
psychopaths.
believe ethically or morally or religiously that any one person is better than another. I believe in the individual divinity.
You just said you were.
Right?
let him finish. He's speaking. He detached. Yeah, let him finish.
I'm sorry. Excuse me.
He qualified the statement ethically, religiously. Go ahead.
Yes, I believe in ethical principle or morality of the divine self, that no one man can own another, and no matter how high your kingship is, there's only so many taxes or things you can put upon your people. The individual soul is a fundamental requirement to civilization, and to recognize that. And I'm fundamentally aware of this concept, even though I'm
suck as a
diagnosed with
narcissist, bro.
narcissism.
You suck as a narcissist, bro. Yeah.
No, he doesn't. He's doing just. He's detaching it. This is a clinical explanation.
This is
All
how
right.
This is how I cope with being a narcissist. Is I need to tell myself logical things that it is wrong, right? Because
You sound more psychopathic than narcissistic.
Yeah.
He sounds like he's bullshitting.
No.
I don't think he is.
Read the
I don't think you get on disability for narcissism.
No. Yeah. Some along those lines.
Not here, you can't.
Well, yeah, who knows? Australia, yeah.
He made a switch from saying the clinical shit to start talking more personal about himself. And now he started revealing
Because you think about the context, though. I'm
talking about myself.
Right, but when you responded by explaining the definition of the diagnosis, you asked him a derogatory question. Now he's speaking about a good aspect of his narcissistic management. Run away, Joe! You're black guy.
They got you, Joe. They got you. Go, Joe, go.
Everybody act natural.
Hide the shit in your coochie.
That's black guy in the trunk.
Fuck off! Eat the weed.
Wait a minute. Where's Joe's cop light at? Where's Joe's cop light?
What the fuck?
I just said.
Looks like the
You're
old
not driving very
Starsky and
fast
Hutch.
anymore.
Tell the officer if he needs a
doing a
pin, I
runner.
got
That
him.
wasn't for you, right?
He looks like
going to
shit.
get,
waiting to
he's
find
going
out.
to get them. They're not after him. He's going to get them.
Right.
Not at that speed. He's not.
Seriously doing a run.
He's trying to get cops, but he's scared of getting pulled over. How's that
I'll
work?
pull over and say yes sir, no sir, 3 bags full, sir.
That's the best way to get them.
The fuck?
You can
Well,
tell
you
you
don't
watch
gotta
a
get
fake
his
cop watcher because
wheelchair.
they're not trying to get cops by speeding.
That would be a good way.
Joe, put it to the floor here.
He don't want to lose his wheelchair that he's got tied to the back.
What?
I'll do a burnout if you
that's
buy me a
knighted.
new set of rear tires, bro. How about that?
Rear tires. Man,
Don't
when we
cars.
went down to the West Bottoms, Joe, the tire was flat the next morning. I knew that driving around down there at night's no bueno.
Yep.
What's up, Grim Reaper?
The fuck did they go?
Hey, Grim Reaper.
You know who is? You guys probably all know who. Speaking of narcissism, who? Oh my God, Sam Barkman. Nah.
Huh?
Man, you guys don't watch shit.
Where is he from? What is he?
What's it? What is it?
He's got a channel here. I'll share a screen for you.
What's all that noise?
I only watch one
That's
show.
Joe's
Might be
mic.
me, I'm sorry.
Or two
Oh.
shows.
Joe's running for the cops.
Good job, Joe. Cool.
Yeah.
He lost a cop.
Damn,
He's
Joe.
fired. Fire him.
You don't have a radio to hear where they're going?
I do, but I can't use it and listen to you cats at the same time.
Oh, okay.
You guys don't recognize this guy?
No.
I know Sam Vakman. Yeah, he
Yeah,
is
yeah,
a
that's what I'm talking
narcissist,
about.
and he will scare you to
Oh yeah, I
death
know him.
about
Yeah,
narcissists.
I want to. I need to contact. I want to have him on sometime.
No,
I think that.
don't.
Why?
He will put a spell on all of us.
Who?
Yeah.
Sam
Who?
Vakman.
Yeah, no. Yeah.
I like
I don't.
Richard Grannon. I like the
I like
guy
him
that.
too. You're giving Sam too much credit.
I'm sure I am. Did you see the interview he did with his wife?
No.
That poor woman.
No, but what does he say? Oh, I saw a video of his recently. I don't know if it's a recent video or whatever, but it said it's like the narcissist doesn't see you, the psychopath does. And so I think that does a real good explanation of
The psychopath
how
sees,
because
sees that.
because the narcissist wants ego shit, right? They live in a fantasy world. You have to help support their ego. You're basically an extension of their imagination.
Cardboard
The
cutout.
psychopath
Yeah.
wants power, so they do see you in order to assess you.
But may I speak on this as well?
You may, absolutely.
I do have also psychopathic tendencies as
course.
well. And
I told you that nigga was bullshit.
I grew up with those until I was about in year 9 or 10, and I actually made a girl cry once from being a popular prick to her. And then the next day, I'm like, fuck that, and I went and hung with the nerds in the library playing Dungeons and Dragons, and then they ended up coming out and playing football with the dudes, and I'd go up to the year 12 hotties and get the skip ropes, and we'd do the fucking double Dutch fucking shit. You know, I'm fucking cool, man. You know, I used to wear a fucking kilt to school because it was the same as my clan as the school uniform that girls wore. And this is before trans shit. This is like in the year 2000, mate. I was just a weed cat.
Okay.
Anyway, I don't know where else
Where
going with
is
that.
generally
That's on,
specific?
yeah, that's my pathology. Yeah, I'm just like, I think I'm fucking good. And
I'm
I
not
don't know.
sure. I'm
Generally,
not
it's
sure.
specific well
go
enough.
along with it.
I'm not sure any of that.
Or he
described
says
as
that's a good
psychopath,
story.
right? Which
That
is where you started off with, right?
Yeah.
Because you wore a kilt and all of that shit at the school out there. I'm not sure
Yeah,
any
yeah,
of that
I'm just
applied
saying,
to you.
I got
Explain
this
how you were a
weird
psychopath. I thought that's what you were
Yeah, I
talking
am.
about.
I'm a fucking weirdo, man. I don't
And then
give a
you go on
fuck
to
what
tell us
you think,
about.
bro. That's what I'm saying.
all the great things. Oh, what did I miss?
See, I
That
don't give a
Joe
fuck
got?
what you think. That's a motherfucking seltzer, bruh.
I didn't say fuck you or anything. I said I don't care what you think and how you
I
judge
know,
me.
ain't that a weakness though? Ain't that the
Yeah.
first?
Okay.
Isn't that what your woman
Being
does? I
honest
don't care
about
what you
everything.
think.
Relax, bro.
I'm relaxed. I'm good. Maybe y'all narcissists.
Hey guys, it was
Weird
really nice
isn't
meeting you.
psycho.
I gotta jump
That's
off here
true.
because
right.
gotta wake up early.
Bye. Nice meeting you.
It's always excellent. You
care.
should come out more.
Who's
Did I
leaving?
freeze?
That
Am
was
I
nice.
getting
No,
kicked?
we're here.
Thanks.
He did the heart thing.
Yeah, that
That was
was
sweet.
awesome.
I got new internet. This is the first run with new internet.
What
Seems to be
speed you
working
running?
well.
Speed run, you said?
No, what speed is he running now?
Oh, it's like the video games.
I don't remember. I'll have to look at it, but it's I upgraded. They just started installing fiber out here, so it's fiber and it's the highest fiber speed they have. If anything's fucking up here, it's because of my hardware, not because of my internet quality.
Fiber goes both ways.
So does Buck Elf.
Yeah, everybody.
But
Yeah.
I know I went from 12 upload to 326 meg as compared to kilobyte. That rural internet was killing me.
I don't know
Thank God
how
I
we
got this
ever
new.
did anything with it. That old
Oh,
12.
I remember. I remember the old dial-up.
Yeah, because we weren't
weeks.
doing shit like this. This would have seemed like fucking incredible, like magic.
Magic, yeah.
It is incredible. It really is.
I remember dial-up where you'd want to look.
Damn,
at
there's
it
64 watching on Rumble. No way.
What the
Shout out
What?
to Rumble. That's the highest Rumble viewers I think I've ever had.
Are you sure?
64.
Go
Am I
ahead,
gonna have to
Rumble.
go over there and look?
I'm going to look too.
Okay.
Rumble, you've amazed them. They have to fucking double check.
There's not 64 watching on Rumble.
Come
Rumble,
on now, Rocky.
You've disappointed them, Rumble. You've disappointed them.
What are you
Rocky.
even looking at? I can't even find a 64 anywhere on here.
Rocky's just.
Oh, he's talking about the followers. There's 64 followers.
Oh yeah, he has. Okay, that makes sense.
Now
For how you could.
there's 2 people watching. It's you and me.
That's a far cry from 64.
64 followers though. That's not bad.
Rumble is a hard crowd, man. I looked at some of the views or something. I don't even remember, but I was like, "Fuck, it's not populated enough
It's hard.
yet."
It's hard to.
The people watching on Rumble, it seems like they're only interested in content that is not YouTube allowed.
Yeah.
Oh,
That's
or
why
just to support the.
That's
the
why you
CIA.
would go there.
That's why you would go there.
Rumble.
Exactly.
That's dope. I mean, I could flourish over there with that cop shit. I mean, I got to cut so much shit.
Not hardcore enough. You need to be like fighting cops or something.
Well, they take your stuff a lot over there. They copy it and take it as their own. I don't know how people make a living over there.
I review a ton of shit, especially my friends' vids or where there's violence that I just can't fucking show, or I have to fucking blur. And I let so much shit go because there's violence, someone getting punched.
You know
for
what?
shit.
I'm thinking a bit shoot. Sorry, I'm not thinking. I was thinking a bit shoot. I'm wrong.
Is anybody here really familiar with Twitter?
No, not me.
X, whatever you call it.
More
I gave up on it several years ago.
I was on
Never
a
had
program earlier, and they were talking about there's a note file or something that X will put on your account, like a community note onto your account. And they said YouTube is getting ready to start doing that.
What kind of a
community note? Yeah.
That you were a bad boy or a bad
You're
girl.
talking about like backroom shit for employees.
No, they were talking about it on. I was watching Camelot, race car driver, and he was talking about Twitter's got this thing called community note that if you're out of line, they'll put a note on your account to advise
For
other
everybody
people.
to see.
Yeah.
That just says you're full of shit, or
Oh, well, I've never had one of those.
mate.
Yeah, that this person may have.
Oh, the freak. Freak's got it.
What did he
Social
say?
credit scoring.
Not the credit score. But a
Oh,
credit
that social
score that,
credit.
but everyone could see it. It looked like Chuck talking about when a video, or I don't know how to format, or not videos. They're talking about Twitter. Every time someone sees one of your tweets, that would be there too, showing that you've been a bad boy.
I don't
know.
no, it didn't say that. It just said the
It's
person
there.
that made the questionable tweet.
It's there.
And
Somewhere.
they said that YouTube was YouTube was telling them they're getting ready to adopt the same policy.
So what would it look like in YouTube? Let's say if I sent some shit about misinformation, what would happen when my channel come up, my vid come up? They'd have something saying Joe Cool gives misinformation about the jab.
That's
You get
what
like
I'm
3 out
wondering.
of 5 stars or something.
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. That's why I was asking if anybody was that familiar with Twitter, because I'm not.
YouTube does that in a way. I got some buddies who've been hit by that soft shit. One of them was saying cops are like soft sits, and they put a little thing under there. One guy talks about flat earth. They put a
They put
thing
that
under there.
banner.
Yeah, up under there before everything.
Oh, I'll
else.
tell you something I have noticed in YouTube. Whenever I come into a stream that's already going, and at the top of the chat window, there's a black box that shows up, and it says, "These people in this chat are discussing racism and
what?
yeah,
Yeah, I don't know if I've seen that yet.
it's starting to pop up in my chat when I first go into a channel that's been going. It
Why
gives a
would they
rough
do that?
summary of what they're
Of what
talking
they're
about.
doing? Like
Yeah.
even if it's
Automatic
good?
concepts. It's because of the automatic concepts box.
What's that?
If you're a creator and you go into your video settings and or the video, if you go into edit video and scroll down, there's a
You
few
just
things
click
that are
it.
automatic. One of them, the box is automatically checked. You can uncheck it, but there's automatic places, automatic chapters, and automatic concepts.
Ah, okay.
You say like I still don't understand shit.
So that's why some people's channels are broken up in little.
Well, the chapters they can put in
Yeah.
chapters. They can, yeah. It just categorizes the concepts of the discussion in the video.
Yeah.
I was not a watcher.
Square and
All right,
fucking Lego, and they don't know how to categorize it, man.
Yeah, I don't think that my content is easy to categorize either.
I don't know what they would put on it.
About
I still don't know how to describe my, I'll say I have a panel channel now because at this point is basically what it is.
A panel
But how do you
channel?
just how would I possibly describe the content of the discussions? It's impossible.
No, it does it automatically for you.
They'd have to
Right,
have
but
like
what would
8
it
labels
say?
per night. They'd have to have like 8 labels. They're talking
Right.
about race, flat earth, religion. So
Right.
you know.
Right.
I
It'd
was
be
I was on one the
mean-
other day that said Flo and Easy are discussing why Flo is so mean or something like that. Yeah. That's only on my cell phone that I've seen it so far.
You're shitting me, right? I can't say that. That
Weren't they just
detail?
having a roast, and it was all just bloody nonsense, and people having to go about the pickiest fucking bullshit.
I mean, we were talking about that one night. That's amazing that it said that.
It's AI chat summary.
Somebody told me one time I don't have to preach it all at the same time. I could cut it like Subway and give you a 6-inch in the morning and a 6-inch at night. That's not my style. I'm going to shove this entire foot long down your throat.
Amen.
Well, yeah, I haven't been to
That
church
was
in a while, but
Right, big boy.
Well, ain't gonna give you all 12 inches at once.
no, thank
Damn,
you.
that shit made me forget whatever the fuck we was talking about before that.
Yeah, and that's going to have to be a new hashtag
Oh, that
What?
or whatever, whatever that church thing was.
we're talking about AI chat summary.
I'm actually like about to go back in and like turn off that fucking feature for some of these things. I don't like it.
Yours is on.
Well, you have to go in. It's a default. It's in default on all the videos. The auto.
I've never seen it anyway. I've never seen.
I don't think I've ever seen
I've
it.
only seen it on the live. I've only seen it pop up on live chat.
Do you have an iPhone?
No, I got an Android.
Yeah, I do too. I've never seen it. Is it new?
It just started popping up a couple 3 days ago.
Okay. Okay.
Hey, we
I don't
ain't
know if
ignoring
it's
you, bro. Your mic is just low, and it's hard, you know. But
Turn your mic on so that his mic's off. But if you turn it on, then I can make sure.
I keep muting myself so I don't
Okay.
talk over people accidentally. Because
Okay,
I'm an idiot.
you're being on your best behavior. Did I get it on your ass last time you were up here or something?
No,
Yeah.
someone else told me that you were muting me, and I didn't even realize, and I was still
Not
going,
today.
blah, 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 in the background or whatever.
Oh yeah. I haven't done that today though.
Yeah. Okay. Well, is my mic okay now?
Sounds
Yes.
good. Okay. I don't know what we were talking about, but you know. Fuck the government. Fuck cops. Fuck
So I'm hearing the video details, right, where you edit the video and the
fuck
description box
immigration, fuck
and stuff.
abortion,
Okay, Puck.
fuck
Okay.
crimes, fuck caution, fuck
All
all that.
right.
Thank you, Puck.
The clones.
But if you go down here, if you go down further into the guts of the video stuff, automatic chapters, and hold on, I'll zoom in on it.
Thank you.
Chapters and key moments make your video easier to watch. You can overwrite automatic suggestions by creating your own chapters in the video description. Featured places help viewers explore key places in your video. These are public places like restaurants and shops. We don't display your current location or other private info. And automatic concepts help viewers learn more about unfamiliar terms without leaving the video. Concepts mentioned in your video may automatically appear in the description.
I'll have to look things up every day because
I'm going to leave automatic chapters on.
It almost seemed like an AI thing that I would pop up. It was just an AI
it absolutely
summary
is
of the discussion.
Yeah.
Is that why it said experimental on it?
And yeah, and also it's automatic because so I'm not doing it, and they're not putting they're not having people watch all this shit.
yeah, I guess it's
So
a
it
good
has to be
idea to
AI,
check
yeah.
that stuff every now and then to make sure it's not.
Yeah, maybe that's why it's not popping up all the time because it says experimental.
Do you have to sign? I know I see a spot to sign up for experimental things on Facebook or on YouTube. Like, do you want to try experimental things?
Oh
yeah.
On YouTube.
I also don't. They ask me for feedback on surveys and shit sometimes. Like I don't fill that shit out. I'm not going to fill out an ethnicity survey. Like why the fuck would I do that? YouTube.
Yeah.
What does YouTube give a fuck about my ethnicity for?
So it knows where to put your
Information
content.
For my
More
social credit
information.
scoring, exactly. White male, straight, not looking good for you, not Christian. That probably helps.
I was arrested and told them I'm an Aborigine, mate. I'm arrested as an Abo, bro.
No, LaShonda's an Aborigine.
Yeah, well, I was
No, she's an original. She's not Aboriginal. She is original.
Original.
Yeah, she's an origine. Yeah, because she's, But it's just a play on words, If they're going to go woke, if I'm inducted into the tribe, does that mean I'm one of the tribe if you're woke? Or do I have to be born of blood to be official? And they don't know what to put down because the wokeness has confused everything. Whatever I tell them, I'm
Whatever you feel like.
white, but I'm inducted into the tribe. Yes, I'm Ewan. Do something with that. And so they arrested me as Aborigine. It's like, okay.
Arrested you? Why? For Aborigine?
No, I'm a bad boy.
Oh,
no, tell her what you did.
That
It's funny.
was your check mark.
I got drunk and I yelled at someone.
Oh,
I thought that was when you were like cutting down a tree or something.
Oh no, the original offense was
I do not believe that.
Christmas time and everyone's drunk and I lost my shit and I savagely pruned the asshole out of a bush with my new bill hook I just made because I was going to prune them anyway, but
whoa.
Death, and so that's the bill hook, but then it's got a pull saw on it,
and
so
that was
like a saw.
Why you got arrested?
And then if you turn it up that way, that works like an axe because you get more weight from the other bit of wood, and then like whomp the fuck out of shit with it.
Like
and
bushes and stuff.
It's like an
He attacked an innocent bush.
Very clear and device.
So they arrest people for that over there.
It's a
They'd arrest it over here if you were hacking up somebody else's bush.
And you had this weird axe.
What's that?
Well, the UK, you can be arrested for cussing out in public.
But because everyone else around me and myself called it a bill hook, not a weapon.
Oh.
They just left it there on the ground.
My gun identifies as a stapler.
You could wear it on your belt loop and call it like a bottle opener. And
no, I call it my Klingon bat lev, mate.
You must have seen my bottle opener. Did you see my bottle?
Eat your blackberry.
Yes,
I'm
I
getting
did.
into that shrub.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. There you go.
Where's the other one?
Yeah, I'm like a Klingon now. Yeah, that's why it's got so many
If he's
weird
on
handles on it.
papers, he shouldn't
It's
be allowed a
fun, and I'm a
weapon.
nerd, and so it's like a Klingon.
He's in Australia.
Oh, okay.
I don't know, and what counts as a weapon depends. Like, you would not think that these would be something that the cops would give back to me after the raid, but they were.
They gave
I'm
you those
surprised
back?
they did.
I am too. I actually asked the cop because I thought it was a trap at first.
So he could arrest you for having them?
Yeah.
I'd already thrown the bill hook on the ground after I devastated the shrub. I left it there with the wreckage so they
That
could see
poor
what
shrub.
device I'd used.
You do like
And
Edward
they asked me, what
Scissorhands?
did you, they asked
But
me,
what
what did you
that
cut the
bush
shrub
do to
up with? And I
him?
said, my bill hook. It's an old English medieval tool that I just made for myself. And it was meant to be a good thing, but they just traumatized me into cutting the bush up.
Who
And they arrested me
traumatized
for
you?
property damage.
Who
The bush
traumatized
did.
you?
Who?
I have PTSD, and so my treatment is to take my meds and avoid past trauma. And my family can't get over it. We're having a housing crisis, and I'm caravan lifing, and I've had to come back for winter because I need a power hookup while I'm doing some repairs and stuff, and some renovations. So they just can't get over it, and they keep bringing up shit from 20 years ago, making me flip out. And they
So then
ring
they
me like
just,
an
the
ambulance and the
Bush
police
got it.
patrolling me and say, "Why are you freaking out?" And I'm like, "I'm a victim of Munchausen by proxy. She's a nurse. She knows better. I've addressed this. Can you just stop trying to freak me out over it?"
Yeah.
The best way to get over trauma is to let a bunch of people on a YouTube panel investigate the trauma with you.
That's right. Oh, drill me.
Relive it here now
I'm
live.
just wondering about the
I
bush.
don't, I don't
I
have any
didn't mean
fucking
to dig up.
skeletons, man. I'm the most honest motherfucker I can be. It's the only way I can deal
Well,
with this shit. Yeah.
it's not honesty that's the problem. I don't even think there's no problem.
Are you sure?
You got to be
And
careful
no,
what
but
you ask
also
for, Lou.
self-awareness. And that's what I mean. I've tried to be self-aware. I've identified the past traumas. I've expressed them, even in a hypothetical, so no one gets angry. And now run up here screaming the hypothetical using my own words to freak me out. And it's like, can we stop doing this?
Or the bush is
Uh-oh,
going to get it.
you made the cover, Flo.
All right. What's going on here? TOS? You're a POS. What's
By
with
the
the
way, I like your
internet?
glasses. Sorry. Yeah, your
It's
glasses
this
are
I don't know why that's
fancy,
not loaded.
it's fancy internet. What's going on?
Well, that says live in 16 hours.
Oh, see, I hate that. I get so excited something new's coming on and
He must have got in trouble tonight.
He
slow.
fucking blocked me.
Oh no.
How do you know?
Because look, I send the thing.
You became a member.
I'm a spaceman. I've got Starlink.
I know. I'm a member,
okay.
so I can see the emojis, but he blocked me out like 3 hours after I became a member.
That's about the time he left the show.
Yeah.
When he won
Well, I
the
mean,
pan.
I just became it earlier today, so I just
I
noticed. I don't know
know,
when he
yeah.
got me. Yeah.
He must have got a TOS from today's show then.
How would he get a TOS from today's show?
He's
What's that have
saying
to do
you
with
got
me?
one.
I haven't gotten one.
Well, he's going to point one out.
He gets pissed. Look, he drops N bombs and F bombs constantly, and
But
that's why I kick him most of the
for
time.
some
'Cause he refuses.
reason, that's okay
Yeah,
to
he
say.
thinks that he's entitled because he's a bitch. He's not entitled. So,
I
yeah.
don't understand why that word is fine and then all the
Well,
other.
Mm-hmm.
There's a few things that I don't fuck with. I don't fuck around with the N word out of white people. I don't know if it's a TOS thing. I've never been fucked with about it, but I do know
But
that
it's
it's
just
not my
rude.
battle. it's not my battle.
It's rude.
There's lots of things that are rude. I don't mind rudeness. I'm just not going to deal with the headache because white boys want to feel entitled to say N-words. I don't care enough about it. It's not worth the
In
hassle.
Australia, cunt means friend. Like, g'day, you good cunt.
And then the F word, you know, I don't know. If he used them occasionally, it'd be one thing. But he uses them constantly, especially since I kick him out for it. He uses it more. So.
Yeah, he goes out of his way to use them.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't like poses. Yeah, they piss me off.
Yeah, Tommy blocked me.
And we're talking about people that are posers. They're trying to pretend to be your hood, so they're using this derogatory wording that they shouldn't.
No,
be
Tommy doesn't
using.
pretend to be hood. I mean, maybe a
know.
little bit, but he's not a wigger like Easy.
Yeah, well, I'm from a country town. Even though I know that I'm completely messed up, that's why I have those ethical morals. Because I'm not in a city let loose wild. You know, like my town will judge me if I don't behave walking down the street. And so, yeah, there's a certain level of manners that are just expected, right?
Yeah, social norm. Yep.
Yeah. If you accidentally make eye contact when you're walking your dog in the morning, you got to give a nod and say good morning, and you just keep walking, and that's it. G'day, good morning, keep walking.
No, that's fine. I don't know. I don't like social norm obligations. I don't really do it very well. People will take advantage of other people's social politeness, right?
Yeah.
You remember the time that one dude came up here and like a full panel, and he's like, "Hey, my friend such and such just died. Can we have a moment of silence for him?" Like, no, nobody here knows your fucking friend.
right in the middle of the show.
That sounds familiar.
It wasn't even a conversation.
Yeah, did you think that I was out of line? Because I got some shit for that.
I don't think you should be expected to mourn other people's dead.
Yeah, you shouldn't have
do
to.
their own. They're just looking for sympathy, and all you need to say is, "I sympathize for you. Do you want to cuddle?"
And he did. Well, he didn't
move
ask to
on.
cuddle, but he's just like, yeah, that sucks. Sorry. I don't even remember, but.
Yeah, well, we don't have to mourn other people's dead. We don't know.
He went on and on for a while about it.
Well, unless they're Alexander I'm still mourning the death of Alexander the Great. You know.
I'm sorry for your loss.
Thank you. The son of Kronos and the true son of God has left the earth. He's hidden somewhere in Egypt.
What is that? It's blurry.
Well, we didn't see. You got to give the sec to focus. We didn't see.
It's super blurry. I can't see.
Manage subscriptions.
It's the red word right there says canceled.
Canceled. Yeah. He canceled your membership.
Fuck you, Tommy. Cry about it. Look forward to my show.
God. It's not a very good business plan.
I didn't know you could cancel memberships.
I didn't either.
As the creator.
Why would you want to?
I was a member of his channel. I can't cancel your membership.
Well,
but as the customer, I bought a membership to Tommy's channel.
Right.
So
the only
then
way
he
it could be
canceled it. Oh, you canceled it. You did.
I'm paying for it. Yeah, in my Google account, I canceled paying every month.
Okay.
Okay.
I thought you can't. He can't. Okay, got it.
Yeah, that's what threw me off too.
Take your 99 cents back or whatever it was. I don't know how much.
That 99 cents is gone. Maybe he can buy a new dog with it.
Someone else bought me a green name, and I just
or a new bullet.
That's wrong.
My joke?
Yeah.
Okay.
But you're welcome till you say it. I mean, it's your show. You can say what you want.
I'm not even subscribed, motherfucker, and I'm a member, and I'm green. Wait, hold on. I need to click subscribe. What? There we go. I've subscribed.
What are you saying?
I
wasn't even subscribed, and I'm a member. Someone gifted me membership, and I was just saying thank you whoever did that. Because we were talking about doing nice things for the channel and stuff.
Yeah, that was nice.
That was me, bro. I sent you a membership. You're welcome.
All right, thank you very much.
Not a problem.
Well, Joe can't catch the police, so he might as well
It's
buy
probably
membership.
Chuck.
Much love, dude. Much love.
You can
Elf
find out
needs
who
the
it
love.
is
I'm
by
lacking the
looking.
love. I need all the love I can get. Sorry.
You just look in where your membership, where you give memberships, you just look at the top of that and it'll say who gifted it.
Yeah, but I can't remember. It was like weeks ago. I got no idea, and they were all new names. So I'm bad at names. Yeah.
Who was the drunk guy that fell asleep on your stream, Flo, and then got mad and said he was going to shut you down?
I haven't seen him. Yeah, since.
I saw he did a couple of live streams right after that. I saw that, he doesn't have a big channel, but he went live at least once or twice, and then I don't know if he fell out of my algorithm or off of YouTube altogether, but he didn't take down my channel, but he did make good on not coming back. He was mad.
I don't know. It was his fault.
Yes,
Oh,
it was.
yeah. Most definitely.
Ladies
Would
and
anyone like to
gentlemen,
hear the
jump
results of my
off.
CT brain scan?
What, Joe?
Just
And
have a jump off. You can't be easy.
Be good.
All
would
right.
anyone like to hear the
See you
Sound
later,
like Joe's
Joe
about
Cool.
to fall out.
I've had court since I've been arrested. That was yesterday. And so I'm just here kind of relaxing. Does anyone want to hear what's going on? I've got to stay for like 3 to 4 months because I've actually made recordings of the other supposed victim party of domestic violence telling the truth. That they've literally taunted me into having poor reactions. And then they start calling mental health, trying to have me done. And I think I'm a victim of Munchausen by proxy. And so, yeah, I got the recordings. They're reviewing them. The other party that wished me luck when I was there, after it was over, just has cut contact with me. I've messaged her and given her an update and said, oh, it doesn't look good. We're doing this and we're reviewing the truth. I hope the mediation, third party, family counseling works and you can finally walk in there and admit the truth. But nah, it's just
What
been
is
silent.
Munchausen by proxy?
Yeah, my mother's a nurse, and I think I keep trying to address past traumas I need to avoid. Is my mental health plan for my PTSD. Is I just need to take my meds and avoid past trauma, get well, because I've been through enough other like medical surgeries and shit. I've had a bad infected molar years and that on a public waiting list, and I haven't eaten. I only weigh like 42 kilos.
So
now.
who hurt you? Your mom? Your mother hurt you?
Mentally, she's hurt me. Is what's going? No, she's not hurting me. She's manipulating and gaslighting everyone. She'll tell me one thing, and then she'll tell everyone else a different thing.
Well, Munchausen by proxy is not
Here's the thing,
bad.
right? I'm trying to. She's a nurse. I'm fully diagnosed, fully stabilized on I got PTSD. I've got medication.
So she's making you sick.
All I need to do is avoid past trauma, and I've addressed the past trauma with them, and I'll even use a hypothetical, so I don't use a specific past thing to blame anyone. I'll say this is a hypothetical thing that might happen. Can we avoid this? And they'll literally run up screaming that hypothetical at me for days until I react. And then they start ringing mental health saying he's freaking out. We don't know why. And they say, we haven't done anything to him. And so I'm literally the victim here. They're literally forcing reactions out of me and then trying to get me. I don't know what the goal is. They just need me to be the victim all the time.
Definition of Munchausen by proxy.
Yeah, that's exactly what Munchausen by proxy is. She's a nurse, and she keeps using my symptoms to force a reaction, and then she's trying to force me through a legal system or into mental health care. And
Munchausen would be if she made up the illness.
Or poisoned you, or
caused you to be sick in a way that you otherwise wouldn't be. But if you've already got symptoms,
I'm mentally ill because I've tried to address, and I've spiraled into now being arrested. So I am a victim of
But
Munchausen
you
by
can't
proxy.
expect other people. You can't control other people's behavior.
Actually, you could definitely by letting people
She's
know
a
about those
nurse.
traumas. Don't you
She's
think you're putting
promised
yourself
me
at risk?
she'd advocate. I've got her on recording saying she's a nurse. She promised she'd advocate and help me with my mental health. And I just said I need to express some past traumas and say, can we avoid these things? I'll prepay you the money for the power bill. And her excuse for screaming at me for 3 days until I critically wounded my cranium by smashing myself with a lump of wood right in front of her. She just sits there for months watching me spiral into depressions, denying that she did it. Then it's
Do you trust her?
Man.
I don't trust him.
Do you trust her though, Pucko?
No, well, that's why I started recording her covertly. She just can't be trusted. She's
So
still
then, why
16
would you
years
trust
old.
her by telling her your
I'm,
secret or your
I'm trapped in
vulnerabilities?
my head, and she's still 16 years old in her head, and she's just a bully manipulating everyone for her entire life. And she's been the popular person, and I'm fucking tired of it, and I'm her fucking victim. That's how I feel. And my diagnosis says it. I've done everything right, everything voluntarily. I've tried to address the past traumas. They keep being screamed at me for days until they force a reaction. And
Do
then
you
they
have
start
to
letting people
go
come fuck me
around
up.
them? Do you have to be around them?
We have a housing crisis in Australia. There's nowhere to go. My
You live
kitchen,
together?
power and everything's half pulled apart. I'd need a powered site in winter or I'm going to freeze to death.
Okay, so it sounds like
I have no agency in anything. I can't even
Let's just
look at paperwork.
yeah, and that's
I've
definitely
been so
that's Munchausen by
traumatized for 10
proxy.
years by mental health and
okay.
people throwing past traumas fucking in my
That's
face. I'm
just
done.
mean. You're right. That's just mean.
I'm cooked. I'm done. I haven't even read the legal documents, man. That's why they got to stay.
You know what?
And we've actually agreed to third-party counselling, and we're going to do some group counselling.
There might be. I might be able to help you out.
Yeah, thank you, Flow State. You have cured autism somehow.
Thank you, Flow State, for curing obesity.
Thank you, Flow State, for making me a woman.
Could I
Thank you, Flo, for
hold on?
I don't know, letting me vent.
Can you start? Thank you, Flo, for curing my traumas.
Thank you, Flo, for letting me vent about my traumas. You can't cure them; they're too ingrained, bro.
No. That doesn't. You know what? I can edit it.
Yeah. Thank you, Flo, for the trauma. Yeah. Thanks for more trauma, Flo.
Thanks for more trauma.
Thank you for making Puck a real elf.
There you go.
He needs a life coach.
I'd say that. Thank you for letting Puck come into your channel.
I need a
and
life
put
coach
the
too.
voice over.
So.
How is Nick Fuentes my boy? I don't even think I've ever watched him.
Oh, Fuentes. Fuck that cunt.
I've never even watched him.
He's got some points, but the way he argues them is ridiculous, and he's
a fed. He's a
Lou,
fed.
I wouldn't suggest hiring Talcott for your life coach. So
he needs practice.
It is very well read and very articulate is the problem, but
Fuentes or Talcott?
With things,
I think he's still on Fuentes.
It's not broad enough, you know. Yeah, it's a Fuentes.
That's what women say about me.
That's why he's.
No, nobody's gonna. No.
Yeah, yeah, I agree.
I'm too narrow. Too.
All gods, mate.
Thank you, Flow State, for curing.
Hold
whatever.
on. There you go. You can start over again.
I don't even know. Tell me what you cured, and I'll do it.
Your gout.
Nymphoism.
I think they call that. I think the medical term is rigidity.
Thank you, Flow State, for curing my rigidity.
Yeah, you're welcome.
I literally dated a Mormon teacher from Idaho.
A
That didn't have her
Mormon?
hair dyed blonde. She was dark haired, and she looks exactly flipping like
I am not from Idaho.
Oh, is there a
I
secret
didn't
you
say
want
the
to
word,
share,
but she's
Lou?
a full-on Mormon. Full
Nor
on, their family grows 7 kinds of potato shit, and you
wait,
look
I
just like.
have been married several times, so what is your name?
I didn't marry her. I didn't
It's
marry her,
all
but
a
after
fog.
she was in
It's
Australia doing some teaching exchange, right?
and
And
okay,
then
that
she
wasn't
went
me.
back. Yeah,
But
and
she was
she was here for
Mormon?
3 years, so we were a thing, and I was thinking about marrying her, but every time she'd go home, she'd start freaking out about you say cunt too much and drink too much
Well,
and
Flo's a
nail me with all
Mormon.
this Mormon shit. And I'm like,
Plus
no, I don't know
Mormon
what you're talking about. I'm
by
Australian.
marriage.
What's that?
Flo's Mormon by marriage.
You were you?
I used to be.
Yeah,
I was
okay,
raised
yeah,
Mormon, yeah.
yeah, I can speak
Really?
that. How about I just say, well, how nice.
I should have had you cure that, Flo.
You're to cure the Mormon out of it. You need an Amish straw hat now, just to get some sense back into you.
Oh, he's got a
Well,
Pope hat.
Need something. I have
Amish made field boots for women are fucking
What were you
gorgeous.
saying? I was busy
You
screen
go
recording before I forgot it.
Yeah. Pennsylvania Dutch field boots for women.
They're looking for Mormon help.
Thank you, Flow State, for curing my Mormonism.
I probably like the rigidity one better, but I'll try them both. I'll take it. I'll take them both.
What about the cult? For getting me out of a cult.
I mean, I think people understand what Mormonism is.
I didn't know what it was
Do
because
they
I'm
though?
Australian.
What cult was you in, Lou?
The
Mormons
Mormon
you
cult.
talking? Oh,
The
I thought you.
cult of the Mormons.
Yeah, I
Oh, I
only
thought you
figured
meant
it out
Paul.
after we broke up.
You thought I meant what, Chuck?
Paul enslaved.
The Paul cult? Oh my Lord. We all make mistakes. We learn,
Amen.
we grow, we move on.
Elf only worships the cult of the Imperium of mankind. The true son of man will be reborn again. The Golden Emperor. This is Warhammer 40k nerd talk, right? Yeah, that's Elf's religion. And then humans will steal some alien spaceships and get some laser beams, and we'll go conquer the galaxy because humans are the best.
Well, Talcott said he is the second coming, so.
You're curing my erectile dysfunction. Yeah, that's a good one.
You're on mute, Flo.
Yeah, thank you. Can you come up and do the erectile dysfunction one?
Oh, not right now.
Well, what about Sapphire Elf? Oh, what are you calling yourself?
Sapphire Elfo Puck.
Yeah, I had myself muted, so yeah, you won't listen to me fuss about. You can call me anything, I don't know, Sapphire, Elfo, Puck, whatever. Elfo
Looks like Ted from Bill and Ted. How do I look like Ted?
Just call me like Puck the fuck. I don't know, whatever. It rhymes.
Grim, do you not know what Mormonism is?
Moronism.
I think that's like Jerry Moran, the senator from Kansas. There's Moranism.
I need to go check my hat for some magic golden plates. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Rocky, you're behind.
I didn't do as good on that one.
Well, I'll have to look at them both side by side. I think that the Mormonism, and the reason I said that I think I'll choose the rigidity is because I think that that's a better thing to cure.
Really?
Yes, especially since like I don't want to piss off all my sisters, do I?
No, yeah, you don't want to piss off all your sisters.
I really
I
don't
think
care.
we can discuss ideas, but people's beliefs are, like people are just fucked. They're dogmatic. Some people are just extremists with their beliefs. But if they just treat things like an idea, it's open to interpretation. Like people just can't say my version of the Bible is the version of the Bible when other people read it too, right? That needs to stop. That kind of attitude, kind of thing. I don't like the dogmaticness of it. That's why I'm
I don't know what
polytheist
you're
and I
saying.
tribute at all temples.
I can't follow you right now.
Hello, Flo. Hello.
How are you
panel.
doing?
I'm all right. I know. I'm sorry. I don't follow cults. That's why I said Moranism.
Right.
That's all.
Moron.
Play,
Moron.
play on words. That's all.
Right.
Yeah, I got it. Yeah, I got it.
But I don't know who the Australian guy is, but he seems to fit into that category at the moment because I can't follow anything. That he's saying?
Is it weird that I do follow?
I think you're part and parcel.
He picks up talking at in random spots, right? So what he says doesn't fluctuate cleanly from the last conversation.
That makes sense.
Like he's outside of time, just jumping in and out.
I just had a brain CT scan the other day and they didn't find the goblins yet. We're still looking for them.
Behind you.
Maybe they should have checked your little toe for a brain while they were at it.
Woo. Christians require dogmatism.
Huh?
I thought Rocky was Christian.
He is Christian, and he supports. I mean, like I appreciate that perspective because he's not wrong.
Requires indoctrination.
Yeah, it does.
Brainwashing, depending on your point of view. I think the biggest so-called cult that I'm aware of is really the Scientology cult. Where people believe that some spaceship is going to land and take everybody away.
It was started by a fucking science fiction writer.
Yeah.
Don't you have your ticket to Xenu, bro? Haven't you had your thetas tested yet?
Xeno, yeah. The thetas that are attached to us.
Yeah,
Thank you for curing the
you need
thetas.
to hold the bean cans with the wires on them so I can measure your thetism while they interrogate you.
Yeah, what a sham.
I love watching about cults now.
Well, can I just say congratulations to everybody who's managed to get out of a cult, and those who are seriously considering staying in. Rethink your life. But may your God go with you,
right?
Because the Reaper won't.
I'm not entirely convinced that Paul's not running a cult either. Although, you know what, that could be really said about all content creators of the following.
Elf has a cult. I call them the Paladins.
But Paul does mind control, so it's a little different. See?
Yeah. Ouch.
I didn't make that. Miss Flo made it.
It's good. It's good. She did a good job on it.
She did do a good job on it.
I didn't mean to make Cynthia mad earlier, but she got mad at me.
Did you make Cynthia mad? I'm sorry, what?
For calling her out on her belief system.
Cynthia's always flipping out on everyone, man. It's like, chill out. She's fine.
Give her a 5-gallon bucket, she'll be happy.
I have a lot of family that's in the church still, the Mormon church, And the more I talk to them, the more they double down and just think that it's more true because they're getting kickback. They're getting resistance. They just double down.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
You an unbeliever, heretic,
right,
pagan.
I like the story from Talcott. He got invited to a Mormon service or something,
oh Lord,
and they was talking to him and they was telling him about the prophets, and so he wanted more information, and then he told them he thought he was a prophet, and he said the conversation stopped right there, and they said, "We'll see you later."
why not? I mean, why not? What's that? A teacher? Is that what a prophet is? A teacher?
I'm not sure in the Mormon.
Well, not in the Mormon
Sure.
church, but that's what the definition is, right?
He thinks
This is pretty like this is
Tell
good
me
for
this
where we
isn't
can
cult
use
shit.
a generous dose
Oh,
of
it's
logic
potato
to
head.
mitigate the emotions, because emotions oftentimes are
I go
bondage
ahead again.
and attachment. Right. The logic for me is what I've come to accept. You cannot have a relationship with someone you cannot relate to or with. And you cannot relate with someone who does not have the same vision and understanding. And that person cannot have the same vision and understanding if they do not engage in the same practice and lifestyle day to day. This is not that mystical and difficult. It's called blood is not always thicker than water. And a community is based on the collective vision communing with a higher sense of self. That is the unifying relationship point. If you ain't got that, you ain't got nothing.
But it
Okay?
ain't really
All you got is
right.
bondage and attachments through genetics and circumstance. Sorry that you don't like how that feels. Sorry that's a threat to your belief system and identity. Sorry you're going to have to really step out into the power of truth and faith to recreate the family and the community you never had without doing it again dysfunctionally like a lot of folks are doing. Okay? So
this is in response
you
to
need
him being on my
objective
panel the
logic
day
in your
before.
life to mitigate your unreal emotion based in bondage and attachment. Snafu snaps, I saw you back there. Why do you come up and run off right away like Tommy? I know the answer, you're egoic and prideful. If you're not having technical difficulties, you can't stand to be patient and have to be made to wait. Not even for me to finish a fucking thought or conceptualization. You can't do it.
So Snappy Snaps is on the out.
Sadism. Y'all want to keep interacting with folks you know you don't relate to, respect, or see the same vision as, and you don't live the same way as for a reason.
Please stop poisoning.
You want to keep giving your love to them for them to misuse and abuse you, and it. I don't know why. I do know why. Because you have low self-worth, self-value, and self-esteem. You have very little purpose, meaning, and discipline and practice in your life. If you did, you wouldn't be doing this and involving these people in it.
So it's talking to
You can go for your father, your mother. What does the scripture say?
Talking to Lig.
You walk in this way in this process, you'll wind up either hating your mother and father, you'll hate how they live and what they do. Check. Guy number one for that. There's a reason, there's a purpose, there's a test, there's a challenge. It's called enslavement on all levels. That's what God wants from us, it would seem to me. So you're going to have to give everything up to be given everything back. That means your beliefs, your bullshit emotions, your bullshit attachments, the people, places, things, your bullshit homeland that you've been born into slavery on. Maybe you might have to give it all up. Your bullshit career that you generate a horrible living based in bondage and attachment and debt off of. Yeah. It's called complete reprioritization, reformation, repentance, and then recreation is the word. Recreation/recreation. Because if you do what you're meant to do, that you love to do, you never really work a day in your life. That doesn't mean you don't labor. I labor here constantly, but I love what I do. So I never really work because I live in truth. It's not work because I'm not in resistance to what is. You see how that works?
You ain't doing a damn thing.
You go on and on and on.
King James Version, Luke 14:26. If any man come to me and hate not his father and mother and wife and children and brethren and sisters, yea, and his own life also, he cannot be my disciple.
Why does he quote the Bible? He's not.
Wizard uses it for his own.
Jesus is the way, the life, and the truth.
And again, you're not going to get from me this dogmatic belief that we're supposed to believe on and wait for Jesus to heal us. I believe we're supposed to embody that being's walk and to exemplify that state of consciousness. This is not a separate endeavor. This is not a divided endeavor. We are that or have the potential to be that. If you don't walk that way in that truth, you will live in and of the world and it will be your undoing, doing your will rather than the will. This is not that difficult. It is, but it's not.
you said John 14:6. And it's funny, I looked right up, the way, the truth, and the life. You said it right behind what you said, and I had just looked up at it on my board here. And then I was like, okay, that, because I thought about saying something about it, and you said it all by yourself. It's all about truth. It's all about truth. It's all about
absolutely. Absolutely, and I found more truth in the Bible and my discernment of those scriptures than anything else in life. Everybody in my life has lied to me, and everything that they told me is completely against the scripture that everybody in my life has been professing to follow. And it's
but you
wrong.
can't get the understanding to correlate with the scripture unless you have the discernment first, and that comes from God, making the book redundant.
Absolutely, that's why I say I found more truth in the scripture than anything else. Because compared to my own life's observances, the laws and everything that we have are placating that there's some kind of control by another man over other men. And that's totally against scripture. Again, Isaiah 43:1 and 44:5.
Right. There's a pure state of conscious and awareness that all folks have been practicing to achieve. You could call it enlightenment, nirvana. It's pure conscious awareness and clarity. That's the difference between true discernment and leaning on your own understanding. So for Snafu's slave who's listening to this somewhere and is going to parrot the same scripture, Paul, he's a culted one. He's Luciferian. He leans on his own understanding. No, I don't. My understanding got me to prison. My understanding got me with gang members. My understanding got me part of a culture that was destroying me and everyone else around me. The true discernment led me away from all that into a completely new life and lifestyle that could change everyone else's as well, known as the kingdom of heaven. Stop misinterpreting scripture with your low-level consciousness, awareness, and clarity. This is my point. Once you do the practice and attain a certain state of consciousness and discernment, the other stuff becomes a correlative endeavor. It's not what you cite for your understanding. You got cart before the horse syndrome every place in your life because you want a quick, easy, shortcut way that's already been done by someone before you. You don't want to walk the real way with the consequences and the sacrifice and get the first-hand experience. You don't want that true accountability and true walk. You want the lukewarm fence riding, half-assed, misinterpreted shit.
Okay, that's the biggest load of BS I've ever heard.
Sorry. Word salad extraordinaire.
I mean, I've heard of some things, but blaming everything on the Bible that everybody else does is wrong, or saying, let's look at the scriptures. I'm sorry, it's the biggest storybook that I've ever seen.
The interesting thing to me is the context, because Paul's using that to try to convince somebody who was on my panel and donating to me actually that night that he was doing wrong because you can't associate with people who don't have the same vision as you do. And another big tell for narcissism is when people conflate what they want with the truth. It's not about my truth. It's the truth. I'm not leaning on my discernment. My discernment got me here. But now you should accept my discernment because I'm saying it's not my discernment. Like, get the fuck out of here.
Did you see the day that him and Wizard broke up?
I thought they were broke up still.
They are still. Yeah, they are. This is an old clip.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah, they're still broke up. But Paul came at him with both barrels ablazing.
Just out of nowhere.
Seemingly.
Yeah, it seemed
I don't.
like
I mean, I'm sure that there was something that provoked it, but it's not what he went after him for.
You know, and Wizard raised all that that $5,000, $6,000 on Paul's show for that frequency machine to help fight his cancer.
Yeah.
And somewhere along the way, Paul was telling him, "Hey, I want that machine back. You got all that money through my show, so I want the machine."
No, he did. That's.
I mean, we all got all. I mean, all the audience we got through his show as well. You know, everybody's channels came from his audience. I remember the first time I met him, like he saw my microphone. He hated the fact that I had a microphone. He got one shortly after. Of course, he chose one that looks like a dick. But,
no, he hated that his women were like talking about you.
That was one of my favorite episodes.
That's what he hated.
I love that.
He was
where that clip
so
came
mad.
from about the earring and the hat?
It was way before that.
Oh. I thought that's why he said it, because all the women were talking about
Well, probably. I mean, probably the.
He should just get his ears pierced. He should get his ears pierced. Obviously, like, it just seems like something that he wants to do, and he's angry because, like, right? Because he attacks things he's intimidated by or jealous of. Like, he attacked the microphone, then he got a microphone immediately. Paul, get your fucking ears pierced.
And wear your hat backward.
Yeah,
Where
but
it
if you
think I must be
puncture that
really
balloon,
lucky.
it's gonna expel all that hot air.
I think I'm really lucky because I don't know the person that you're talking about. I've never
You
come
are
across
lucky.
them. However, I think I probably enjoy taking the piss out of them. You know,
I mean,
but
I kind of do.
Probably wouldn't let you. I've never seen anybody do it like Flo can.
Some frat boy douche with an earring who wants all the time, energy, attention, and resources. He's the hit. He's got an earring, and he's got that frat boy douchey college vibe that you all love so much at the sports bars. He wears his hat backwards and makes little quips, so he's cool to hang out with.
Who even talks about sports bars? I mean, who even
don't you love the way people actually say the truth and put it across in such a demeaning way? Maybe not intelligent, but they try. So 5 out of 10 for effort on that one.
I have a video that I sometimes play as an outro. It's called Flow State's Greatest Hates, and it's half an hour of people talking shit about me, and it's good stuff.
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever
it's about
had
10
anything.
minutes too long, but it's good.
There's
You
only
could
one.
cut it down to 3 different ones.
There's only a few creators that I actually detest.
Boy.
But I don't actually. I take the piss out of them because other than that, they're not worth my time. It just goes over me. It's like, that's your opinion. What? You're entitled to your opinion. You're entitled to say it. I don't give a rat's ass what you say because I know the truth about me. And that's
I enjoy it. I transmute it into a fun thing to play with.
Yeah, I'm starting to do that, but I'm doing it from a musical point of view so that I can change lyrics in good songs, but not necessarily songs as you recognize them once they've been finished. I'm working on a skit on "Oh Lord, It's Hard to Be Humble" at the moment. I've not got it right yet, but I will do. And that's dedicated to somebody who I detest. Only because of I saw the light, shall we say, and I saw the person for what they really were, and decided, no, you're a narcissist. Let's move away and stay away from them. I mean, I understand narcissists. People accuse me of being a narcissist. I suppose I am, in a way.
I mean, I think that most content creators are at least have narcissistic traits, right? Because you'd have to be to want people to listen to you talk.
Well, that's it. That's the funny thing. I don't care whether they listen to me or not. I just say what I want to say.
That could be ego too, though, Flo.
So that's what I really view narcissistic traits as. And like I said before, I think there's a world of difference between narcissistic traits, which Tom, for instance, embodies fantastically, and proper narcissistic personality disorder, which I don't think Tom qualifies for, but I do think Paul does.
Tom? Oh, Illumitomi? Okay.
Hello, Raz. Raz says that I'm definitely a narcissist. Okay. Fine. Your opinion.
Is that Rose 777?
The one and only.
Oh, okay.
Where's that thing?
Right now, you can become a member of the Flow State channel for only $1 a month. Yes, that's right. Only $1 a month gains you access to have your name in the color of green, which is the color of nature and life and positive energy. And you will also gain access immediately to all of the special emojis, including people like Tommy, my favorite, Jack Talcott, and even Flow State himself. Let's not forget about all of the good work that Flow State does for us almost every day. Where would we go if we didn't have a Flow State to open up this platform for us, those of us who do not require sleep? Please become a member today in order to keep this wonderful platform alive. Thank you.
All right. I am
That's
about.
That's what woke me up earlier was when Cynthia and Joe were screaming at each other. Because I was laying in my bed, and all of a sudden I hear all this screaming, and I'm like, "What in the hell?"
All right. I am about to kick you guys out. Do you have any final words?
You sending us to Mel's?
I'm probably gonna shoot the shit with the chat for a little bit, and then I'm not sure where I'm sending. I haven't even looked yet.
Oh, okay. I'm good. You can cut me.
Grim, you got anything coming up?
Not particularly, but watch out. We're always growing as a network. And do you know what, Flo? I love your shows. And a lot of the time I sit back and just listen to them because they can be really funny. And serious at the same time. So I'll always support you. And God help people who go against you. If I hear it anyway.
Well, thank you. I appreciate the support, and I'll drop your link here in just a second.
No worries, pal.
Lou, you got any thoughts for the peoples?
No thoughts. Good night. Thank you for having me. I enjoyed
Thank you
it.
for coming up. All right, I'm gonna drop them off, and it'll be just you guys and me. I probably could have waited a second before I kicked them off, but hold on. Let's see. How about this? Enjoy this for a second, and I'll be right back.
This is for the flow state people.
Oh, I'm glad you're here.
Flow state.
Flow state.
Flow state.
Yeah, yo, flow state.
Flow state. Flow state is awesome.
Flow.
You love flow state.
I really do love flow state.
Flow state.
I'm on flow broadcast.
Guy flow state.
All right, flow state.
Flow state.
I owed flow state one.
Flow state.
Flow states.
Flow
state. Flow state.
Flow state.
Mr. Flow State.
Mr. Flow state.
What's up, Flow State?
Flow state.
Flow state.
Flow state.
Hit the panel, flow.
Flow state.
Flow state.
Mr. Flow state. Flow state.
Flow state. Flow state.
Flow State.
Flow state.
Stay flow state.
Flow state.
I do like flow.
I do like flow too.
Flow state.
Ban flow state and the backup.
Flow state.
Flow state.
Flow state is just playing games.
That's flow state.
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 Flow state is so great.
Flow state. Flow state.
And you need to go to flow state.
Welcome to flow state.
Flow state.
Yo.
Flow state over here.
Flow State.
You'd fuck flow state. Flow state. Flow state.
Flow State gets all the girls. Shout out Flow.
Flow state.
Flow state.
You see flow state on my show?
No. I mean, like, I don't even have to hate on Slow.
Flow State.
Flow states.
Hey, Flow state.
What up, Flow state?
Flow state.
Flow State.
Flow state's the expert. Flow state. All right.
There's Flow State. He's cool.
Hallelujah. $1,000. $1,000. Someone needs to make a Thanksgiving offering. You've given before, but you've not given a pledge to 1,000. You need to give a Thanksgiving offering. What time is it? Oh my Lord. 4 minutes.
Oh shit. All right, what's up? I have not been paying a lot of attention to the chat tonight. Yes, Tiny Peen for Flow. JG, where you at? Is he now? He called me an anti-Semite for not letting him up earlier. Scott Stapp and JG know each other, huh? The $5,000 seed. I don't think I know that one. This one. Foundation gives 1,000 young African entrepreneurs 5,000 seed fund each.
The annual Tony Elumelu Entrepreneurship Forum, TEF, is considered one of the most inclusive gathering of African budding entrepreneurs.
We put our house together for. No. That. Let me know if you see you want to. You know what? You should probably just find me the link.
I want the people who are going to sow between $1,000 and $5,000. We're going to call it in one tranche.
It's 2 white people sowing seeds for Jesus. Kenneth Copeland. He's my homie. I love Kenneth Copeland. I don't know. I'm not saying whatever you're talking about. I've said it before and I'll say it again. If I had no morals, I would start a channel selling feel good to Christians like this guy does.
That this year, 2022, will be a year of correction.
That's right.
Now, if you will accept correction, if you're teachable, then you get direction.
Mm-hmm.
Why have you said that you won't fly commercial? You said that it's like getting into a tube.
Get in a long tube.
With a bunch of demons.
With a bunch of demons.
Stop the fear. Stop it right now. Believe. And she will be made whole.
That is true. They would annoy the shit out of me.
Do you think that people that fly commercial are demons?
Give me a chance to talk, sweetheart. I'll explain this to you. But it's a biblical thing. It's a spiritual thing. It doesn't have anything to do with people.
You listen to me?
This dope-filled world.
I blow the wind of God. The wind of God. On you. On you. You are destroyed forever. You are destroyed forever. And you'll never be back.
I was just standing here just thinking, praise God. And all of a sudden, I heard the Lord say, see that tree right over there?
It's Talcott.
Whoa.
This is what
I saw it. I could just see it. Are you hearing me?
Mm-hmm.
Just praise God, man. Fucking praise God. God is so amazing. The sun, the nature, the earth, water, the way words work, the way knowledge works, the way love feels. God. Praise God, man.
This is the one that Brown's boy just dropped backstage.
I want you to go to the phone, dial the number on the screen, and simply say, I'm one of the 1,000. I'm going to faith in somehow in 90 days, $1,000 seed. You may already have the 1,000. It may be something you put aside for retirement or a college or a vacation. You may have put some money aside that nobody knows about, and God's giving you a picture. It may be in the bottom of your closet, maybe in a sock, maybe between your mattresses. It may be an account that nobody knows about, but you and God. That's not your harvest. That $1,000 won't get you anywhere. until God touches it. Everything. In fact, I have a feeling that somebody watching me right now, I have a feeling that somebody that wants a credit card debt wiped out, that if you'll use your faith as you sow the 1,000 on a credit card, as you use your faith, God's going to wipe out your credit card indebtedness. It is done. In Jesus.
See, I could probably do that for a while, but yeah, it would annoy the shit out of me. I'm looking for something that I saw a while ago, and I'm having trouble finding it, but it's fantastic. Yes. Okay, hold on. Let me find the right one. All right. This dude's better. It's just a photo and an explanation. It's not a whole ass clip. But it's so good.
Nigerian controversial pastor Odumi Ndabowski Bahos said he won a belt in International Spiritual Wrestling Championship after defeating Satan in a closed-door match.
I ain't trying to do what everybody else doing.
Ndabowski Bahos said he won a belt in International Spiritual Wrestling Championship after defeating Satan in a closed-door match.
I wish I could find video of him talking about it. Like, how badass is that? Scott Stapp is repeating everything I say. You should take money from churches. What, you mean like from the offering plate, or like you'd break into them? Right? That doesn't seem like enough. Good shit. I love churches. No, I like Popeyes. I mean, churches are good too, but look up the very worst altar call. All right, let's see that.
The reason you lift your hand is because you already believe. You're saying, I believe. You know, and we've just given you an opportunity to confess him before men. He sees you, a little guy in the back. Little guy, I'm not a midget, he's a child. I mean, I don't want anyone to think I was offending a midget.
Somebody told me one time I don't have to preach it all at the same time. I could cut it like Subway and give you a 6-inch in the morning and a 6-inch at night. That's not my style. I'm going to shove this entire foot long down your throat.
Hoover, I am cool. I just want to shove the entire foot long down your throat. All right, let's see. I've got another drop from Brown's Boy. My grandma used to have envelopes stacked up with $10 bills in it, like a whole year's worth of church envelopes twice a week. My grandma used to have envelopes stacked up with $10 bills in it. Oh, for like a whole year. So every she went twice a week, and every time she went, she'd take a 10. Is that what you're saying? Sounds like what you're saying. Yeah, the churches are pretty good at taking advantage of old people. Let's see what Brown's Boy dropped. You did. Look, man, you did great. I assumed that you were using some sort of an automatic transcribing thing because you kept up pretty fucking good. Got to have our funky porno music playing at the beginning.
Stupid ass bitch. Bitch, I give a fuck what you're thinking. Fuck your thoughts. I'm God, and bitch, you not. You ain't God. Stupid bitch. The fuck your problem?
You need to watch that damn language.
Bitch, I'm God.
You ain't
How the
God.
fuck you tell me to watch my language? Ain't no fucking child. Bitch, get off the phone. Go tell your children watch their fucking language. You got me now. You got me now. You got me now. You figured me out. You fucking income fucking poop.
This guy can't be real. This is like a comedy skit or something. Right? Most Reverend X's funniest shit all rolled up in one video. Is he for real?
Oh, monkey-minded ass income fucking poop. You believe in God. How you believe in God? You believe in God like he's something you just wipe your ass with? How you believe in God? Simple monkey-minded income fucking poop. With no God, he jumped out the sky, jumped up and kicked you in your goddamn ass. That you ain't down with that? Shut your goddamn ass up. So motherfucker, so for all you know, you want to give God a piece of your mind too? My name.
How am I the only one who's never heard of Reverend X? See, these pastors, like, if you start watching this shit, they don't even pretend they're not making fun of you.
Fuck your thoughts. I'm God, and bitch, you not. I'm God, motherfucker, and I'm not who you thought I was. Speak up.
God damn, it's got all this music. I'm not going to keep fighting the music on that one. He wanted the tax write-off. You know, when I first started, before this, I've had a couple other little channels. Most of them didn't really involve me. Some of them were mirrors. Some of them were, but one of the first ones I made was a product review channel, because that was when I was building a lot of guns, and I wanted to be able to deduct the stuff I bought as a business loss, and I figured if I did YouTube video reviews of them, and then I could expense the things I bought as expenses for my failing YouTube business. And so I'd review, gadgets. I would do, I would have reviewed this knife, for instance, and then I'd have a $200 write-off. When really it was just things I was buying anyways. I didn't actually end up using it for anything, so I'm not worried about it. Sort of ish. I mean, I kicked everyone off. I figured I'd just kick it for a little bit with just you guys, just to chat for a while. So it's not over, but it's not ramping up. Why, you got thoughts, Joe? If you're asking because you have something that you want to address or discuss, now might be a good time for it. Just got back, yeah. Old Joe's a hit and run panelist. Pow, pow, in and out. Oh, earlier we were talking about karma a little bit. And with the God conversation with the shit. And I don't know if I do believe in karma, but I don't remember I believe in it most of the time, if that makes sense. Like, I don't walk through day-to-day life thinking about karma really at all. But then when asked about it, I do. And some of it's like, how do I'm trying to figure out how to explain the story. So last time, let me see. Well, I can't actually probably tell this story. But I'll tell you this. The last time something happened to me, or the last time I did something, the very next day, the same thing happened to me. I know that's ambiguous. That's as specific as I'm going to get. Never mind. Sorry for dragging you down that big letdown. Yeah, I do too. I'm not sure what Dana is. So, Joe, I'm starting the new agnostic rebellion. No, it was bad. It was bad. All right, I'll tell you. Because I didn't actually do the thing. I just helped cover up the thing. It's not murder or anything that exciting. But yeah, the very next day, the same thing happened to me. It wasn't a good thing. It wasn't like a devastating thing either. It was just like a, motherfucker. But it was an obscure. It's something that doesn't happen frequently. Like, I think that this is maybe. Actually, it's only happened to me that one time, and I've only been involved in doing it the one time. But the two things happened 2 days apart from each other, and that was one of those slaps that just. Okay, that's a good idea. I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait a couple of minutes, and then I'll come circle around back to it. How about that? Gotcha. Here, I can turn off some of these night bots right now. Okay, there we go. So my friend, my friend was riding in a truck with his buddy, and his buddy rear-ended another vehicle pretty good. And both vehicles pulled off the road. And that friend who was driving, my friend's friend who was driving, was freaking out because he had warrants. And so my friend swapped him seats and drove away. Now, the very next day, my friend, his girlfriend, the fuel pump went out on her car, like half a mile away from the house. And so at the end of the day, he went back with her to check out the car because she just left it on the side of the road and then walked home. And it had been completely sideswiped by somebody in a vehicle with red paint who hit and ran. Not a big deal because there's coverage on the car. But when he went to file an insurance claim, he realized that he had dropped coverage, full coverage, on the wrong vehicle. And this one had liability only, even though he thought that he had put coverage on it. So that is an example of immediate karma. Let's see what Brown's boy got me. So I still don't think my friend did the wrong thing because, well, it's one of those moral predicaments, right? Like, his friend did the thing. Now, do you stay there and know that he's going to go to prison because he ditched out on his probation? Or do you go, you know what? Anyways, you get the question. All right, let's see this. That was a while ago. I guess I should unmute it, huh?
You may not understand this. I don't either. I don't either. But when the Lord talks to me, I obey him. It's just that simple. There's nothing more to it.
My God, are you ready, guys? Fire! Take it! Take it! Take it! Take it! Take the anointing! Take the fresh breath of the Spirit.
You've been muted the last 5 minutes. Still can't hear you.
Mic check.
There
Yeah,
you
now
go.
got you, Flo.
Thank you, guys. And thanks, Chuck, for the
I was trying to get your attention anyway.
Did you guys did you guys hear the part about where did I
right at the beginning of that Benny Hahn video, it stopped.
Okay, so did you hear the story about my oh yeah, you did hear the story about my friend wrecking. Okay.
Yeah, about the car. Then you went to the Benny Hahn, and that was it. It stopped.
Okay. So this motherfucker, this church, I grew up right by this place, and it's definitely a cult. I didn't even know that it was still open, but it looks like it's blown up. That's all I was saying. And I was just scanning it.
Yeah, you were jabbering away, and everybody's down there in chat saying,
I'm on a totally different tab. I'm not looking. Yeah.
Did you attend that church, Flo? Did you ever go see it?
I had never been inside of it. I used to go to the gas station right because it's like a whole shopping strip basically, except it's all owned by this place. It's got the church or the worship area and the like a bookstore and like a Christian coffee shop and all that shit. And right in there's a BP where I used to buy booze from when I was younger. And so I was over there a lot. And these people were kind of always trickling out over the gas station stuff. And they were wonky. I never went inside of it. Now I kind of want to. It's 24/7. I could fucking go tonight.
It's a church.
It's kind of a church. It's 24/7. It's open 24/7. Constantly going prayer, basically.
What are your thoughts on the place? Like, if you just look at that, what do you get an instantaneous kind of emotional feedback over something like that?
Do I?
Yeah, like, do you think it's authentic or no, or does it feel a little phony? Or
I think that the people who are attending are absolutely drinking the Kool-Aid. I think it's group insanity.
Did you say 24/7?
24/7, hour by hour, day after day, sometimes in an empty room, men and women, young and old, all races began to gather to a vision as simple in essence as it was extraordinary in scope, unceasing prayer and worship. We will give everything, they said, even every hour of life itself, day and night, to declare the supreme worth of Jesus to a jaded and unbelieving generation. It was crazy, it was lavish, it was foolish, and it was totally worth it. In the grace of God, this mission is spread across nations and continents and will never, ever change until Jesus returns.
Holy shit.
I always wonder what it is about things like that, and maybe it's just me, but it gives me the creeps, eh? Like, I almost can't go into a place like that.
Now I kind of want to go over there. Because I didn't know if it was even still open. That's what I was saying before I pulled this up. I was like, I wonder if it's still around. About 8 or so years ago, they had a big scandal because some of the members who are like higher up in the staff murdered another member. And I don't recommended reading Cult's 7 Characteristics. That's interesting that they'd have that there. I guess they've been accused before. Yeah, it's the Forerunner bookstore, Unceasing Worship, Gives, or da-da-da.
Did you say there was a Boston pizza in there? At least the guy could go have a beer or something, eh?
Yeah. And they help people move here from out of town. I've met people not even there. I did a job at people's houses. This was a random house that I was doing a job on. And those people had moved to Kansas City to be closer to this church. And they were currently hosting a younger woman who had moved there as well to be closer to it.
So, Flo, you're getting requests from your chat to go visit this place and carry your iPhone with you and broadcast it live to your stream.
What time is it?
4 o'clock.
It's kind of late right now. I'll just put it this way. I could be bribed. I can always be bribed. But otherwise it's probably going to have to wait. International House of IHOP,
Bad part or good part?
huh?
Is it in the bad part or good part of town?
It's fine. It's I wouldn't say it's the good part, but I wouldn't feel unsafe there late at night. It's a little bit on the edge of grimy. International House of Prayer offers affordable housing options to the IHOP KC community. Hearn Hut Apartments is a multi-level complex within walking distance of the Red Bridge Center, location of the Global Prayer Room. Leasing options include both long-term rental of unfurnished units on 6 and 12-month leases and short-term rental of furnished units on a month-to-month lease. 1, 2, and 3 bedroom units of varying layouts are available. Rent includes water and utilities. See, they're moving people in.
Never heard of such a thing.
Premium Property Management LLC is a full-service property management company serving the greater KC and Grandview areas. Whether you are an owner looking to rent your property or in need of a place to live, we offer solutions for your leasing and management needs. We work hard for potential tenants to find the home that is right for them, and we are honored to help you. Yeah, so they have a real landlord agency too. Huh. About IHOP KC.
They call it IHOP. How do they get by with that?
International House of Prayer, because they got the KC part on it. Oh, I opened in another tab the link to how to 7 characteristics of cults, and it says 404 page not found.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Oh, so this could be a thriving cult right in your neighborhood here, Flo.
It's about, from where I live, I did live right by it. Now it's probably a 20 or 30 minute drive. At this time of night, it's probably a 20-minute drive.
Yeah, 30 minutes is a bit much. If you could just drive across the street, it'd be something.
Yeah, no. So I actually knew one of the nephews of the couple that started this, and he was a mess. He and I grew up in the same neighborhood when I was like, I guess it was 8th grade. But he was one of my friends, and I rode my bike over to his house one day to see what was going on, and it was 7th or 8th grade. But anyways, I rode my bike over there just as a couple cop cars are pulling out of the driveway. He and I kind of walked up because, I'm more curious than I am timid. And he was, I saw his parents and I'm like, hey, what's going on? They're like, Ben's out back. He had tried to stab his mom and then went and hid on the roof until the cops got there. And now he had just gotten down and he was still like out in the back corner of the yard. But they're like, the fact that they're just like, yeah, he can hang out. He's back there. Right after he tried to stab her and the cops came. It's like, you people are crazy, as a normal course of action.
This is the same guy?
This is the nephew of the people that I'm talking about, the nephew of the people who started this thing. And yeah, he was one of those people who was always extremes, right? Like, one minute he was getting kicked out of school and going to rehab. This was when we were in middle school and stuff. And then the next minute he was like going just as hard into religion, and then he's swinging back the other way, and back and forth. Not a lot of balance there.
I wonder why.
So you just had a play date with him after he attempted to stab his mom then?
Correct.
Like nothing is going on. Jesus.
It's good to have goals. Plans.
Yeah, it was the interesting thing was that, like, when my mom found out about that, she didn't really like me hanging out with him anymore, which is fine. Somehow we ended up in a situation where both of our moms forbade us to hang out with the other one. I don't remember what I did that his mom didn't approve of, but I think both of our moms were right, actually, in their judgments.
Now, I was gonna say care or interfere. Like, there's a difference.
Yeah, they couldn't. I mean, they couldn't stop what they couldn't stop. Well, like, we didn't really care. But it's just, I'd have to say I was going to Jared's instead of, I'm not going to name him, instead of his house,
Subway.
The Lord has called us to be a community of believers committed to God, to establish and maintain a 24/7 house of prayer in Kansas City, a perpetual solemn assembly gathering corporately to fast and pray in the spirit of the tabernacle of David. I do know people who have gone in there, and I've been told that, like I said, they speak in tongues or do like the putting hands on your head and and then you're supposed to fall down, like the spirit or whatever is coming over you, and that if you don't do those weirdo things with them, like if you're not responding that kind of crazy way, that they'll take you aside privately and kind of talk to you about it.
Beat you mentally.
Kind of reminds me of the old Pentecostal church.
You know what?
I was the angel of the two. I don't know that I was the angel of the two. I was more stable of the two. I was less volatile. That's true.
I doubt that.
I've never tried to stab anyone and failed.
Well, maybe he didn't go bowling enough. Because I tell you what, Pentecostal chicks trying to bowl in the long skirts, that'll make your day. It's hilarious. It's like a penguin walk.
Do you guys know? Have you guys ever heard of Warren Jeffs?
That sounds. Yes, I have.
Yeah, he's the guy that had the Mormon offshoot church or whatever it was called, and they had multiple wives. There was a franchise of his church close to where I live.
Warren. Oh yeah, Warren Jeffs, right. And I live actually pretty close to the ones that would like picket gay funerals. You know what I'm talking about? Or military funerals?
They're the what are those folks
Westboro
called?
Baptist Church.
Yeah, that's right.
Cocksuckers. Yeah.
That's not very far from me. I should go to this. I wonder how long they let me film for.
They probably won't let you film.
Hey, if they don't know you're filming.
Tatiana said last time I was in Mel, she said that I'm either her, I can't remember if it was her favorite or one of her favorite, which is good to hear, and I agree with.
If you went to the church and live streamed it, Flo, now what would be the best content? If when the guy laid his hands on you, you didn't react, or if you were like right over the top and started twitching out in front of all of them, what do you think would make?
I don't have any idea what. I've never been inside of it, so it's hard for me to kind of tell until I know what it's like in there. Combining 24/7 prayers for justice with 24/7 works of justice. What the fuck is a work of justice?
Go at the weirdest time that nobody gets excited and go then and just like act a fool.
I have no idea when
I imagine they got big bodyguards for people like Flo.
Be like, I feel the spirit.
He's gonna feel it one way or the other.
You're supposed to fall over.
Our ministry outreach includes increasing our current inner city outreach with on-site food distribution, discipleship programs, provision of food and clothing for our children's outreaches, street cleanup and prayer room operating in the inner city, 10 hours a day, working towards night and day prayer. They're like, we're not staying down here all at night. Fuck that.
They didn't say how many people, how many times. Yeah.
This would be a great tip for Talcott.
We are partnering with Women's Life Center, a local crisis pregnancy center helping women who refuse abortion and choose life. That's cool. I mean, hopefully. In the future, we plan to provide homes and restoration programs for victims of human trafficking and domestic violence. You know, it is cool, but on the other hand, and prostitutes who respond to the gospel, it is cool, but is it really, or is it just one predatory mindset reaching out to, or, predating on vulnerable groups who have already been predated on?
They can get the money from the state which goes to them.
Mm-hmm. And from the
Nailed it.
members.
And tax write-offs on top of that, of course. Because everybody's got expenses, you know.
Oh, yeah.
There's that.
Community life.
This ought to be good.
This is a Word document one by. I don't want to read all this shit. I want the punchline. International House of Prayer has implemented various commitments that seek to maintain the well-being of the community. Listed below are our foundational commitments. We ask our members to commit to a purity covenant consisting of several specific guidelines which serve as a means to strengthen our resolve to walk in sexual purity. For more information, for sure, go in there. What? Okay, we'll come back. I'm gonna try to find that in a second. I want to see what the
They're
others
like,
are.
even we're out. That was a bad idea.
Our leadership team asks all staff members to refrain from tobacco, gambling, and the public or social use of alcoholic beverages. How do I get past this?
Are you on a VPN?
No.
Oh, okay. Sometimes that'll stop you.
I'm gonna go ahead.
No, I was going to say they're making the Catholics sound better, but that wouldn't be a true statement. So that's why I was like, yeah, I'll shut up.
Sound like half their website's down.
I just talk about the drinking and the gambling.
You know, I think this is a visit that Flo has to make in the future. But let people know it'll draw some viewership in for sure.
I think you're right.
Do you know who you have to bring with you is Joe Cool, eh?
I wouldn't go in a mocking way though.
Because they'll notice me too fast.
Well, some of your
Don't sit
viewers
together.
might not take it kindly to it either.
I don't know how. When have I ever? Anybody who's viewing me has to know I don't. That I'll be offensive, right?
It would have to be an inner city. It'd have to be a legitimate exploration, right? Like you want to know what's going on there.
Okay, making a purity covenant. 7 practical commitments. Prophetic word for IHOP KC, March 2008. To the church in Philadelphia, write, I have set before you an open door, and no one can shut it. For you have kept my word. You have kept my command to persevere. Behold, I am coming quickly. How are you going to put that in the purity covenant? Behold, I am coming quickly. Hold fast what you have, that no one may take your crown. What are these Bible verses about? No, I want the... Jesus requires that the church not tolerate immorality. The church of Thyatira was affirmed for growing in love and faith and enduring persecution, yet they lacked zeal to take a stand against all allowance of immorality and spiritual faith. Man, I want to know what the commitment is.
No sex.
Too many holes in this.
That's what it said up there towards the top, I think. All forms of immoral.
Well, okay. Immorality is all sexual activity that is outside of marriage covenant, whether heterosexual or homosexual, in all areas of life, including physical, verbal, and technological. Immorality in the...
What about voyeurism?
I think that would probably be technological. It's fine as long as you don't masturbate.
Okay, well, what if you go to a strip club? That's not like...
That would be physical.
That'd be physical.
Immorality in the church
Looky-tucky
grieves
are
Jesus'
two different
heart.
things.
Injuries our hearts and family, and gives Satan legal doors of access into our lives. Immorality causes Jesus to lose part of his inheritance in his people, as well as part of their inheritance in him.
This is the pure of the purest here.
You know, Flo, if you would be interested in doing a visit like that, like I would stream from here to your channel. I think it'd be cool to go visit a variety of churches where people could ask questions, you know, quick streams, not long ones. But
Mm-hmm.
like I went down to like a real inner city mission if they were comfortable, and you know, talk about what they think about why are they doing what they're doing, and where do they think, what do they think about God, type of thing.
You're right. That might not be a bad idea. There's some big churches here, actually. The RLDS, which is
Reformed,
an LDS Mormon spinoff, is headquartered here in Independence, and there's a big mega church, core Church of the Resurrection, and that's also here, and the pastor of that, he's preached at like the presidential prayer breakfast and stuff. There's some big churches around here that could be done.
Well, I came up originally to just warn you that you were muted or let you know, so I'm going to drop back down again.
That's
All
what
right,
I
well,
jumped up for.
I appreciate it. I'm just sort of scanning this thing.
Sounds good. Talk to you guys.
Hey, thanks for coming up. Okay, here's the commitments. 7 personal commitments before the Lord. A 6-month commitment. I wonder if you have to renew this every 6 months. Confess your trespasses to one another that you may be healed. Yeah, fuck that shit. Don't do that. Why the fuck would you do that? So they got something to hold over your head? Commitment 1, I commit to refuse to participate in conversations that promote or joke about immorality. If I do speak in this way, I will confess to those I was conversing with that I have sinned. Commitment 2, I commit to confess to the same trusted friend who embraces this covenant each time I view pornography or have any sexual contact with someone who is not my spouse. Commitment 3, I commit to register with the technology of choice that promotes wisdom and safety of accountability, whether or not I struggle with pornography. Accountability software. These programs track your internet activity and send an email to the accountability partner that you choose. If you uninstall the software, it triggers a report to your partner. See covenanteyes.com, which is $250 a month. This was in 2008. X3watch.com, which is free. Integrity.com is free. Accountable2you.com is free. Web filtering software. Programs that block sexual content, including porn, gambling, violence, are integrity.com for $50. Be Safe Home for $50.
Dude, you can't even trust yourself if you need that many babysitters.
I know. Intego for $40. Commitment 4, I commit to hold any confession of my friend's failure in strict confidentiality. If I do speak to another, then I commit to tell it to the one who confessed their sin to me. If I do, so just back to the person. The one who breaks confidence should confess also to the one to whom he broke the confidence. If I repeatedly stumble in immorality, I will show the fruit of repentance by going with my friend to confess to the leadership and then accept the boundaries they give me. Commitment 6, I commit to share with the leadership if my friend repeatedly stumbles in immorality. There's the catch. I will first tell my friend before sharing with a leader to convince him to go with me.
Okay, so they're telling you to be a tattletale, but to confront him first and see how that plays out.
And it's not even a tattletale because you both agreed to snitch beforehand.
Right.
If your brother sins against you, go and tell him his fault between you and him alone. If he hears you, you've gained a brother. If he will not hear you, take with you 1 or 2 more. If he refuses to hear them, tell it to the church. Yeah. Commitment 7 for leaders. Hold on. I commit to follow the process of bringing those who continue in immorality to the appropriate level of discipline instead of offering them unsanctified mercy. Ooh. What are you saying?
I was just saying this is amazing and not in a good way. That's all. Wow.
And the last one, we will not bring public shame to anyone who repents. Wonder what that means. We hope to never expose one's sins publicly. We hope to. There are many levels of discipline that do not require personal exposure. Woo-hoo-hoo. Above all things, have fervent love, for love will cover a multitude of sins. He who covers transgression. Damn.
Why did we not sign up for this half an hour ago? It sounds lovely.
I don't know.
Seems like all those pastors or preachers and those types of establishment is leading the persecution here in America, huh, and around the world.
What do you mean?
Well, I mean, you got people, faith-based people such as myself, and that believes that, if I treat others right, they'll treat me right. But you got this religious group out here that says, no, you can't go with a knowing. You got to follow our belief, and if you don't follow our belief, we'll persecute the shit out of you.
Yeah.
I'm curious what the punishments are for sexual immorality. Obviously, public shaming is on the table.
And they hope they don't.
We hope that we don't have to. That's not a lot of reassurance if you actually look at it. But if you're a moron who's prone to doing moronic things, then you'll likely take that as a promise that they won't.
People are going to talk about you because it's a church. One person tells one person, wildfire.
That shit is wild.
I never could. I think it was Chuck said something. He thought he saw that in a Pentecostal church or something one time. Well, when I was a kid, I used to have to go to those Pentecostal churches for a little bit. And, they do that talking in tongues and all of that dancing around and that crazy shit. But, hey, to each their own. But again, I still think the leaders and the pastors of those places were leading this persecution of the family and taking out the men for a very long time in these families, destroying them, and then taking the children and selling the children through the court systems after they, destroyed the foundation of the home.
Yeah, it's amazing. I started looking into some things about, I don't know, a year or two ago. And in Kansas, I assume this is the same everywhere. But in Kansas, let's see, adoption is outsourced by the state to a private company, the same private company that the courts outsource the family preservation function to. So the same people who are going to tell the courts whether or not your kid should stay with you also making money placing kids for adoption. It's an insane conflict of interest.
I mean, I don't, I have a hard time understanding why people don't see it in their own communities, though. You know what I mean? There's an awful lot of children and homes being destroyed right in everybody's communities.
Well, because you're going against the state, and it's the same reason that nobody ever, that everybody thinks defendants are lying, or that, about corrupt cops. Well, of course you'd say that you're in trouble. Well, yeah, there are a lot of douchebaggy people. It's because it mixes you in with all the bullshit people, right?
Isn't the state just sitting on a little bit higher pulpit than that pastor that you were just talking about? They're showing.
I think the state is, just a little bit higher, not much higher.
And then all the people in the community start snitching on each other, or just trying to get one up on, and don't realize that it's actually them that's the problem. They're the one that's running off following these fools, knowing better.
Yeah, it was interesting watching after January 6th, watching that thing unfold, because, the way that they've figured out who was there was they did, what's it called? where they ping people's cell phones and figure out what cell
tracking.
geo tracking. Thank you. They did geo tracking, so they knew who was there. But nevertheless, they still had this whole. If you followed it on Twitter at all, they had the FBI kept posting picture after picture after picture of people from there going, "Help us identify this person," right? So to get community participation in snitching, and it worked pretty well. And you had people reporting their family members and shit. And one guy I know who went to that, he called the FBI the day before they raided him and offered to turn himself in, and they said, "No, don't worry about it." The next day they came and they started shooting flashbangs into it. Like they did the whole show, right? So
because they wanted to do the show.
We'll take that even further. All of the people that attend these types of places, and then they turn around and ping their shit and find out who they are, and then start sending them advertisement and continuing the brainwashing. Yeah, I mean, I just, that's why I ain't been around for a while, you know? If you start to look at things in a bigger picture, everything that they do is some form of, you know, and people just seem to keep falling for it.
They're steering you in a direction, even though you don't think you're going that direction.
It's all fear-based.
Who are you referring to? Sorry, I was distracted by the chat.
State and churches, you know, anyone with a public, let's just say public offering, you know, the church passes around an offering, but so does the state, and everybody offers up that signature. So, and goes along with it.
You know, who else passes around an offering plate?
$1 will give you access to everything Flow State does. If you don't appreciate that, I really can't help you because you are an incel.
Flow State passes that plate around. Straight grift. I will not offer you salvation. I will also not monitor your porn usage unless you don't donate, and then I'll have to have Monograph get me into that browser history.
Mm-hmm.
Birds are wilding out there.
Yeah, he's got the happy birds.
Outside.
Yeah, Sasquatch hasn't been around the last 2 streams, probably. He is up here sometimes, just backstage.
I swear I know that dude.
Caucasian Sasquatch?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's here all the time.
No. Like
before, from somewhere else.
Yeah. I was all like, "Oh, do you have a farm?" And this, that. He's like, "No."
All right, Flo, I'm gonna jump down, brother. I appreciate.
All right. Be good. Thanks for coming up.
Yeah, I just wanted to. I've been in the shadows for a while. I saw what you were talking about, and I just wanted to come up and throw my 2 cents in there and give somebody else something to think about with all these cats. Right, it's all a distraction, you know. It's to keep everybody chasing their fucking tails and worry about how they're going to provide for their families. And
I think it's just people taking advantage of the fact that of the same thing as I don't think it's orchestrated that way. It ends up that way. It does keep people distracted, but
see, I kind of do believe it is orchestrated, and it's orchestrated from the top down.
I see, and I don't think that because you don't have to be a genius to figure it out, right? Like, I don't know how
the orchestration is the free will to get you to follow or not to follow, and I think that's the happy medium there. There's the ones that, you know, look at it as a joke and a bunch of fools, and then there's the ones that believe all of these motherfucking people and make it tough on the guys like us and people like us that, you know, that are good people, don't do no harm out here, always lending a hand to help somebody, but yet That's not good enough for the world. That these people want you, these whatever you want to call them. It's the way we believe, and if you don't follow the way we believe, our cult members are going to come for you and persecute you. You won't have a job. You'll be your character will be destroyed in your communities. Your home, your children won't like you. I mean, it just goes on and on and on. And we all know government controls the church. They're all 501c3s licensed.
They don't control them actively though. Like they're not.
Well, why did they have to? If they don't control them, then why did they have to have a 501c3? Why did you have to
you're
go
a big
do what another
entity
man
that
told you to do?
You're a big entity that's doing big financial transactions, and you want to be tax exempt.
Well, it's supposed to be nonprofit, right?
Oh, but that doesn't mean nobody profits off of it.
But how did the state convince them that they had to have the paperwork? Because they're in on the gig, dude.
Because it's a give and take. If people because people report their tax exempt donations or their donations to get a tax deduction. The 501c3 encourages more of that.
Well, I don't know. I just know. I just kind of look in my own head and say,
I mean, they control them in the sense that, like, during lockdowns, all of them lock the fuck down.
Because they're part of it.
But they don't. But churches exist because that's a grip. People want something to follow, and it doesn't take a.
It's also a teaching, though, right? They're teaching the people in the community certain ways to act and what to believe and all of that.
Right, but I mean, to the extent that softens up their independence, what's good for one predator is good for another.
I say if you let one pedophile in, you're just opening your whole.
I mean, I
didn't
say pedophile. I meant predator, like predatory behavior.
I call them what I believe a lot of them to be in these high up churches. So
yeah, hold on. Where'd that comment go? Strip clubs did stay open with lap dances and shit, no masks.
Yeah,
it was wild. I that's interesting you said that because I thought it was just the clubs by me, and I was like, well, they must be mob owned or something because they're out here on the edge of town, and there's definitely physical contact, and there's definitely not 6 feet of distance, and there's definitely no masks anywhere. But that's interesting.
Well, that'd been hot. I'd have to look into that around, like, Illinois side.
Looking at that a little further, business might have went up during those times as well when people couldn't get out and then realized, well, wait a minute, I can go down to the strip club.
Yeah, liquor stores stayed open. That's when we I was considered an essential employee, and I worked in concrete, which I thought was interesting. It's like, really, you guys can't wait for these manholes?
Well, you look at that too. A lot of that was outside work, right?
Some of it was precast concrete, so we actually poured it in a plant. There was different building. Yeah, it was mostly indoors though, like in different.
See, they put a hurting on me in, what was it, 2000? Was it 19 or 20? No, it was 2020 when they shut down for like 9 months. I couldn't do no work, and I was a flooring contractor, and all of my work come from the years before. I did no advertising or anything. All of my shit was when I do some work in the community that they would tell a couple people, and it just and what does that do to a man like me?
So you quit having a customer demand? Is that what you're saying?
Well, you go 9 months. You're kind of out of the rotation, right? You're kind of out of the cycle. You're out of sight and out of mind. So
I actually during that period is when I got fired. So I worked part of it, and then the rest of it, I actually found that I was able to find my own jobs pretty easily because they were also giving out cash. People had cash at that point in time, and a lot of people were hanging around home trying to fix up their houses.
Yeah.
But there was not new I don't recall actually any new residential construction. Now that I think about that.
But and then you think about that in 2022 though, Flow State. you know, all of our lives we were told it was those small businesses, you know, such as these, that was the backbone and the heartbeat and the soul of America. In 2020, they told you all you were non-essential because you were the independent guys, the guys out there that, you know, were doing, I would say somewhat right just by your natural instincts of why you were out there working anyway, was to naturally provide for your family in a somewhat of a loving way, not this cheating and lying and stealing just to, you know, all of this shit. I mean, if people haven't figured out we've been duped by now, I'm not sure. I'm just not sure how it's going to work out.
I guess I was muted again. It was an economic disaster, and it's not over yet. You can't just stop making shit for that long and then think that's not going to affect things.
Well, that middle class was the creators that basically built everything, right? If it wasn't for the laborers out there, the concrete guys pouring the concrete, the guys throwing up the walls, if it wasn't those guys, who was it? It certainly wasn't them fucking boys in suits and ties throwing a spirit of some fucking religious belief over top of people and getting them all to run with it.
But that's what I mean. See, that brings me back to my main point is I think that people are such lazy followers that there's so many people looking for somebody to follow that you wouldn't need to have top-down management because people at the bottom will figure that out. I mean, fuck. My channel's got, what, 3.3 thousand subs? And you know how much I've seen that out of people, that behavior, that follower behavior? It's wild.
I know.
I mean, fuck, I saw it before I ever had a channel.
Well, you know, this is why I kind of gave up, and I haven't been out here. I got up this morning, kicked it on, and you were on, and I figured I'd jump up for a minute because you had some
This
pretty
morning,
good
it's still tonight, sir.
What's that?
It's still tonight over here.
I woke up at 4:44 this morning.
You know, I've been seeing, I don't know if you do the Smith numbers shit, but I've seen, looked at the clock at 3:33 every day for like the past week.
Yep. I mean, I know about a little bit about the numbers. I don't get too heavy into it because, you know, I started looking inside of who I was a long time ago and what I stand for and what I believe and have faith in. And it's not these churches and it's not another man. I have faith in myself. If I treat people right, I should be treated with respect back. And you don't see a lot of that out here.
Well,
and we wonder what's wrong in the world, that we can't even respect one another.
I mean, do you want feedback on that thought?
Sure.
It's selfish. Look at the phrasing. I treat people right, so I should receive back whatever that is, whatever you know.
You would expect. I'll change the phrasing in
yeah,
that. You would expect to be respected back.
Just throwing it out there. Chew on it as you like. But Joe, old Joe, what were you looking for examples of?
Herd following.
I don't know what 333 means, but 33 is you know, the Mason number. And
well, it's also 369, right? 3 plus 3 plus 3. 3 plus 3 6 plus 3 more.
Examples of the herd following behavior you have seen. Examples of herd following behavior. I don't really. Let's see. Let me think for a second because I don't want to there's a good chance, at least as far as YouTube goes, that anybody I might reference will very likely see this. So let me think for a second about maybe some things. before then. I mean, I've always built a bit of a cult of personality around me. I don't know how to explain this paradigm without making it sound like I'm bragging over insanely douchey things. But like I quickly made a name for myself in college, in the dorms, like and people, yeah, I don't know. I don't know how to explain this without sounding like I'm bragging over just being popular. I don't know how to convey anything more than that. I will tell you though, when I went to, I knew that. So when I was before I got raided, I was using an alias for basically everything, and I knew that I was in trouble when I would meet new people, and I'd say, "Hey, I'm Taylor," introduce myself normally, and they would introduce themselves to me as my alias. It wasn't a self-applied alias. I actually didn't like it at all. But yeah, that happened twice. And when the second time it happened, I was like, man, one time I can call coincidence. Second time is I'm getting too big of a name. And sure enough, by the time that I made it out of jail and out to rehab, the rehab was 3 hours away from where I was arrested at. There were people at rehab saying, "Hey, I know who you are." Like, what the fuck is going on? So that paradigm, though, has sort of existed in many ways throughout my life. And it certainly doesn't get less once you have a YouTube channel. And it's not necessarily, I don't think it's necessarily so much the being liked as I think that people, I mean, that's part of it, but I think part of it also is, I think a bigger part is confidence. Like, I'm confident to a fault, even when I'm wrong. And there are just people whose character is one where they don't want to be in charge of their own lives. They either don't want to be responsible or they're not confident. And so if you're confident and people observe that, then the ones who want to follow somebody will seek you out and show you kind of the follower side of them. Does that make sense? Hold on, I'll be right back. I gotta open this cat's bothering me. I gotta let it out. All right, did you hold it down?
And you're gonna make me a cup of coffee and get my headphones.
Oh no, you don't have to stay if you don't want. It sounded like you were trying to get off, but you're welcome to stay.
I'll hang on a little bit. It's a good conversation.
Is there perhaps a certain assurance, friendliness that is nubile to people? I don't know what you mean. Like, what do you mean by nubile? I would Google it, but it's a porn site. Like essential or something? Nubile is attractive or appealing. Is there perhaps a certain assurance, friendliness? Probably. Yeah, I mean, I guess I don't really know. Yeah, I don't know. Observing yourself accurately is a really hard thing to do. And at least, well, for everybody it is. People think they can self-observe, and it doesn't seem that they can. And I know that I've very slow to realize certain things about myself, even though people have told it to me in my whole life. Like, it's like it doesn't really click until at some point, like way later it does. Like, oh, people were telling me this because this, right? Like, which is exactly what they told me. I don't know. I bet you could look it up. I bet research has been done on this.
I think at the end of the day, it's accountability, it's ownership, right? It's ownership in one's own accountability of their own actions, of who they are and what they bring to the world.
I don't think that's it. I think that that's an ingredient for like a good person, but you can have a magnetic, charismatic personality without having any accountability at all. And actually, it's pretty frequent.
Well, if you're not taught proper on how to act by your mother and father, I mean,
yeah, most people aren't.
Well, well, again, that's where it seems to be the problem. Seems like it's not a bunch of adults out here; it's a bunch of kids out here.
But again, you're describing a good person, and that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the magnetism or charisma.
Well, I was only, I guess, trying to get people to see the difference of the two. And because you can only be one or the other. And who are you and who am I? Which one are we? Who we identify? What's appealing to us?
This is interesting. Kay says, that's crazy. Flo just talked about his cat. And literally the next thing I wrote in my notes was that cats like to drink from flowing water like faucets because it's alive. What are you writing about cats for? I don't know if I'd like being famous, actually. I don't think I would. I think it'd be annoying. I think it'd probably be cool to hear that for the first time. But I think that I'd quickly turn into like Eminem or something, just bitching about poor me. I'm fucking famous. I hate it.
I wouldn't want it.
I've seen people willingly manipulated. There must be some payoff. Yeah, exactly. What's his name? I can't remember. Famous con man from back in history. Like the guy who sold the Eiffel Tower. He said something to the effect of, there are two people. It takes two people to pull off a con, the con man and the victim who willingly participates, even though they know it's too good to be true. Like, because a con is really a sale to people's, people trick themselves into getting scammed. It's like gambling. Gambling is a perfect example of people continuously and constantly tricking themselves out of their own money. Everybody knows a casino is not losing money. Think about those electric bills. Think they're not making money? Think that there's a reason that you can get badass buffets for like $5.99 a person, or rooms comped and shit. But lottery. I made a video actually probably a year and a half ago about how I think gambling would be the worst addiction to have, because your trigger, and for those who aren't familiar with addiction, a trigger is something that triggers the desire to use a substance. In my case, like for me, a trigger was driving. There's a certain route to my plug's house, the dealer's house, that I took, and you take it so repeatedly that at some point, then if you start off that route and go a certain way, it feels like you're going to the plug's house just subconsciously, even though you're actually going somewhere else. So driving past a certain street would be a trigger for me, just because it cued that automatic memory. But the trigger for gambling addiction would be having money. Is there negative spaces that dictate the shape of the universe? I don't know what you're talking about. That was JG. Cloning is not real on any significant scale. As long as you speak with confidence and assurance, it Diana matter about what. There will be people who will relate to you, to it, and follow you. True. And passion and emotion. I think that's really the important thing is really firing up people's emotions. You want to speak to their feelings, not to their brains. People will try to drive you insane when you got status. Yeah. I watched the documentary with Terrence Howard on water and our DNA and how they were trying to poison the water to keep our pineal gland closed. He spoke on cats that don't like to drink from a bowl that's sitting there, which our cat meows, always drinks from the faucet on the tub. Faucet in the tub. Well, what does that have to do with your pineal gland? Because not wanting to drink from running water that's because still water is where funky shit starts growing. Running water, like life and algae and fucking bacteria and shit can't develop there. That shit will make you sick. I appreciate that. Idiot taxi, yeah. And I especially hate fucking people who want to play the lottery and they want you to stand in line while they scratch tickets. That shit makes me irate. Carney con man, who is a Elvis. A carnival would be a great place to learn to be a con man. We used to run a bingo hall for basketball fundraising. No amount of bottle drives came close to the money we brought in through the gambling. Yeah, when I went to college, I taught college is a bunch of like middle and upper class kids, and none of them knew how to play dice. And so I made some money for a little while playing dice or teaching people to play dice. And of course, played a little bit of bit fast and loose with the rules that I taught them at the moment, but whatever, it is what it is. My sister-in-law's mom actually signed into a book so that they could let her in the casino. Huh? Oh, side note about casinos. Not all of them, but where I am most of them, if you win big, like I think big is like 2,500, or at least it used to be, or more, before you get paid out, they run you for warrants. If you have warrants, they notify the police department that's in the casino, and the cops come and arrest you. If you get arrested, the fine print of gambling there is that if you get arrested, you forfeit your earnings. So if you've got warrants, which a lot of people at casinos do, just be aware of that. Oh yeah, veins in public bathrooms. That makes sense. I will. Retall. I know, and you're nuts. Eminem is not cloned. Most people abandon logic and go with how something makes them feel. Shit is unbelievable. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the reality is that even the smartest, most logical people still operate out of their emotions more than their intellect. Emotions are a stronger, faster, more primitive part of your brain than your reason, which we tend to think that we use more than we do. We don't. Even a rational person such as myself operates mostly out of what I want. The reason typically just serves as providing a narrative for why I should do what I want to do. Fuck yeah. I can't stand that shit. I hate lottery ticket players. Yep, in Indiana, they did it with her. I feel fine. I never felt bad. Sometimes some of you motherfuckers just frustrate me. I feel like one emotion is up to 10 thoughts. I don't know what this math is you're doing here. Bro, you've got to be kidding me. Your self-identity is defined by your acceptance of propaganda. Never an out-of-body experience. Well, sort of. Not a proper out-of-body experience. Let me go with the abnormal experiences that I can't justify because what's the word I'm looking for? You know the thing where is it ESP? Premonition or something like that. Anyways, you know when you're thinking about somebody and then they call you right at that moment, that sort of thing. I've had that happen in some pretty significant ways. When I was in a car wreck and we rolled the car I was in, my dad called me immediately after. Like I had actually I was basically still hanging upside down from the seatbelt, and my dad called, and I wasn't still hanging upside down. I had just gotten out. But my dad calls and he goes, "Hey, I'm just checking in on you. You're late." It was like 10 minutes past my curfew. I was in high school, and it's me. I was late every night. That was the rule, not the exception. It was like 10 minutes past my curfew, and he's like, "You know, I see that you're late. I was just calling to check on you to see if you're okay." Motherfucker never called me once before or after that, ever, to see if I was okay because I was late. And I asked him, I was like, "Who told you?" He goes, "Who told me what?" I'm like, "You don't know that we just rolled the car?" Anyways, that was one of them. Another one is in college. We'd been partying at the neighborhood we lived in was a whole bunch of duplexes in a college town. So basically the whole neighborhood was college students. And across the backyard, about a block over, was a unit that was full of girls that we had been partying over there. Well, that night, I went back to my place and was in bed, not asleep yet, but I sat up, and one of the girls was with me. I sat up and looked at her and I said, "We need to go back to your house, Jenny." I'm going to call her Jenny. Jenny is trying to kill herself, and sure as shit, I was right. She had taken a bunch of pills. She had taken a bunch of pills, drank a bunch of liquor, and was passed out on the floor. There was a suicide note on her nightstand, and the doctors said that she would have died if we had not called them. So that's probably the biggest one. Are you trying to come up here? Yeah, I know. Christians are self-delusional assholes, largely. I don't. What? Yeah, it was wild. We're still friends on Facebook. She just had her first child. I don't want to be free from myself or my emotions. I quite like me the way God made me, I assume. I don't know why anybody would want to be free from themselves and their emotions. See, this is what I'm talking about. This is the sort of appeal, like, this is a sales pitch. This pitch is only going to work on people who are susceptible, who want to be away from themselves and emotions, who are out of touch and out of control of their emotions and do not like themselves. So that doesn't appeal to me. Good night, Cleopatra. Yep. I'm not sure. It just kind of, the light bulb just kind of came on. Now, in all fairness, I have, let's see, at least one time before that I dealt, when I was in eighth grade. When I was in eighth grade, the chick I was talking to, she called me on the phone while she was, I don't know if it's a proper suicide attempt or if it was like an I need attention attempt, but she had taken a bunch of pills and she was cutting her wrists with an X-Acto knife. And so I have, like, it's possible that experience gave me, taught me cues to look for. But, I don't know, honestly. I was just laying there, kind of the night had ended, right? And now I was thinking about nothing. And then it kind of clicked. God, you're so stupid. Why are you asking that? Right. 1,000-yard stare. Yeah. She didn't really have that night. You don't have a goddamn receipt at all. Correct. All right, Jill. It was mommy. God wants to free you from mommy and thinking like her. You're a man made in the image of God. Think like one. This is why I asked you why you asked that. I could see where you were going with the question. This is the same place that Paul tries to go. Spirit of your mama. This is generic, first level, sort of cult based. What's the word I'm looking for? It's peer pressure. You're not going to peer pressure me into being a fucking retard. Yeah, she didn't die, by the way. She did get shipped off someplace for about a month. So it was serious enough that she didn't die, but she made a close enough or a serious enough attempt that it got her put somewhere for a little while. And then when she got out, actually, I talked to her once more after that, and she basically said, "Don't." She was polite and cordial and stuff. She wouldn't matter anything at me, but she said she was making a lot of changes in her life and was kind of cutting ties with all of her friends from the past. And I was like, all right, well, good luck. Yeah, and actually, my aunt, and actually, sometime I should talk about the time in 2017 when I was getting raided and going to jail and stuff. A lot of wild shit happened there. My aunt, my mom's sister, could tell every time I got arrested. And actually, about 9 months ago, I had a warrant because I missed a court date. I just spaced it off. And so to get a new court date, it was for expired tags or something. To get a new court date, you've got to actually book in and bond out. So I went to the jail. I called them. Let's see. The night before I went to book in, I had gotten pulled over by a cop. I didn't get a ticket, but he did run my shit. And so I knew that there was no new warrants for me or anything. I had nothing to worry about there. I'd called the jail earlier that day. I'd told them what was going on and what I need to do, and could I bring in my own bail money, shit like that. Got everything lined out beforehand. They told me when to come in, so I came in, got booked in. They put me in a holding cell to print out the paperwork for me to get out, and it's taken too long. So the dude, one of the sheriff's deputies, comes in after like 15 minutes, and he goes, "We've got warrants coming in for you from all over the place." He said, "Felony warrants. We got felony warrants coming in for you from all over the place." I said, "What the fuck are you talking about?" He goes, well, we just got 2 in from Jackson County, which is another county in the Kansas City area. And they're full extradition only. I said, what? What are they? And he said, they're still coming in. We'll be back in a bit to talk to you about all of them. And then left again. And so I'm like laying there in the holding cell having a fucking panic attack. I've already got a record and 2 felony warrants in a different state that are full extradition only. I'm going, well, fuck. I'm not going anywhere for a long time. And they came back about 10 minutes later. He goes, good news. We were looking at the wrong guy. And so I got booked out. But on the drive home, right after that, I got a text from this aunt, the one that would never come as arrested. I don't talk to her regularly at all. And it just said, Taylor, ? And I said, yes. Or I said, Aunt Jody. And then she didn't respond again. She just felt whatever the fuck it was in the ether, and was probing to see where that came from. Women are much more in tune with that shit than men are. And I've got a lot of stories like that. Almost always, like, except for the time with my dad when the car rolled, it's always women. I've been told that I have a loud psychic voice. Whatever the fuck that means. I agree, Rebuke cannot think properly. If you want to know what emotional leadership in men looks like, see the Biden administration. I said, why? What makes... Dude, I'm far less emotional than the average person. I'm saying that all human beings biologically respond more with their emotions than with their logic. You do as well. You can deny it, but that would just be your emotions, not your logic dictating your response. I already know that you're more emotional than me and less logical than me, just based off our little interactions. You think it's time for bed? Yeah. A man without self-control is like a city broken into and left without walls. Bro, you're just confused about who is what around here. Yeah, it is. And actually, that aunt, my cousin, that aunt's daughter, does psychic. She does psychic shit for. Actually, basically a lot like I do this channel, right? It's not my only source of income. I don't, flaunt it around the family a lot, but people are aware of it. Like Taylor's doing YouTube. She does psychic shit, sight readings and shit for people. Down in Louisiana. I think she's still down in Louisiana. So, yeah. My mom's side of the family be full of witchy women. No, I believe it's a real thing. It would be illogical of me not to believe in it at this point. Like I said, I could tell you stories about 2017 for days because I don't know, shit was crazy for me and there were a lot of women. You think I'm an old soul? Well, Special K, if you like that, did you see me and Speakeasy get into it the other night? If not, let me know. I'll drop you the link. I'm not a liberal, and I don't have cancel culture. You know what? Rebuke, do you want to come up for a minute? Let me know, and I'll drop a link for your dumbass. Emotions are a bad way to make your decisions. If when the alternative is reason, people don't make better decisions emotionally than rationally. Ideally, your emotions and your reason and your actions will all three be in the same direction, right? That's the trinity, or the alignment in your thoughts, feelings, and actions. By definition of the liberal, Jesus was a troll since... Oh my God. They tried to cancel him. He tried to cancel them. Cancel, cancel, cancel. Yeah, I wing everything. No, Rebuke's not a bot. He's been up here before. What, when you say out here, JG, you mean out, like, what's the here you're referring to? Oh, was she? I didn't even notice. I didn't pay attention to the chat. And I ain't even mad at her for it. Like, it was gonna pop off at some point. And I'm totally fine with her speeding that up. I was actually fine with the whole thing. Because he shows himself for who he is. Let's see. There's on Glenn's channel. And Neve reviewed it tonight. Actually, I'll give you Neve's channel, or so you can watch the review from tonight. It'll be easier than finding the original video. All right. There is the link to Neve Lair's review of what I was referring to. God damn. I think that you're confused. He's on the Holy Spirit. Can't you tell that Holy Spirit, the Jesus pill is the red and the black pill combined with love. The red pill, first of all, the black pill is hate. And the red pill is paranoia. And I kind of agree with the statement, except for the love part. The Jesus pill is the red and the black pill combined with confusion, would be more like it. Yeah, I was. Oops, what am I doing? That's the wrong thing. I've been closing down for an hour. Didn't you read the comments? There you go, Richard. No, I don't think it's what everyone you're referring to. Neve is damn funny. Good morning. It's fine. Absolutely, they do. I would have come to the same conclusion. What up, big boss?
What up, brother man? Peace and respect, everybody.
What is the deal with this Jill fellow?
What is the deal? Have you ever heard of Liars for Jesus?
No, but I automatically recognize them now that you've said the phrase. I know exactly what you're talking about.
Okay, so he's not exactly a liar, but he is willing to push the envelope, be very offensive, be very antagonistic, and believes, and he may be right, that there's a certain percentage of people that if you publicly embarrass them, they'll reconsider their position. So that's what he's attempting to do.
I can't. All right, I'll give him credit for his strategy. Like, it's not the worst strategy I've heard.
Right. He's actually a pretty bright guy. He can be a real jerk, but he can also have really good conversation if you're patient with him.
So most of the time when people are that sort of cocky, antagonistic, I find that they are not engaging in a strategy. They actually believe themselves, but you think that it's intentional provocation.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah.
You know, the first time he ever came up here, which is like last stream or so, I said, "Hi, Jill." He goes, "How do you know? How did you know that's my name?" I said, "Because it's your fucking name on StreamYard." So I'm not convinced he's smart.
Because you actually vet your guests and make sure they are who they say they are.
No, because like just like yours says demolish doctrine and mine says fuck state, his said Jill.
Right.
I didn't even vet him. I just
Oh, okay.
Okay. Jill, you see the link right there. If you want to come up for a minute, I've got a little bit of patience. Like, it's late enough in the night. I'm a little bit worn out enough that now might be a good time because I'm just not energized enough to care all that much.
Love the honesty. Oh, God.
Anything else would be an insult to myself.
There you go. That's what people do. Yeah. Sometimes. Yeah, I actually do believe that there have been 24 different earths, including this one, and that children of God need a pontificate, a hero, and that each of them, including us, will have that. So, yeah, that's true. I do believe that.
Jill, I've listened to Richard more than most, God, probably more than anybody in the last 10 years about their beliefs on the Bible. And I find his to be at least, almost dangerously rational, which is more than I can say for traditional Christianity.
Yeah, I wouldn't easily accept something that's not fully rational. I mean, can I show that what I'm espousing is true? No, I can't show the future. I can't show things that aren't here. I can't show that. But I can show that it's at least, cohesive within itself. It makes sense within itself, and that it's plausible in reality, and it doesn't defeat physics. So at least it's not insane.
Like virgin births and 3 gods being one god.
Yeah, the problem of indexicals. I don't know how Christians can think they actually get it. Like, I can ask a Christian. I've asked Jill before, because he says that Jesus is Yahweh, right? Jesus is the God. So I asked him, did Jesus die on a cross? And he said yes. And I said, well, did Jesus really actually die? When he died, was he dead? And he says yes. I said, okay, doesn't that mean that Yahweh was dead for a while? I mean, let's think about this for a second. Who was running your universe and keeping it all together for those 3.5 days?
If you put yourself in hell, how the fuck do you get out of it? Jill, either come up here and prove what you're yapping about, or get the fuck on with your advertising. You're not going to sit down there and antagonistically advertise your channel with your Jesus weirdness in my chat.
Yeah, simultaneously saying that he doesn't want any new subscribers and don't go to his channel. Come on, man.
There's lots of channels that have that reverse psychology strategy.
Yeah.
Somebody asked why 24. Did you see that question?
Oh, I didn't get to pick these things. It's just what it reads in the text. I mean, a person doesn't have to believe the text, and that's fine, you know. But, you know, in an internal critique, talking about what it claims about itself, that's the stuff I'm talking about.
Yeah.
I would give a real quick explanation in some detail to the 24. There's special promises made to the hero of the story called Christ Jesus, that he will sit at the right hand of the Father, dressed in white, given a crown, given a throne. Right now, those promises aren't made to anybody else. Then you get to the book of Revelation, it says there's 24 doing it. Well, what's that mean? It means there's 24 that get those promises. But it says that only Jesus gets the promises, so all of those are a Jesus. It just means that there's been more than one. The word translated to virgin also means a maiden unmarried. That's correct, Richie. That is correct. That's perfect, in fact, and that's all that it means. It's an overarching idea. It doesn't mean that the woman is necessarily has not lain with a man. It just means young woman who, coincidentally, may not have lain with a man. But in the description of the 144,000,
probably did.
Yeah, pretty good chance of it sometime. On average. But in the 144,000, it says specifically what it means by virgin, clarifying that they had not lain with a woman. So when it means virgin that way, it clarifies if it's consistent within itself.
So the Bible does specify the type of virgin is a sexual virgin.
Yeah, in the 144,000, but not in the case of Mary. So it does trouble itself to differentiate when it thinks it needs differentiated. So it's more likely just meaning young woman.
One of the interesting things is something that seems weirdly obvious to me that Christians don't gather is the idea that maybe the Bible stories are things that have been intentionally confused and taught to us in the wrong way, which seems like you have thought about that, and I have thought about that.
Sure.
And that would also be consistent behavior with Pharisees, with Satan.
Yes.
It'd be consistent with all of the things that we are traditionally taught about all the bad things. Christianity is the biggest religion on earth and has been for 1,000 years. There's nothing more of this earth and less spiritual than Christian literalism.
Oh yeah, that's pretty damn nasty, as a matter of fact. For Gary Baxter, to take these things wooden literally when it's supposed to be a spiritual message would be missing the point. So I can't read the Bible like I'm in 6th grade and just take it at face value, because that's really literally not what it means. Like, for instance, Jesus is not slabs of wood put together as a wide plank to cover an opening. in a gate or into a room. He is not an actual door, and it's not meant that we think of him as wood and hardware. That's not what it means. So he's a way that you couldn't otherwise pass. That's what door there means. And in likeness, the spiritual message at the Garden of Gethsemane, and you'll notice that in Gethsemane, he's like lamenting the upcoming death, right? The boy that runs naked out of the garden, where naked means innocent and ignorant, like a baby. The boy that runs out naked is him losing the last of his innocence.
How do you know that?
What's that?
How do you know that that is the correct interpretation of that word?
Because it's consistent throughout the text. When Adam and Eve are naked in the Garden of Eden, it means they're ignorant. It doesn't mean they're physically not wearing any clothes. So it's the end of the innocence. This is the end of the innocence. Something like that in the Garden of Gethsemane. So it's only one person there. He doesn't have. He's not getting freaky with a teenager like some people think.
Okay, I can't spell Lou. Said it exactly the same thing.
What's that?
Like Adam and Eve were naked.
Yeah.
There's a zodiac sign. I can't remember which one it is. Let me see. It's a water sign.
Aquarius is
maybe
a water sign.
Something about is there one where they're like pouring a pitcher of water?
That's Aquarius, yeah.
Okay. The story behind Aquarius, if I remember, involves a young man or young boy who was beautiful and like it's kind of and he kind of got creeped on by an old man or something. I don't remember the specifics of it, but I remember thinking that had a zodiac connection. And
when the Bible says the apostles ask of Christ how they're going to get to the upper room, that part I can loosely quote it.
I mean, I was speaking about the naked boy running out of the garden.
Actually, no, that hasn't to do with Aquarius, but Aquarius is mentioned, which is what I thought you were talking about. The 12 apostles say, how do we get to the upper room? And by the way, the paintings and stuff are an artist's representation of the Last Supper, and in no way are they accurate. And Jesus replies to the 12 apostles, you will go through the gate. That's the limits of a constellation is called a gate. Into the city. The constellation itself is referred to as a city. You will follow the man carrying a pitcher of water. That is, you'll be in Aquarius. And he will take you to the upper room. That's when the ascension happens, is during those 2,160 years.
So apparently I was speaking of the wrong zodiac sign. It's an air sign. I meant Pisces. Okay. I don't know. It does have
Aquarius
a water
is an air sign. I can't keep track of. I can't keep track of the religion part of astrology and astronomy. I just can't keep track. It's not interesting to me.
Browns boy, you know that we've got you've got a 10-second delay from when you see it to when we see something from when we say something, and also it takes a second for your words to get back. So when you say things like "oh my God" and "stop," nobody really knows what you're referring to at that by the time we see it.
That's not true. He knows.
Okay, touche.
He knows
Goblin Jill, welcome. Welcome to Tuesday Morning Theology.
Which astrology? Babylonian? Chinese astrology? Which astrology are we referring to?
The standard zodiac.
Which one?
Ancient Near Eastern, including Judaic astrology.
Okay. So Chinese astrology doesn't their understanding of the celestial.
That's slightly different.
Doesn't
Yeah.
count.
But in the Chinese zodiac, though, I was born during a metal tiger, I think, which is a badass
Which one's right?
combination of.
Which one's correct?
Oh, I don't fucking know.
Which one?
I don't know that
is
any-
correct. What does that
You
mean?
know, Richard, you believing in 24 Jesuses means that you should be 24 more honest, 24 times more honest than the average Christian. Did I not answer that question? Did God die on the cross? Did I not answer? Can you tell us what my answer was? Because you got on
I can't
here.
remember. I don't think you
Of
got
course
the
you can't
point
remember. Of course you
of
can't
being
remember,
honest.
but you can remember the fact that you asked the question and you
Sure.
pretended as though I did
Well,
not have it.
the mistake that you're making is you're overvaluing your own opinion. We don't value your opinion as much
Okay.
as you do.
Okay. Well, don't mention me and this question in the same sentence and then behave as though I did not give an answer. You may not
Do you
accept
recall what
my
your answer was?
Do you?
I already said I don't. Do you recall what?
But
your
if you
answer was?
if you said what it was, it might jog his memory.
I do. The answer depends on what you mean by the word die.
Okay, that's an escape. But
That's
could you
not an
answer the
escape.
question?
That's not an escape. Words are not univocal or
Unequivocal
or univocal.
and univocal.
Potato,
Fine.
potato. They take on the meaning in the context in which they're used.
That's unequivocal.
Okay. So
Univocal means they sound the same.
to die does not mean to go out of existence. That was my answer. Do you remember
Okay,
now?
then. Okay, that's a fine answer. Can I
Okay.
reply?
So you can stop behaving like the atheist and going on to channels and pretending as though Christians have not answered these questions ad nauseum, ad infinitum.
Okay, so when Jesus was on the cross and was Yahweh and died, he did not go out of existence, is your answer. Right?
Yeah, death is separation.
Okay.
Physical
So-
death is when the soul, or you can call it a spirit, separates from the physical body. So in that sense, yes, Jesus died because Jesus was God in human form, and his soul or spirit separated from his body. Into my hands I commence my spirit, he said. Into your hands, rather. He's speaking of the Father.
Yes, that's correct. Into
Yeah.
thy hands, yeah.
Okay.
Depending on which one whichever translation. Yeah, you have the right idea. I agree with you. Okay, so then the spirit of Jesus was not dead while his body was dead. That's what you're saying.
We are souls, or we are spirits in a suit. Yes. So when we
Okay.
die, we don't cease to exist. That's what the Christian position is. That's what it's always been.
Okay. So what you're saying to me means there's another part of the Bible that is wrong, or you're going to have to special plead. Here's why. The dead know nothing.
Read the context in Ecclesiastes 9, please. Please. Instead of just extracting one term. That's not even a sentence. You didn't even complete the sentence. You
The dead
extracted
know nothing
part of
is
it.
a complete sentence.
You know, you guys are both correct, though, right?
You extracted part of the sentence. Read the context in which Solomon says this. He's speaking about knowledge of, or the things of the earth. You no longer can make money. You no longer can be successful. You no longer have that car. Those things
Well,
you don't.
not
nothing
just
about.
that.
Vanity,
Not just that.
vanity, all is vanity. That's the theme of Ecclesiastes. All is nothing. It means nothing. It
Brother
means
Jill?
nothing in the afterlife. That's what he's referring to.
Okay, it also says your memory.
Memories.
Yeah, memories. Not just
Your
your car
memory.
is gone.
Your memory.
Yes, the dead person's memory is gone. That's what it reads.
No, your memory.
My memory of the dead person is gone when they
People's
die?
memory of you.
I remember my grandma, and she's very dead for quite some time.
Right.
So the Bible's just wrong.
Yeah. So when you're looking at scripture, you read the context, not the term, and try to fill in or pour
Are you
in
going
your
to
own
ignore
meaning.
that you remember some dead people?
Do I remember them? No, when we say remember, meaning that they don't have any say in the matter. They don't have any. If you were a judge, you no longer are remembered as a. You no longer have the judgment, or you can't judge anyone. You can't do.
Why do you think that remember is used in that way?
Because the context demands that I read it that way.
Actually, it's the view that you have of it to maintain a cohesive doctrine that makes you read it that way.
The theme of Ecclesiastes 9 is a common destiny for all when you die. The righteous and the wise and what they do are in God's hands. And no one knows whether love or hate awaits them. I'm reading the first verse. Always start out with the first verse. That's the thesis. That's the prologue. That sets the tone. Not just extracting one part of the verse or the chapter and creating your own understanding. Let the author speak. Let Solomon speak. Solomon was certainly not saying. Solomon was certainly growing up in a Jewish context. Solomon was certainly not saying there is no awareness after you die.
Are you done
If
swallowing?
You want me to believe that, then you have a bridge to sell me in Connecticut.
Go ahead and swallow that because I don't want you to choke. Hold on. Don't take a bite of the. Oh, I have to wait for you to swallow that one now. Okay.
You stretch credulity, Richard, to suggest that Solomon, a Jew, believed that nothing, you were not aware of anything once you left this plane or once you left this earth. That's not the Jewish.
Okay, go ahead.
You good? Okay. This happens so much, we actually call it a Jillabuster.
Yeah. So,
because he'll just keep repeating himself like this instead of actually having a conversation.
Okay. What's your response?
I don't know. I was ignoring you the third time you said it.
Okay.
I don't have a response because I've asked you several times not to do that. And I told you that my brain will shut down if you do it and you don't believe me somehow.
Bum, bum, bum.
So it's a great way to get ignored, but that's all it's going to do for me.
Flow State, you need to add that soundbite to your stream. The Price is Right when they lose.
Yeah, change the topic.
I gotta ask, Flow State, are you do you have a magnet for lunatics?
I wouldn't be laughing if I were you. He dropped that for you.
Well, you believe in 24 Jesuses, so
that's not lunacy.
I'll let that speak for itself.
That's justifiable from within the text, which I've done.
What you eating there, Flo?
Looks
like some
quit changing the topic.
Looks like some lentils. Oh, crunch berries. Okay. Oh, so you want to die?
You like some what?
No, I'm just kidding. So you're gonna answer to Ecclesiastes 9 and what the theme of Ecclesiastes 9, it has nothing to do with not having awareness after you die, because the Jewish culture certainly did not hold to that. In fact, I don't think any ancient culture held to the idea of soul sleep, maybe we might call it, or not having any awareness,
okay,
or not consciousness, you can call it, after death.
Yeah. Okay, I understand the question. All right, so if I say something like, the older the church, the more correct they are, which is what you just said, Jews would not have believed. Because as time goes on, we gather more and more information, we can refine what we think is true and be better informed to make better decisions. So that's actually like an appeal to ignorance to say something like that. And that's logically fallacious.
Can you start with the Richard Buster?
It's not a filibuster. I am also simultaneously looking up the verse.
Okay. Did the Jews? I'm not asking you what your 21st century.
I don't care what the Jews thought
of the afterlife and spirituality, which you're allowed to have your own understanding of these concepts. I'm asking you what their concept was, and based on what their concept was, why would you suppose that Solomon now is has a different understanding, or your current understanding, when he lived in that motif? Go ahead, answer.
Well, first of all, I don't think this is Solomon living in the ancient Near East. That's the first problem with that. The second problem with that is it wouldn't matter because you're committing a fallacy. And third of all, I just like to read the verses if that's okay.
Yeah, I started to. Go ahead. Yeah.
Ecclesiastes 9:4 for anyone who wants to look it up, through probably about 9:7. For to him that is joined to all the living, there is hope. For a living dog is better than a dead lion. For the living know that they shall die, but the dead know not anything, neither have they any more reward. For the memory of them is forgotten, also their love and their hatred and their envy is now perished.
Okay, can we
Neither
stop
have
right
they.
there?
I'm sorry. Could you
Can we stop?
please just
Can we
pause
stop
long
and
enough for me to
reflect?
read the verse? No, stop, man. Can you act like a decent human being having a conversation? Also, their love and their hatred and their envy is now perished. Neither have they any more portion any more a portion forever in anything that is done under the sun. Go ahead.
Well, I got put backstage. So when you read the Bible, stop and reflect on the verses instead of just reading through in sort of a machine gun type of dishonest approach. You
That was
lied earlier.
dishonest.
You caught if you would have let me stop you when you were reading the verse, I would have pointed out that you lied earlier. You said that you said that the text said it had nothing to do with that. What verse was that? Verse 5. For the living know they will die, but the dead know nothing. They have no further reward. So Solomon is defining in the immediate context what he means by the dead knowing nothing. And even their name is forgotten. You tried to turn that into you forgetting things, or it's saying that their name is forgotten. The people on the earth don't forget you. And you tried to suggest, well, I remember my
No.
grandmother. Well, that's
No,
not
you
exactly
said
what
the
Solomon is
opposite.
saying.
That
That's
was
not
my
exactly what.
position.
Okay, he said their name
You're
is forgotten.
claiming to have had my
Hold
position.
on,
You didn't.
hold
It's
on.
recorded.
Why isn't Richard backstage right now? What about the conversation? You
Because
claim
you're
that
being dishonest. I wasn't being.
you claimed that even their name is forgotten meant that they forgot things, meaning that they didn't know anything. Solomon clearly is saying here that their name is forgotten by the people who are on earth, meaning
Well, now
they
you've gone
have no
back to your
more
position.
influence.
That's
Okay.
good.
Okay. So they don't have any more influence on the earth. It's not speaking about their consciousness in the after earth.
Okay. Can you pause?
So now if you read the context, go ahead and tell us what Solomon is saying here.
Okay. Do you experience other people's hatred, love, envy?
Even
Or
their name
were
is
they
forgotten.
experiencing
Let's stay
that?
there. Let's stay on verse 5. Even their name is
No.
forgotten. What did Solomon mean by that?
No. You always preach context, and you just did not 3 minutes ago, not 5 minutes ago. And here, when I try to bring it to just the next verse, you refuse.
We're reading verse 5. For the living know
And
that
6.
they will die, but the dead know nothing. That's the key verse. Comma
Yes.
or semicolon. They have no further reward, and their name is forgotten. Solomon is telling you what he
just
means
read
by
that.
the dead knowing nothing. What is Solomon teaching here? Their name is forgotten.
Jill.
Does that mean they forget? Does that mean they don't have any consciousness? Or is he
Jill?
talking about the people on the earth as opposed to how they see you? Flow
Okay,
State
and-
will have his name will be forgotten when he leaves here.
Jill
That
Buster.
doesn't mean that his parents are going to forget who he was.
Jill
Okay?
Buster. You're
All right,
repeating
so-
yourself. Can you stop?
And even their name is forgotten. Go ahead.
Okay, so it's obvious that it's one continuous context and topic in 9:5 and 9:6. For the living know that they shall die, and also their love and their hatred. So I'm not going out of context. Stop claiming that.
Okay, their love and their hatred shall die. Meaning when F State leaves, his hatred for Jill will die. But that
Right, when
does not
he
teach.
dies-
That does not teach. That does not teach that he will not have consciousness after he lives. So your job, Richard, is to prove that this text is teaching what you tried to make it say by extracting a half a sentence earlier in the stream. Go ahead.
I did quote only half a sentence. That's true, but I didn't misquote it. I quoted it in context, and I'm not changed my mind. I don't appreciate.
Prove it.
I don't appreciate you pretending that I have.
Prove
Okay?
it. Prove it from the text. We're looking at the text now. We're reading.
You know I didn't.
Now. Okay. Prove that this
I
text
did.
means. Okay.
Can you stop repeating yourself?
Go ahead.
It's just a Jillabuster. It's not important.
I suggest
so
you give up and change the topic because you're not going to win this one.
Not
with the text.
What do you mean by win?
You're not going to convince people that what they're reading is not what they're reading.
Wow. Well, I'm glad you know what people should and shouldn't think and what they will think. That's great. That's amazing.
All right, here comes the emotion.
If he's not going to, why are you getting upset by it?
Here comes the emotion. I'm not upset.
Why are you Jillabustering if I can't do this?
Here's
why
what they
bother?
Here's their definition of Jillabustering. Jill belaboring the point. That's their definition of Jillabuster, and they don't like it. You always hold their feet to the fire. Never let the atheists go on to a new topic until they demonstrate they've reflected on the past mistake.
I'm trying to respond.
Reflect on your Bible blunder, sir.
You have interrupted me about 4 times now. I've been trying to respond. Okay, so
go ahead.
Since there's no topic change here, it's still talking about what perishes, right? Then it's talking about some certain person perishing, right? And it reads that they will not know anything, neither have any more reward. And reward here is like accolades from your friends and neighbors, that kind of reward. For the memory of them is forgotten by someone, right? Also perishing with that, also meaning in addition to their love, their hatred, and their envy. Now, since I don't experience someone else's love, hatred, or envy, I experience only my own. This must be referring to the person who perished.
You don't face people don't envy you.
That's
people don't hate you.
Are
you're
you
not
doing that on purpose?
You're not a Christian, so that's true. But Christians, however, experience hate.
And I didn't say I don't experience. I don't know how you can misquote me so badly. It was just one sentence ago.
So you're taking
I said,
the text and
Jill,
you're trying to personalize it. Let Solomon speak. Go ahead.
Jill, I experience envy, hatred, and love of my own. I don't experience someone else's emotions. No one does.
Oh my gosh. Talk about a word salad. Their love, their hate, and their jealousy have long since vanished. Never again will they have a part in anything that happens under the sun. Is heaven under the sun? No.
You're so funny. You read it as if it makes your point plainly when it doesn't. Will you please make your point?
Okay, I am. Their love.
No, you're not.
I'm reading the text and letting Solomon speak. He is talking about their influence under the sun and how other people view them under the sun. Their love, their hate, their jealousy have long since vanished. Your doctrine, your 24 Jesuses, your hatred for the Christian faith,
poisoning the well,
will long since vanish. Never again will it have a part on YouTube.
Right.
YouTube
when
is
I
under
die,
the sun. YouTube is under the sun. Twitter is under the sun.
You don't
Obama
need to give examples of things under the sun.
Please let Solomon speak.
There's nothing but a Jillabuster. Look, man.
Please let him speak.
Your interpretation. You know, if I ask him to, he will put you backstage. I'm trying not to. I'm trying to be nice.
I will.
We'll start with the ad homs. Because
you need a blessing of Jesus.
On a Christian channel, you would have been put backstage for the ad homs.
Father, Son, Spiritu Sancte. Where's my holy water? Pretend I'm shaking this on you. Jesus, in the name of your Son or your Father, whatever. Cast the demons out of Jill so he stops Jillabustering and I don't have to send him into purgatory.
That's the devil's juice. That's Mountain Dew.
The devil's juice is Mountain Dew, code red.
My wife used to tell me stories about how her and her roommates, because they were.
Why are we hearing a story about your wife?
Yeah, I didn't mean to give you a distraction point. Go ahead, Richard.
Thank you. Look, I read it different than
just
you.
Gonna filibuster. Go ahead.
I never do that.
You are now.
I read it different from you. We both understand that. Okay. But when I'm explaining how I'm reading it, I'm saying, because of this logical point and that logical point, it makes better sense to read it this way. And then you just read it as if everyone should have your brain. That's not an explanation.
It is, in fact, an imposition of your will on others. It is a denial of the free will that God gave them.
Well, nice observation. That's true. Meanwhile, you were typing inside chat instead of actually listening. So would you give your explanation? Would you justify your view on those texts 5 and 6?
I've already done that, sir.
Jill, I expected from all the bravado in chat, I expected a lot more of a challenge in what you're seeming to demonstrate here.
Yeah.
Maybe
sure.
I need to try to exercise those demons again.
Let's ask someone who's a third party reading
Goblin.
Ecclesiastes 9.
Goblin, weigh in on this.
Yeah, reading Ecclesiastes 9. What is
My
Solomon
opinion
referring
is that the
Now-
context for the word death is being used. It's different regarding these verses, because I think it's actually regarding the impact on others and the way that others perceive that.
Thank you. It's not that difficult, Richard. I mean, if you actually take the time and read the text and let the author speak instead of having your own interpretation, which you just admitted,
everybody has their own interpretation. To request
not
otherwise
Christians.
is
Not Christians.
yes,
Not
they do.
believing-
That's why there's so many different versions of the Bible and denominations.
No, let Solomon speak. You did it. Why couldn't Richard do it? Because Richard has an agenda. That's
I
why.
let Solomon speak because I was not listening to you. I was eating cereal.
Exactly. You let Solomon speak for what Solomon is saying. He is clearly telling you this is referring to things that happen under the sun. The idiom under the sun is simply this life, not the afterlife. So please tell Ace Theo and the rest of the Universalists to stop misrepresenting this Solomon's teachings here in this verse. Richard.
Okay, so Jill, do you agree with me that there are people who are alive right now and people who used to be alive but are dead right now at the same time?
There are over 40,000 Christian denominations. Fun fact.
Name them. Show me the list, and I'll show you non-Christian.
We actually only need 2 to make the point.
Okay, there are about 30. Okay, so
doesn't matter.
whenever flow state, and I told you I'm going to destroy every contention that has been propped up in your life against the faith once and for all.
You haven't destroyed any.
When someone tells you that there are 30,000, 40,000 denominations, ask them for the list, and I guarantee you they won't send you a list because that's a falsity.
There's more than 30.
There is probably more than 30. I'd say about 100.
Well, it doesn't matter. If there's more than one, it makes the point.
No, it doesn't, because there's more than one culture. So we would expect there to be different expressions. In fact, that's what God desired. He desired to have different expressions.
I didn't even need to cross an ocean to a different culture. I mean, just in the United States, there's more than 2.
Because the United States is a hodgepodge, genius, of different cultures, if you haven't noticed. You're tired, you're poor, you don't understand how America.
There aren't
America
both
is.
Baptists and Catholics and
you
Protestants.
You don't know the country you live in. You don't know what's going on
in the
in your own
Appalachian
country,
Mountains,
especially under Biden. In fact, let me tell you a story. We had a child who came into the school and we couldn't figure out what language he spoke. That's how wicked this regime is.
That's amazing.
There are people coming over to this country. We don't even know what language they speak. So there you go.
To answer to Brown's boy for just a moment. Sorry, Jill, don't mean to be rude to you, but it was
Trump
directly
24.
It was directly asked of me. Brown's boy, because there's special promises to Jesus and the 24 elders are already enjoying those same special promises, that would mean that there'd be 23 prior Earths. So 23 completed Earths. And us.
I don't know if this lists of all. It wants to break it down between covenant theology and not covenant theology. I don't know what that means.
It's like,
Anyways.
does Old Testament apply or not?
I don't know. This isn't a complete list, but I definitely believe Christian Educators Academy more than your list of 30. There's like 10 different types of orthodoxy.
Yes.
Yeah, that looks like a good article right there.
This is verse 9.
I'll drop it in the main chat.
With your wife, right, whom you love, all the days of this meaningless life that God has given you under the sun. Man, Solomon, he was harsh. All your meaningless days.
It's not meaningless. That's a bad interpretation.
Solomon. I'm letting Solomon speak. I really don't care what your interpretation.
No, you're reading whatever Bible you like, which you handpicked because it agrees with your brain.
All right. Well, what version do you want me to read? I can read it in the Greek if you'd like.
I like it in the Latin Vulgate, actually.
Okay. Well, let's read it in the Greek then. It's going to say the same thing. You want to run to translations now? Oh, that's the wrong translation. That's the wrong denomination. Come on, don't play that game.
Or you could read it directly from Tanakh, and that would be just as good.
Oh, okay.
You know what would be even better than that is if God would just talk to each of us individually, since He wants a personal relationship with us, instead of playing these hide and seek games. Peekaboo, peekaboo, peekaboo.
Yeah, what you're referring to there, Flo, you're referring to end times when that's revealed to people. But Christians, because they mistakenly think it's a history book, which it's obviously not, they think that they're already experiencing the Holy Spirit.
Yeah. Sort of like Taylor Swift fans think they're experiencing some sort of euphoria when they're all together and singing songs.
Sure.
Ecclesiastes is in the Old Testament. I'm sorry, not the New. So
common delusions, especially ones that seem positive, are easy to achieve in a large mass of people.
Yeah, Christians don't really care about
euphoria. Yeah.
Christians don't really care about your assertions.
Joe, so you're a Christian?
We don't really care about what you can assert. We had enough of your assertions the past 4 years. Enough.
Excuse me, Joe.
Goblin, I didn't know that you were asserting things 4 years.
Right, that's what I was saying. But as a Christian, would you agree that the New Testament is supposed to flow through with the Old Testament? Otherwise, it's a conflict.
I don't know what you mean by flow through. Flow state? What do you mean by flow through?
No, it's supposed to align with the Old Testament. Would you agree with that?
What do you mean by align?
It's supposed to align. The New Testament is supposed to align with the Old Testament.
They're supposed to work in sync, in tandem. It's a continuation. It's the same story, same God.
Let me show you what answering looks like, Jill. Yes, Goblin.
Right.
It should be one work of God and cohesive.
Vagueness is the seed of the devil. Define your terms.
Yes, tell me about it.
Okay. The reason why you like vagueness is because you like to live in that realm. We don't. We're Christians.
Deflection.
We like to be certain. So,
Deflection.
So it is the same God. So if you're defining the same flow as the same God, then yes, it is the same God. We believe that it is the same.
I wasn't asking you to define me as God, but I'll accept it.
So do you think that it's not the same God? We want to have that debate? I can set that up for you. Now, I'm not streaming live again until after Biden is out of office. So I'm protesting Biden's existence in the White House.
Goblinosis was trying to engage with you.
So I won't be doing live
little bit.
But once November hits, I think my next stream is scheduled for November the 10th.
Nobody cares.
We can then we can set up a
one-on-one. Jill, you're not gonna ignore the questions instead to promote your channel again.
I'm asking for clarification. If he means the same God, I did answer. Yes, they are the same God. If that's what he means by flow, define your terms.
Go ahead, Goblin.
That is what I was getting to, and just like what Richard was saying, they're supposed to work as one work. You know what I mean? It's still the same God. Now under like Gnostic beliefs, that this was created by a lowercase g God, and that the world is not perfect, and we can see that.
The world is not perfect. That's right. Never claimed to be. If you read Genesis, the word that's used there in the Hebrew is very good, not perfect. Only God is perfect.
Okay. And so when you look into the concept of how the religion of Christianity was created, almost all the people that created what they defined as a religion, they were all burned at stakes. Do you know that? And called heretics? Did you know that?
Yeah, people have done some very, very bad things in the name of Christianity, in the name of Roman Catholicism, in the name of Islam.
That's not real Christians, though. That's not real communism. That's not real, blah.
It is real. It is real because it happened.
Those were Christians?
We acknowledged it. Those were not Christian ethics, but those were people who claimed
Were
to be
those real Christians?
Were those real Christians?
Yeah.
I don't know if they were real Christians, but what they were doing was not prescribed in scripture. That I can prove. I can't prove someone's heart is actually genuine. I'm not God. So you need to demonstrate that that's prescribed in Christianity rather than giving us this emotional.
So real Christians have to only do things that are prescribed by God?
They don't have to do anything. They have the
Where
freedom.
does God prescribe you to go onto YouTube streams and antagonize people with your religion? Is that one of
I
them?
don't have an explicit.
Thou shalt annoy the people into serving me.
You want the book, chapter, and verse?
Yes.
Yes.
Let me get that for you.
First
Corinthians
Jill, chapter 3.
2 Corinthians 10:5. No, a little older than Joe. To the church.
Go ahead and read it.
We destroy arguments and every lofty opinion raised against the knowledge of God.
You do destroy arguments. I'll give you that. Destroy arguments is definitely an accurate translation.
I do destroy them quite well, like Ecclesiastes 9.
Not a compliment, brother.
Like Ecclesiastes 9. Like, did God die? I destroyed that argument. I destroyed 2 arguments today in a matter of a few minutes.
Did you? I must have missed it.
Yeah. Richard is going
I
to
did
go.
too.
Yeah. Well, what Richard is going to do in his dishonesty, like most atheists, is he's going to go to another channel and pretend as though
that wasn't a loving thing to say.
It was. He's going to go into another channel and pretend as though there's no answers for these questions, and Christians just don't have an answer, and it's just a contradiction, and there's nothing we can do about it but say that Christianity is wrong because of this, even though it was dispelled or destroyed, that contention.
Are you familiar with the book of Enoch?
Not much, no.
Are you familiar with Nephilim?
I am familiar with the theory of the Nephilim, yes, which is a non-essential, and Christians can have a disagreement.
How is it
on
a theory though when all the evidence is all over the rock that you're on right now? How is it a theory?
Well, Christians have different understanding. Now, there are some passages in scripture that are not explicit where Christians can have a different interpretation and still be within the pale of orthodoxy, and that's one of them. Genesis 6.
Is Jesus a Nephilim?
Is Jesus Nephilim? No.
He's the half-breed, son of an earthly mother and a divine father. Punished to earth and then sent to hell by his father, by God. I mean, just think about it. If I were a Nephilim, what story would I tell about myself? It'd probably read something like the Jesus story.
Well, you'd have to demonstrate that Nephilim exists, and I don't hold to Genesis 6 teaching.
Do you have to demonstrate that God exists?
Do I have to demonstrate God exists? I don't
if
know.
I have to demonstrate Nephilim exists, you have to demonstrate God exists. Go ahead, I'm waiting.
I don't know how I would do that, since God.
I don't know how I would do that either.
Is incorporeal, meaning non-physical. So science is a
Flow
tool
State, that is such
use.
an interesting observation.
Wow, look who just cut me off while I was in the middle of a sentence.
Yeah,
So
yes, I did. Yeah, I did.
Science is a tool
And it's a really
F-state.
interesting
Science
observation.
is a
I'm going to
tool
spend several
that
hours
we
looking into
use
that
to
for you.
determine the natural, not the supernatural. So I wouldn't have any tools to determine if God exists scientifically.
Go ahead, Richard. You were saying I'm interesting.
Yeah, it's a really interesting observation. I'm going to spend several hours on that for you. Because that should be justified. That was really interesting.
Do you want to hear my interpretation of Genesis 6? Christians do have.
I would rather hear Madsen's initial thoughts on my observation.
Okay. All right. Yeah, let him pat you on the back. Go ahead. Go ahead, Richard.
Okay,
Pat him on the back.
so at first blush, it's not easy to dismiss, right? And that alone is interesting enough. I wouldn't say anything more about it right now until I've done some looking into some words and done a little bit of research.
All right, Jill, demolish the argument.
No, I don't. I'm not going to demolish a Christian understanding of Genesis 6 because I understand that there are non-essentials taught in Scripture or in Scripture that people have extracted, teachings or doctrines that people have extracted that are not necessarily heresy or violation of the text. But God was never cared to be clear on this issue. So,
Joe, you said you were a
believe
Christian.
Yeah, some people believe that angels were having sex.
So how is
with
that
human-
non-essential though?
non-essential because it's not what the disciples taught. It's not anything.
Okay, so you don't believe that the Nephilim are going to be in the later days?
I don't believe that Nephilim exist in the same sense that you do, in that they're half-breeds. Because the Bible teaches that like reproduces after its own kind. So I use that explicit teaching to inform me on the Genesis 6, where it's really cloudy. It's not really clear as to who the Nephilim are. It's just that
You
simple.
got to
It's a simple
go into
hermeneutic.
other books. That's
It's a
why.
real simple hermeneutic.
You have
I
to
mean,
go
you
into
should be-
other books that the same people that burned the original Christians, those are the people that chose what books go in and which ones do not go in. That's the control tactic to the organized religion.
The
That is
victor
an
writes
assertion.
history.
That's an
No,
assertion.
the
that
victor
you
does
can't-
write history. He's correct.
That's an assertion again. Do you guys
And
have
if this
facts?
is the devil's world, be in this world, not of it, then that means that, not to be too Gnostic at you, but wouldn't that mean that the Bible is compiled and then translated
I
is
feel like I'm
probably
CNN. Do you guys have any facts? Can you
Bro,
show?
there's nothing. I understand that you mean that as an insult, but there's nothing CNN-ish about any of this stuff.
Well, these are all assertions. Do you have any facts for that claim? That this
everything we're discussing is assertion.
Okay. Well, here are the facts.
Okay. Let me ask you another question that you can
let's
give me.
stay there. Let's stay there with the compilation of the scriptures. Here's the facts. The text was actually discovered. It was not determined by men. It was discovered. So we discovered that, hey, this book should be in the canon because of these principles. So the Bible was determined.
Were you at the Council of Nicaea?
Sure. The Bible was determined based on the principles.
I'll have you know I'm a direct descendant of Constantine, so you're welcome for the Bible.
The Bible was determined not by Constantine, but by the principles of canonicity, meaning does this
How
book
do you
meet-
know that?
Does this book meet? Because we can look at the books and determine that today. I can take all of
So
these
you
books
you inferred
and
it.
determine that today.
You inferred
based
it based on your.
Do you know? Okay. Do you know the principles of canonicity, or why this book was accepted and this book was rejected? Do you know what the
That would be
principles
interesting. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I
No,
did at
wanna
one
know if
time.
he knows. Because if you
I
don't
learned
know,
it, and I
go
went to a
refault.
Catholic high school, so I did actually learn this, I think, but I don't
Okay.
remember.
If you don't know, then you're going to default to, well, they just determined it based off of X. Or
I mean,
based
that's why
off
I'm asking you.
power and control.
You don't know.
Yes. One of the principles are the date. Is it dated in the 1st century? Is it close enough to
Okay.
is it close enough to the actual advent or the actual events that are chronicled?
That makes
That's
sense.
one principle. That's one principle. So if
I
your
would
book of
expect that one.
Enoch, so if your book of Tobit, or if your Gospel of Thomas was written in the 2nd, 3rd century, it would not meet that standard or that rule. Canon means rule.
I get the chronology one. What's the next one?
Canonicity means rule. You must meet the standard in order to be accepted in the Bible.
So what aside from chronology?
another principle was it taught in the early church as scripture? Was it accepted in the early church as scripture? First, second century.
Wouldn't all the
measurement
books
makes
of the
no
Bible
sense.
meet that one? You're not going to include for consideration something that you don't know whether or not it should be considered.
Those are just two principles. There are several, but those are just
Wait,
two.
that doesn't make sense. As Flow State's pointing out, that's no kind of a measurement of anything. That's like a
They have to be
popularity
written
contest.
down, right? They only considered books. Okay.
Well, you can take one of the principles and try to critique it standing on its own, but it's really several different requirements or canon or measurements that are being used, not just
Well, I
one
might
rule,
agree
but
with
several.
most of them. I don't know, but that one makes no sense.
Well, okay. Well, there are some that are not as strong as a rule than others, but I would say that the dating is rarely. I mean, if you want
You
to
already
know
said
what was
that.
going on in 9/11, you're going to ask people who lived during 9/11. I mean,
Yeah, you
that's
already
called the
said that.
historical principle, simply put.
Jill, did you miss the part where it says that we battle against evil, wickedness, and principalities in higher places? Did you miss that part?
No, I
Okay,
Obama,
because that right there would tell
Biden.
you that the evil wickedness and the principalities in higher places, they would control what gets put in the book and what does not. Okay?
Okay, so let me explain to you how the Bible was discovered. The reason why that argument doesn't work for the Bible, the Chinese telephone argument, is because we have discovered manuscripts that were buried during the time of Constantine.
Wait,
So
who
there's
made that
no way.
argument?
Hold on. Let me finish my point.
But
So
nobody
there
made
is.
the
So it
argument.
isn't. Can I finish my point? So it is an impossibility for him to have corrupted all of the manuscripts, since we found manuscripts that were buried during the time of Constantine, unless you want to stretch credulity and suggest he dug them up and changed them and made these legendary changes and then put them back in the ground again.
So if they were texts that were discovered in 1945, that automatically means that they're not true?
It automatically means that Constantine could not have possibly corrupted all of the manuscripts. Textual criticism is not taking one manuscript tradition and saying this is the right one because this group was the ruler of this group, or this group was an empire and therefore they just control history. Textual criticism is taking all of the manuscript traditions and comparing them in light of each other, and then
Jill.
coming to a point where, hey, this is what the original text says, or this is what the mother copy should be.
Hey, Jill, I think Goblinosis is making a greater point, and I think you might not see it. I'd like to make that bridging. If people were inspired by the Holy Ghost, if this was God-breathed and written down originally, like the actual writings, the first ones, right? But they argued with each other. They said things that didn't adhere to each other, and we see evidence that in the Gnostic ideas, that's pretty much the Gnostic observation there. Then there's no reason for me not to at least consider that what we're talking about here is the writings of Satan, since Satan is in control of the world, which is a claim from within the Bible.
Sounds like a conspiracy theory, but okay. I mean, that's what your religion is about. So I would expect
That's what Satan would say.
I would expect that. So there's a paper.
Yeah, Satan would say, I didn't write that.
There's a paper Liberty University did on the principles, process, and the purpose of the canon of scripture and how it was derived. It wasn't determined any, mini, miny, mo, or I like these books and I'm in charge, therefore these books are going to be the Bible. That's not how the Bible was determined. And if it was determined that way,
I think you still missed it.
We can still go back and correct that error because we have all the books. You guys are not thinking. If we have all the books today, we can still apply that test or those principles to those books. And when you do so, you will still come away with the same canon, 70 or 60.
How do we know we have all the books?
We don't. But with the books we have,
you just made that
we
statement.
can apply. We can apply this scientific method, this principle, these principles
That's
of
not
canonicity.
scientific.
It is scientific because it's
No,
it's,
it's
it's
not.
applying a process, and it's objective. It's a standard. So if you
That's
don't
not the
meet it, you're
scientific
not in. I
method.
don't care what your feelings are. If you don't meet the standard, you're not in the book.
I won't
Okay?
change my mind because I don't have to, because I'm an American. I won't change my mind on anything, regardless of the facts that are set out before me. I'm dug in, and I'll never change.
Yeah, you guys are watching too much Da Vinci Code. Okay, we can take the books that are existing now, like the Gospel of Thomas, and eliminate it from authenticity or from being authentically referring or speaking to the things that happened in, because it's too old. It's not credible. Guys cry and complain about the New Testament being 40 years removed from the actual events, but want to include 200-year books, 200-year-old books from the actual events. How atheist of you.
You said it's too old. The Gospel of Thomas is too old.
Yes, it's too old to be considered reliable. The New Testament is 40 to 70 years removed. The Gospel of Thomas is about 200 to 300 years.
Oh,
So
it's
we
too
would accept,
new.
Yeah, so we would accept the New Testament, John, over.
So the exact opposite of what you said. Okay.
We would accept John over a book that was written by Gnostics in 200.
Well, John was
AD.
still pretty fucking old.
Not
Or
as
new.
old.
Pretty new.
Not as old as the Gospel of Thomas, however.
No, but it was well after anybody who was alive during Jesus' time was dead.
Yeah, the lowest estimate is 70 years.
40 to 70 years after.
No,
King
Mark
John's 40.
Mark is predicted about 70 or guessed at about 70 years old. John is way older. John's like 150.
I don't think John is that old, but it's certainly not as old as some of the Gnostic writings that the liberals are trying to prop up as actually authentic. Like,
why do you keep strawmanning the liberals? They're not here talking about shit.
Well, Elaine Pagel is the first one to come up, and I remember her reading her when I was a kid.
Joe, where in the fuck do you find these people?
Yeah, I have to let you know that, Joe. What you just did, trying to point Gnosticism towards liberal, that's the same BS reason why they've tied being conservative to Republicans.
Hey,
so you're putting a political stance on religion.
No, I'm not talking
and
about
it's bullshit. I'll tell you that.
You don't understand what
I
liberal
do.
means from a scholarship position, from a textual critical position.
I've heard you say nothing credible, actually.
Yeah. You don't understand what liberal means from.
You don't understand the scientific method.
You tell us what liberal means from a textual critical position, not from a political position.
Nobody's going to play semantic guessing games with you. This is what all Christians do: is they
you don't understand
semantic games. That's also what the medical establishment did. That's also what CNN does.
Okay. Well, if you don't understand, just ask.
I'm not asking you anything.
There's a difference between liberal politics.
He's very clear on your
critics.
misleading.
There's a difference between, let me give you another example. There's two types of archaeology. There's what we call minimalist and maximalist.
Jill, I have a question. I lied. I do have a question.
You guys gotta do your research on these things, man.
Would you
Everything's not
rather
black and
make
white.
out with a dude or get pegged by a chick?
Neither.
That's not an option.
That's it. Well, then, hey, I'll
Just praise God, man. Fucking praise God. God is so amazing. The sun, the nature, the earth, water, the way words work, the way knowledge works, the way love feels. God. Praise God, man.
You're gonna lose subscribers. You keep letting me on here, Flo.
I know. You've crashed the viewers.
Do you know why?
Because you're boring and weird.
Because Christians with reasoned answers
That's not you. That's not what's happening.
Scare away liberals. Christians who can actually destroy your actual.
This is the problem with your belief system. You confuse bad feedback for you being right.
Yep. Christian
Really
persecution
wrong.
complex.
And you accept people who agree with you with proof that you're right. So there's literally no way to convince you that you're wrong.
Prove me wrong. That's one way.
I gave you a lot of examples why in 5 and 6 you're looking at it upside down. It's not true in reality the way you look at it.
What do you mean 5 and 6? Talking about Ecclesiastes?
Yes. 9,
You
5,
And
and
this
6.
is also the
admitted,
problem with
sir.
faith in general, is
You
that it's a
admitted.
belief in something. It's a positive belief, an assertion of belief, at least an attempt to believe in something that you don't have sufficient reason to believe in. You don't know, you hope, and you try to force yourself to believe something that's not believable.
That sounds
Which
nice.
is why Christians and all religious people get so adamant about, and defensive about their faith being attacked. Same way that trans cult gets offended when you say that, well, there's only 2 genders.
You mean like when you kicked me when I tried to teach you that? When I said that on your stream, you kicked me? You mean like you?
Why did I kick you?
You're in lockstep with them. You're in lockstep with
Oh
them.
yeah, that's why, because you're a liar.
You're in lockstep. I said there were only 2 genders, and that principle, that Christian principle, supersedes or
That's why you called it a Christian principle. It's not a Christian principle.
It's not, but it's one that we've adopted. So, along
This
with
is the
others.
part of the show where he tries to provoke you into kicking him so he can say you were being unfair later.
It's not one that originates with Christianity, and you kicked me for that. So why are you?
Well, guess what? I just made it an agnostic principle. It's an agnostic principle. I just
Look in the
adopted
mirror.
it.
Look in the mirror. Okay, if you want to
I
complain.
am. I'm agnostic, and I just stole your principle, motherfucker. What are you going to do about it?
That's fine. I hope you adopt more of them so that we can save these babies.
Maybe if you adopted agnosticism, you would have more of our good principles, like 2
There are no
genders.
good principles. We have all the good.
Maybe
principles
you
in
would
our
not go to
canon.
hell then if you became an agnostic.
We
Maybe you
have
wouldn't be
all the-
living in hell, which is the attempt to hold up a worldview that's impossible to actually believe. Your mind and your heart and your actions are not in sync with each other.
You study psychology?
Yes, you did.
Just enough to be dangerous.
I can tell. I can tell. But you're not going to be able to fool the elect. Okay? You're not going to be
He's
able to fool the
special.
elect.
Yeah,
What's
you understand
elect
that
mean?
flow
Is that
state
See right through you,
means
Judas.
he's special, unlike
How did
you.
I know that? How did I know you study psychology?
what if he? How would you know if he's not special?
I study psychology.
But how would you know if you're crazy?
You're not going to be able to fool me.
That's
dude.
the thing, is crazy people don't know they're crazy a lot of times. So
Here's
do you
how
have
I
an
know.
do you have an anchor in reality that you can check back to see if you're
Yes, the social sciences. What I tried to bring up earlier.
social sciences? What is this,
Social
CNN?
statistics, sir. That's what the social.
What are you, a liberal?
The social sciences.
You don't believe in
demonstrate-
social sciences,
Can I-
do
can
you,
I finish my
libtard?
point? The social sciences demonstrate what I'm saying is true. That's how I know I'm not crazy.
You've
Now,
demonstrated
you can't
enough
say the same thing.
for me to
You
get
can't
off
say the
here.
same thing.
Thanks for the time, Flo. Have a good day.
Bye bye.
Take it easy, Goblin. I'm getting off
One
right
by
now.
one,
too.
they're going to leave. One by one.
Yeah,
I
but
will
we,
destroy
you know what?
everything you believe to be true. Everything.
You've actually just confirmed everything I already thought to be true. Thank you for validating everything I believed about you, about your religion, and about the things that are wrong with it.
And I'm still waiting for someone to accept my challenge: Christian morality versus anything your puny little demonic
Well, you don't
thing
know what there is no such thing as Christian morality.
can conjure up. Okay, the morality that Christianity has accepted, the morality that we believe comes from God. You don't have
No,
to
too
believe that.
subjective and broad. There's 41,000 different denominations of Christianity. I
Show me
will
the
accept
list.
what you define Christian morality in a way that is supported by red letter verses.
Show me the list.
No, it's your list.
Show me the
That's
list,
not-
bro.
sir. I don't know of any list that exists of 40,000 denominations. Show me the list.
Okay, doesn't matter if the
Stop
list exists or
promoting it,
not. It
CNN.
doesn't matter. What I'm saying
Stop
is your
promoting it, MSNBC.
No, what I'm saying is that your criteria for something being a Christian value basically means whatever I want to be. That's what I
Show
hear.
me
So
the
I
list.
want you to anchor
CNN.
your list of Christian morality in direct quotes from Jesus.
Yeah, I could do that. No problem.
Yes,
Because-
LCJC, this is live.
Because Jesus wrote all of the Bible. So yes, I can do that.
Okay. Are you being intentionally stupid?
No.
You're
I'm being
dishonest.
intentionally
You're
biblical.
either stupid or you're dishonest, but you're being
Prove me.
stupid in a clever way, so I think you're dishonest.
Are you saying Jesus didn't write all of the Bible?
I will definitely say that. Yes.
How would you know?
Because Jesus didn't write shit before his birth.
Well, we know that scribes wrote the Bible. In fact, Paul even names his scribes. So if you want to play that game, then no Bible contemporary actually wrote, because they were
so
dictated.
incoherent that it's barely comprehensible.
Peace and
Scribes were
respect, Sarah
dictated-
Schemmel.
Scribes were dictated to by yeah, a lot of clips, a lot of interruptions.
I got a lot of clips.
Yeah, I'm sure.
What you're trying to get me
pulling them
mad, so
all
I
out
kick you.
now, all of a sudden.
Maybe I'll get you mad so that you.
Nope, not
Here,
gonna
this
happen,
one will align with your Christian values and your incel ways.
Amen. Thank you for pointing out another principle that is superior than yours. Purity is a biblical principle. Your principles, your teachings on
I can't wait to get my dick wet.
your principles on sex have led to HIV.
What are my principles?
Bible wins.
What are my principles and what are the Bible's principles? Please support your claims with references.
Biblical principle regarding sex: one man, one woman, together in holy matrimony, monogamy. What are your
monogamy?
Meaning
Did
no
you
dating,
say monogamy?
Meaning no dating, right? Meaning no dating.
You're lying.
Okay, so what are your principles when it comes to
No. Monogamy.
And then let's go to social sciences and test each theory. Go ahead. What's your principle?
No, I will for my response. I'm not even going to tell you mine because you can't tell me mine, and the burden of proof was on you because you claim to know what mine were.
I'm not going to.
But let's talk about Solomon.
Yeah, let's change the topic. Yeah.
No, this is the topic.
You said monogamy. Solomon is a solid response.
We're talking. Solomon is not a principle. The principle.
No, but Solomon violates the principle, as does David, as does basically everybody in the Old fucking Testament.
Amen. Yes, we all violate God's principle. Yes, that. Thank you for teaching.
No, they didn't get. God didn't get pissed at them for that.
What? Are you reading scripture?
Not really much anymore. No.
You know what God did to David for his adultery?
No, he got mad at David
he killed his son. He took his son.
Why? Now you're being dishonest again. I know that story. I know that story, Jill. You're lying again.
Then don't
It's
say
not
God
because
was
he had
upset.
multiple wives or because he was monogamous. That's not the topic there
Don't
with
say
David.
God was upset with it, because the prophet came to David and told him God was upset.
Jill, why did God punish David by killing his only son?
Because he did something wrong.
What was it?
He slept with another man's wife, Uriah's wife. That's
Okay.
adultery.
He also killed him. So
and murder.
Okay.
Right. He did a lot of
So
things.
it didn't actually have anything to do with monogamy, did it?
False. It had everything to do with him violating not one, but
He violated both marriages and killed a man. It had nothing to do with him having more than one wife.
okay. So you want me to find an example of someone who just has sexual impropriety and then say
I want you to
God
find an
punished-
example of the Bible saying you shall only have one wife.
Genesis sets the tone for the
That would make the
principle of
point.
one wife. Also, Deuteronomy.
It sets the
17,
tone.
Also, Deuteronomy 17, thou shalt not multiply wives. If that was the instruction for the king, that was the instruction for the king. How much more so for the
What was
common?
that? Deuteronomy.
17, thou shalt not multiply wives.
So
Okay?
I'm
That
looking
was
it up
the
right now, but you
instruction.
think that
David disobeyed that. Solomon disobeyed that. Okay? Along with the principles that are taught in Genesis. God did not create 32.
Isn't Deuteronomy the book where they tell you not to eat shellfish or like wear red shoes or any of the other weird shit?
Sounds like a
Yeah, all the
deflection
duties.
to me. Sounds
Yeah,
like a deflection
so
to me.
Do you eat shrimp?
Did you know that there was a difference between civil and moral law? Did you know that?
Not that wasn't what I asked. Do you eat shrimp?
I'm actually allergic.
Do not sacrifice the Lord your God an ox or a sheep that is defect or that has defect or flaw in it.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. So are you going to look up Deuteronomy 17:17? And
I'm
see
looking.
that it
I'm
says-
looking at the whole chapter.
Oh, now we want to read context now.
Well, I'm just doing what you told me to, right?
Oh, this is fun.
After all,
wait a minute. When did someone neglect context? And weren't you the one that tried to read only 5 and not 6 of 9?
No, I
yes.
read all of the context.
The reason that it's important for me to read context, especially in this conversation, is because you have proven yourself to be a liar.
Go ahead. Read the context. Thou shalt not multiply wives. Now, here you can sort of take, this is not a letter, so it's not building upon ideas or concepts. So you can sort of extract the principle out of here. So that would be okay in this instance, but now you want to read context. So go ahead. Have fun at it. Thou shalt not. That's explicit. That's in the imperative.
So it doesn't say just have one wife. The context is that the king should not overdo anything.
Yes.
Yeah. Don't had too many wives.
Yes.
Don't too many horses. Don't have too much gold and silver.
Right.
This is about excess. This has nothing to do with monogamy.
Yes.
You're a liar. This is why I read context, Jill, because you lie about this.
Right, and having more than one wife is excess.
Well, and you know what my tip is when it says multiply, you shall not multiply wives. That doesn't say more than one wife.
Okay.
That's a big number.
It
Don't
right. So
you can
two multiplying is two multiplicity. Is that have multiplicity? Yeah.
See, you're dishonest, Jill. You're dishonest.
What about 3?
Do you think?
Where do you draw the line? I'm trying to get to you where you draw the line. Is it 4? Is it 5?
Well, God apparently didn't draw it at 1.
Actually, he did. In the beginning, God created man and he created one wife. He did not create 2 wives.
Dude, you're adding all that shit in. This is all the book of Jill. This is all from the book of Jill.
The book of Genesis, sir.
No, the book of Jill. All the other shit
says that he created 1 wife. He didn't create 3 wives. He created 1. Had God wanted the standard to be one man with multiple
that is
wives,
never stated. You would
What
think in a book that size, he could find some place to make that explicit, especially since so
and
many
he
of his.
did. Listen, let me tell you the difference between the Bible and the Quran really quickly.
And I'm drier than the fiery pits of hell.
Let me give you the difference between the Bible and the Quran. This will be at this.
Fuck you, you punk ass bitch. You ain't nothing but a no good dick sucking, taking your ass punk bitch ass slave. Still doing paperwork. You're fucked.
Jill, I ain't trying to hear you anymore. You're a liar. Why would I continue to entertain somebody who's dishonest and lie? I know, and you're going to take it as affirmation that you're right.
Yes.
All negative emotions will be relinquished. All feeling will neutralize. You will be able to live a fully functional, satisfactory experience in a completely safe utopia.
There's literally no way to change your mind. I've already demonstrated that I don't care who you're talking to. You're not talking to anybody. This is my fucking panel. The only way you couldn't demonstrate that God says to have one wife. That's because he never said it. You're scrambling to find a way to be right, even though I've proven you wrong in your own fucking book. Jesus might be love, but Jill is a lie. Go ahead, unmute. Go ahead, Jill. You want to talk to Richard? Go ahead. Come on out, little Jill. Come on, guy. Don't be scared. Can't you see this is a nicer, more approachable live stream?
No, this is another plea for attention. Well, he'll act like he's not listening. He'll act like he's not.
Shut up, nerd.
He'll sometimes do this if you put him backstage. He'll like refuse to listen, even though you did it so he would listen. He's uncooperative like that.
Yeah. Well, you know, nothing turns people away from the God that he claims to serve, quite like acting like he does, which is why I sort of agree with LCJC when she says that everyone is worshiping Satan, aka Jesus, because Christians are so fucking obnoxious that it's basically the fastest way to turn everybody off to God. Isn't that right?
Yeah, and in that way, it is satanic. You know, the whole message of, like, say, for instance, Catholic guilt. There's a big standard for you. You know, the Bible claims that we are ignorant and irresponsible. So how can we say something like someone is ignorant and guilty? That doesn't make any sense. That's a satanic idea.
It is. It's blasphemous because God created the world and he said it's good, right?
Right.
And so to say anything else is blasphemous. I mean, I think that there's enough similarities between Satan or Lucifer and Jesus that it's almost undeniable. You have to really work hard to not see it.
I'm going to kind of argue that in order that the observation be true, you have to accept some very standardized Christianity. Now, it's a great argument against what Christians normally say. I have to agree.
What do you
with
mean
that.
you have to adopt some standardized?
Like you have to say something like the Old Testament God is Yahweh or is evil or does evil things, because the way that they read it, you know, like drowning babies is evil. I don't care who you are, right? And then you have to say something like Jesus agrees with the Old Testament, thereby Jesus agrees with drowning babies. Jesus is evil. But you have to accept a lot of Christian ideas about the Old Testament, about what Jesus is saying, in order to say that Jesus is acting in evil. Now, if you accept those, great observation. I personally don't accept those. You see my point? Did that make sense at all?
Sort of.
Sort of not.
I guess I don't know. I don't know any non-Christian ideas about Jesus, so all of it takes it sort of it.
Yeah, well, you know, we're going to know each other for a while. I'll try to get around to explaining some of that. But I'd give you a real quick example right now. Jesus'
Sure.
fulfillment of the Old Testament. That's a standard about Jesus. Jesus' fulfillment of the law. One of the laws says.
Well, I mean, hold on. The fulfillment of the Old Testament, isn't that exactly what Satan would say if he wanted people to not follow God? Yeah.
Okay, so one of the ways that Christians make Jesus evil is that Jesus is the fulfillment of the Old Testament. The Old Testament says you can beat your slave as long as they recover within 2 days, and you only have to set them free if you do some like serious permanent damage. Well, that's evil. But is that what Deuteronomy is actually talking? Is that what Leviticus is actually talking about? No, it's not. So they're misunderstanding out of their own hatred, out of their own prejudices, the Old Testament, and then they push that on Jesus, and they do the same thing in the New Testament. They push all kinds of ideas onto Jesus that he wouldn't agree with, saying things like, oh, Jesus was a jerk in the temple turning over the tables, thereby Jesus is giving me permission to be a jerk. Really?
They love that one.
They do love that one.
And also the what, loaves and fishes going to communism or something.
Explain that one. I haven't heard that one. Go ahead.
I don't know that there's much really explanation behind it. Just I've heard a lot of socialists put do you think Jesus would be, Jesus walked around and he was poor and he stayed with other people and gave out food, blah, 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 blah. Do you think Jesus would be a capitalist?
It's interesting. Of course, I see that Jesus happens in end times. So there are no such, governmental programs. There is no infrastructure. There's none of those things. and the people are just trying to survive. And of course, stone soup, they kind of share with each other to survive. But that's using that necessity and how impactful it will be to tell a greater story. That the loaves and the fishes, which is like standard nourishment, those were staples of those people at the time. So it'd be the same thing as like saying to us, bologna and white bread. That's about the same thing, right? So it's like saying he fed them with bologna and white bread. Well, is the point that bologna is really tasty or that white bread is nutritious? No, that's not the point. The point is that he takes something that's not very good and is really just super common and makes it more than enough. Now, what's the common thing that I think they're talking about? The nourishment of the word, that is to say, the Bible. So just like Jesus is always saying, you have heard, but I say, again, it's that story. He's saying, you have taken this Bible and these ideas for granted for a very, very long time. You've downplayed them and made them unimportant. Here's why they are important. And that's the miracle of the loaves and fishes. So it's not about multiplying bologna and white bread. It's not what it's about.
I hate bologna.
Me too. That's why I used it.
I sort of feel like Jill is upset I didn't kick him all the way out. Think he knows he's not backstage still?
Oh no, I do. I just realized.
Shut up, nerd!
Lord, forgive me for chuckling when Flow State did that.
I mean, if you're going to come up and lie and waste time and blah, 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 and discuss in bad faith, then why would I treat you in good faith?
So I think these stories are actually...
That's what frustrates you. I don't
Shut up, nerd!
I think these stories have spiritual meanings. It's not about the defeat of physics. After all, if it was about the defeating of physics, that actually would not really impress people. That's not how we are. We would just think it was sleight of hand. We would think it was magic.
He thought that the principles of canonicism was scientific.
Well, it is a method, but it's not the scientific method.
He conflated scientific with systematic.
Yes. Well, Flow State, thanks for letting me on your show. I appreciate it. Jill, thank you for the conversation. Dishonest as it was, at least you did somewhat engage. You guys have a great day.
You too. Thanks for coming up.
Thank you.
He was stricken dumb. The Lord let him down. Holy Spirit ain't bringing you any words. LCJC, are you part of the crew? I've been smoking inside for quite a while. You're right. You know what? You're right. I'm trying to copy him. It's not that I sit here for 8 hours at a time. True. Behavior like this is the reason you're still a Christian. See, you people are ridiculous. There's literally no feedback you could get that would change your mind. Oh, he's not backstage anymore. You're either right or you're right. Good feedback, confirmation. Bad feedback, confirmation. It's a paradigm that's impossible for you to get your brain out of. Yep. That's where you belong. What about Snaps? Snaps is a weirdo. What time is it? About 14 hours. Yeah, I am basically nocturnal now. Hold on a second. Like Rich and Rare or R&R whiskey. I haven't been on for 14 hours. I've been up for 14 hours. I woke up at like 3 p.m. yesterday. 14 hours is not particularly long to be up. You're right. I'm not gonna argue with somebody who's dishonest. That would be stupid of me to engage in a logical discussion with an illogical person or a sincere discussion with an insincere person. You're doing agitation tactics, which isn't a bad strategy for YouTube. Yeah, I'm going to bed. I'm sort of curious to see if LCJC responds because I've seen you here twice, at least twice. And I assume that you are here because you're supposed to be monitoring me or watching me or some shit. But you don't seem as insane as your cohorts, so I'm just sort of curious. Yeah, it looks like Z fell off the edge. And Bear Jew is another one who I think originally started hate watching, but now seems to be engaging in good faith, which is sort of the way that a lot of people, enter my world. Men, particularly women, I seem to hit it off with better, but men at least seem to not like me until they like me. Well, I didn't say you. Okay, I did say hate watch. You never hated me, but you're definitely an antagonistic douche. So you're not here on crew business? Yeah, Gary's one. Well, then, I'm glad you're here. The first time, I'm not going to lie, the first time I saw you, I almost just blocked you on site because I just assumed you're part of the Snafu crew and here doing that. But, well, welcome. Gary's the star. All right, before I shut down, what do you guys? I assume that you guys like this camera angle better than where I had it previously. I know that at least Cynthia and Mrs. Flo didn't like it down there as much. I could put it over on the other side, but as well, but the light source is over here. Then I have to move that over there and all that shit. Well, you know that Snafu is basically a demon, right? He operates in an antithetical way to love. In fact, he has no love. He has just hate and false witness. And an autoimmune disease. All right, let me see where I'm going to send you guys. Actually, let me ask you this. LCJC, have you seen the Flow State's Greatest Hates? I mean, Trump is a Pied Piper. Should I play it? All right, I'll play it. Hold on, let me get it.
Yeah, Flow State's something else. Flow state, ho state, whatever the state you are.
Ho state, no state, damned hellbound fate.
Do you have a magnet for like lunatics?
Some frat boy douche with an earring who wants all the time, energy, attention, and resources because he's got an earring, and he's got that frat boy douchey college vibe that you all love so much at the sports bars. And he wears his hat backwards and makes little quips, so he's cool to hang out with. A lawless, dishonorable, bad faith, unethical scum. Fuck you, Flow State, you fucking piece of shit, white knight and motherfucking bitch-ass made motherfucker. You grifting fucktard.
Faggot white trash Missouri motherfucker. You white trash piece of shit.
Flow State, we'll see. We'll see. I don't know, man. You're sus to me, bro. I don't know what's going on there.
Flow State, you're so fucking retarded.
Chain smoking cigarettes in a hall. Flo is using Snaps and others as their person, knowing how you feel about them to get him money.
And he's okay with grifting your money. All you fucktards who want to donate to his bitch ass?
Right. And Flo State's absolutely in for the fucking money. 1 million trillion dillion %. He's a fucking grifting fuck. But Flo, I see your white knighting and the words you're using to protect these bitches who claim people online, give them fuck. So, you know what, Flo? Go fucking suck some balls, you grifting fuck. He's so low value and low worth that his value is $1. He's one of the most narcissistic, devious pieces of shit I've seen on here. And it's exactly the archetype of Lucifer they talk about in scripture. A meth head addict, lowlife, who's been living his whole life grifting, deceiving, defrauding, defalcating. Peaked in high school, he's going to go in your DM and expect him to take his shirt off and you to take your pants off and get whatever he wants and go on with his life and lie to the wife.
This little Flow State, the monograph optics are high. We know what you're about, Flow. You fucking dopehead, fucking grifting fuck.
Someone like Flow State is going to be power hungry and controlling and want to be egoic and build up his ego.
He's making his grift money. And fuck you, Flow, you cunt little bitch ass flower made piece of shit. Smoking meth all day.
Supported monograph.
Smoking meth probably. He's like, he's a fucking meth head. Look at him.
Little host state fucking white knighting for some weaponized bitches. Flo, you're such a fucking clown, dude. Everyone sees that you're fucking in this for the money on YouTube. Everyone who sees it, like, whether or not you're getting the views or not, entertainment sells, we know this, but you're such a fucking joke and a clown. But in post date, fucking, I see you and Cruz watching your bitch ass now. And Flo, you fucking grifting piece of fuck. We all see it.
The self-proclaimed drama whore / slut. I can't remember.
He's white knighting for these bitches. I see what you're trying to do, Flo, you fucking piece of shit. Now I saw why he clipped your video and what he did with it. He's white knighting for these weaponized hoes. White knighting Flo is part of the Me Too movement now, and he's a grifting he's a grifter. Flo's a fucking straight grifting fuck, if you don't know. I mean, it's simple as that. But fuck you, Flo. Flo's white knighting saying he's using keywords like attack women. Flo, fucking suck my balls, you white knight and piece of shit, grifting fuck. Flow State, you pogo fuck. Go ahead.
But he's a sellout fucking clown making accusations.
I'm no huge fan of Flow State, but he does seem to be making some progress here lately.
You ain't shit. And you come online and pretend like you're somebody. And then you had the nerve yesterday to say the one thing we could learn about on your channel is how to get women. You are the narcissistic, egoic freak.
Flow State gets all the girls. Can you put that comment up?
I have more women on my panels than most places, I would say.
Yeah, I noticed that too.
Somebody is going to be hating tomorrow. It's always some butt hurt.
Your show has a lot of, is like a pussy magnet somehow.
That's okay.
There's somebody's going to be hating tomorrow. There's always some butt hurt.
Never been anywhere, never done nothing, got a goofy bitch next to you, and you're going to go on a Talking with Famous People broadcast and tell us how to get women. You asked, why are you here? Chaos and controversy. And then when he didn't get that, he's bored.
And he's being mischievous. And this is the personality trait of those infidels that go around thinking that they can hate on somebody and entice them, try to tempt them like a devil. You ain't shit, bitch.
The reason I said chumming him along, Flow State, is because that's how I see it. You chum the waters for the sharks to come around.
Right. Where in the fuck do you find these people? Jesus. This is just the rantings of a fucking psychopath.
Cuck beta male.
Just a broken, monotone, desperate appeal to try to seem like somebody online. He had the balls to do
a broadcast with people called Talking with Famous People. He was the famous person. Okay. If you go into these people fucking background, Jack Talcott, and you look at who they've been for the last 5 and 6 years, it's narcissist central. The levels of personality disorder, lack of self-awareness, and complete dysfunction. All while having a methamphetamine habit, by the way. Fascinating.
You can sit there and deal with stupidity in a way that I can't.
I think you live in a fear state, not a flow state. I'm flow state. No, you're not. You're fear state because you don't want to give up your false strength egoic presentment. That's a fool. Fool state. So we have fear state and fool state. There's definitely no flow state and there's definitely no faith state. And he yells out, I don't give a fuck about truth. We know you're here for the next $5 for the drama fest, grifting off my audience.
I kind of want to bitch out and yell at flow state over here.
All right, go ahead and do that, sir. Get to that.
Fucking bitch, dude. Like he's an undercover like hater or something.
Say that over again. I got road noise. I got to hold the phone up to my ear.
He's probably a little bit jealous, Brian O'Shea. A lot of people are, so don't, take that.
Yeah, that's all it is. That's all it is. And he's handsome
O'Shea,
too.
say it again. I didn't hear it.
I said I'm going through a bisexual stage and I might want to suck your cock. You're really handsome.
All right, no.
You a Care Bear, you in flow state, y'all soft. Y'all too soft, man.
It's like with flow state. You want to sit here and say flow state's the internet gangster. Homeboy dropped his address to you, bro. Like,
Antoine's going to do a series with you and flow state, how horrible white people are nowadays.
I love flow state is great.
Oh my, okay. See,
I love flow state. What's wrong with flow state? Flow state is awesome. I love flow state. Flow state is. Right. Did you see flow state on my show the other day?
Yes, I did, sir.
Yes, we all did.
The chat loved flow state.
You're acting like you love flow state. Great stuff.
I really do love flow state. Have you seen his appearance on my channel? He's box office.
Dirty hat Missouri blue collar workers.
Well, he's another one who says that he's all about the education and enlightenment, Mr. Flow State, right? But every other comment is about like snorting powder. Yeah, I got to give it to Flow State. He's one of the better manipulators I've met on here. Pretty good at what he does. So he's one of the better ones, right? He knows how to play the back position, stay quiet, observe the dynamics, play people against each other, drop things into conversation to skew your perspective without making it seem he's doing it directly. He's pretty good at what he does.
Fuck you, Flo, you cunt little bitch ass flower made piece of shit.
Someone like Flow State is going to be power hungry and controlling and want to be egoic and build up his ego. He's an infidel scum. We wouldn't fuck him with your dick. He's got no discernment, no character, and no money on top of it.
So here comes the smoking. Looks like he has sunglasses on. I think this live stream was at night. He's got sunglasses on top of his hat. But what is with this guy? What's with this guy? What's with this guy? Is that a part of an encyclopedia collection of books or those Reader's Digest behind you? I don't think you read anything, dude. Got to have your books on a shelf behind you. Try to make you look smart, right? My books make me look smart. Do they really make you look smart? Or when you open your mouth, do you sound dumb? So this guy running this live stream, Flow State, is asking for money to kick someone off the panel. You can donate money to him to kick someone off here. You want to talk about stupidity? Stupidity, Jerry Springer show shit, and degeneracy? It's right here. This Flow State genius. Obviously, he must be a genius, right? He's calling me a motherfucker. Well, I do have a reason, dummy. Dummy, your IQ isn't even close to 100. You've got problems in seeing. You're emotional. You react emotionally to the truth. You've got issues.
While you keep sitting there projecting, hating on me in your jealous, envious ways.
Your attitude prevents you, your arrogance. You've actually, you know what? Damn it, Flo. You're so frustrating because you offer a lot of good. And yet, this is, this is unhelpful, dude.
He's just very angry.
He's using her belief system against her while also throwing an FE tantrum like a child.
Bitch ass slave.
He's such a drug addict still. He can't even get on camera without looking creepy and blinking and having his eyes go all over the room. He's so bizarre. These are bizarre, sick, twisted people. I give Hostate credit. He's so narcissistic and egoic and prideful and calculated. He'll watch consistently, but he'll never type and he'll never come up. I respect him more than everyone else because he'll at least lie, cheat, deceive pretty well. Yep. He'll at least hate pretty well. He'll at least keep up the appearance that he's busy and interesting and has shit going on. I know that's ridiculous, but some appearance of it, right? Because he'll be here. He knows everything I've said, everything I've done. He consistently reveals that, but then says, I don't watch. So he won't type. You'll never see him. He won't come up here. He'll watch consistently. And I don't believe he uses alts. I must say that I'll salute to Flow State. Salute.
He is calculated.
Yeah, he's very, if you're going to do it, be like him and at least do it somewhat, good. Be calculated, strategic, be egoic and prideful. Don't show up places, pretend other people are constantly talking about you and need you in order to promote. So you could build a viewership of hate who support you based on not liking me and realizing that you're their power base, right? Or the other way around. So it's great. What he's been doing, I really support that. He's really good at what he does, like the political manipulations, deceptions, stratagem. He at least excites me a little bit because I go, he's got some discernment. You could look in his eyes and tell he's a predatory scum. Those are the guys I like to play with and compete with because he'll give you a little bit of a run for your money, right? If you're going to do this shit, at least get good at being an infidel, manipulative, deceptive, worldly, cultural scum predator. Just get good at it. You notice how all the middle-aged women have cozied up to Flow State? He's so good at it. He really is. I got to give it to him. All the most broken, seriously, watch for it. All the most broken, confused, lost, and or unattractive physically women who are past their mating time have all cozied up to him. He's their best friend ever. That's how you know a narcissist egotist. But Hostate, he's great at what he does. Makes you feel like you're just one of the boys. You and him are buddy and friends. And it's all just to take advantage of you and use you and have him get the genuflection that he's a ladies' man, like the videos he was making. He's using you. He's playing on you, pimping on you. But at least he's somewhat good at it. Makes it all seem like it's just an organic idea that I'm the reason for all this stuff having to happen over there because I was so bad and wrong and wouldn't let anyone talk. He's such a great guy for $1 a month. Clip this all out and use it for your next promotion because you know what Flow State will sit right now somewhere at work listening, giggling to himself. Yeah. He's one of those guys. Like he knows I know. He knows. He's never going to tell anyone completely. He'll allude to it with certain jokes as a coping mechanism. He'll reveal. If you watch how he jokes, every time he jokes, that's really what's going on. You don't know that. You don't see that. So, again, he'll always reveal who and what he is through the coping mechanism of humor. And then he'll always get plausible deniability to say, oh, that's not really who and what I am. That was just a joke. While claiming that every time I do a bit non-bit, it's really who and what I am. And there's no joke to it. Do you see the hypocrisy?
I know you're stupid. And you think that you can just get into power and just kill everybody. His channel is Nazi friendly.
Fucking Flow, the piece of shit.
Fraud state.
Hostate has admitted many times he's a self-interested, self-indulgent person. Anything he does on here is going to be for his own gain, his own benefit, his own profit, and his own fixation, compulsion, and impulses. He's not interested in truth, good faith, or honorability. That's of Hostate, Slow State, Low State. They don't respect you. They don't admire you. You don't inspire them. As a matter of fact, you dry them up. They can't even get wet for you no more, presuming they ever could.
By Flow State.
Faggot! I'm a self-indulgent, lustful, selfish, worldly narcissist.
Flow State's an ignorant piece of shit.
Hey, I would rather not have Slow State here. I'm not going to have him coming around here because he's purposely trying to promote his shitty channel and panel indirectly. He's got a lot to say over there, everywhere but in my face. I'm just going to prefer that he not be seen and heard anywhere where he's not giving quarter. He's a rather boring character. Fairly stupid as well.
Last night, he invited me up on his panel. So I sat down in his chat for 45 minutes and he wouldn't let me up.
Have this like lust for power and control on their shitty panel with 30 people watching. And then they want to do the rounds midday while they're at their slave job trying to promote with Slow State as his name. He's not an interesting, informative character. You're a disingenuous fake bitch, and I don't want to look at you or listen to you.
Yeah, and he's a straight up liar. He knows it. And you can watch it in his rhetoric. Go to his show and watch. When people tell him, present him information and tell him to look it up, he says, no, I'm not going to do that. That's the perfect epitome of ignorance and mischievous. He knows there's more information out there. People offer it up. No, I'm not going to do that. He is a narcissist just like Jack. He thinks he already knows everything. He's around projecting the false claims that he makes and says that he's not lying when he is, and you know he is.
A disingenuous bullshitter. Slow State is a pathetic, creeping, crawling creature in the background, shape-shifting up front. He's a joke. If you had any self-respect or dignity, you'd stay far away from a creature like that, just as I and many others do. If you ask Slow State on the internet, he's a ladies' man. Slow State's voice made her literally have a gag reflex reaction.
Are you sure she didn't slip off in the bedroom and masturbate to their voice?
Slow State, he knows that he's an evil motherfucker, and he knows other people are evil too, and he will cast doubt upon the dark sides of himself and others in order to use other evil, dark people to get something he wants.
With Flow State and others, they're fucking more of the demonic. They know what the fuck type, manipulative type.
Yeah, they know what they're doing.
100 people that will say, Flow State, you're so desperate for clout and views. Fuck these cupcakes.
You're a white trash piece of shit that thinks
because I'm dishonorable.
That too, yeah. That's why you're more concerned with money to get me kicked off your panel than me getting money for this homeless motherfucker to get his job back. You're playing little games. For you to just play that card because you're mad I'm calling you out for being a little millennial punk right now, that doesn't make you a narcissist or me. It makes you a fucking bitch. Welcome back, faggot. You a fucking liar. Are you talking while I'm talking? Calling your punk millennial ass a faggot? You're a Missouri white trash blue collar motherfucker that can't stand on intelligence. You need to learn when to get the fuck out of the way. You've had a fucking court ordered psych evaluation, you fucking felon. Yep. Talking over me like we all don't like. Faggot.
Flo does have a lot of control, I've noticed, which is good. I do admire the
no, he doesn't have control. He's a game playing dickhead. Flo Sith. That's your petty, godless ass trying to play thing. I don't have the time for your white trash Yoko ass. You want to just stand on your little petty bullshit. So here's this dipshit. If you can, I don't know. He has no grasp of reality, like Fail State.
Flow State, please do not flirt with my chocolate goddess. Okay. Flow State content is he walks around and he tells black people to get their shit together. Black men treat black women better because the white man will snatch your weapon.
Flow State's one of the least creepy people in this community. I get creep vibes from a lot of people, but I've never got that vibe from him.
Let me give him some credit. He's so strategically narcissistic and egoic and savvy. He will specifically stay away from me in order to avoid me feeling like he's validated me in any way or what I've said.
You saw Hostate admitting about his chapter and being part of the Proud Boys today, right? Proud Boy is fucking involved in some optics, Mr. Hostate. Now we got Hostate admitting he's Fed tied, Proud Boy chapter tied.
And we have Hostate, all tied to supposed federal agent groups, con men, frauds, dupes, detractors.
Hostate! I'm not coming on your stupid shit show.
Talking
Fuck
about
you.
Yeah, leave
Fuck you.
Is assertive, confident. Usually
you see
has
Slow State as assertive and confident?
Yes.
What do you think about all the effeminate beta males who, by the way, his name is Taylor. That's how I know you got the spirit of your mama. Your mama named you. So I know she ran that house. Okay. Number two, when you turn to the side, you got a little tiny little black earring in your ear because you came up under your mama watching her put earrings on. And you think that shit's cute and pretty for a man to wear little black earrings. And you ain't even pimping and playing like that. It'd be one thing if you were playing like that, if you were keeping it 100% player and you wanted to fucking throw some diamonds on to really stun on people. You ain't that guy. All you are is a broken, emasculated beta male with your mama's spirit, and you like to be pretty and cute and dress up like her too. And you got your mama's name, Taylor.
Taylor's way more dangerous. Way more.
You ain't got no value within your word, bitch boy.
I'm being nice, allowing him in the chat because he knows he's not welcome. Like, why are you even here?
See, now
Go
you guys understand when I say he's not my brother. See how it works? We are tribal people. Do you understand?
All I want to know is who here saw Flow State's fat ass last night? Anybody?
Fat ass?
Anybody? Oh man. Oh, there's a clip out.
No. How was that? How was that for you?
Yeah, Mimi, you were there.
I was not. You told me about it.
Plumber's crack.
All right, I'm not a gossiper. I didn't screenshot it, okay, but it came out.
Flow State, you got the women of Unsavia checking out your rear end, buddy. Looking good, bud.
Not see, I mean, it showed up quite a bit on the stream.
Is it hairy?
It's big, man.
I am banning this from like we don't need to hear about it. I don't even know why you were over there. Like just come on.
Gotta do it. I'm on it.
Ashamed. I'm ashamed for you, Brielle.
Baby girl.
Was it Kelly but Kelly was there, so maybe like she like I don't even have the channel, so like, but
no worries. It's we don't need to ever visit this.
Shameful.
Moving on.
Hey Wizard, what do you think about Slow State now asking women on panel if he can inseminate them and that he's open? Is his partner okay with that? Somebody should call up Mrs. Slow State and ask her if she's okay with Slow State doing a little bit of a bit non-bit on a panel, just randomly telling attractive women that he wants to inseminate them. Look at his cute little earring. Isn't that so cute? Little black diamond, Punisher shirt from Walmart. Yeah, this is the Walmart winter collection. Backward filthy hat, cute little black earring from Walmart, cute little Punisher shirt from Walmart. That angry, goofy bitch next to you is never going to ride you around consistently. She's never going to take you where you need to go. She's never going to pick up something for you to bring home. You got girlfriends who you ain't even fucking telling you to bring them pizza. They ain't going to let you use their car, right? They ain't going to ride you around. They ain't going to look out for you because you ain't shit. You're a low-value beta male. That's the difference. You're shitting on an experience you don't have an option to have. Oh, my God. So the guy who gets women just admitted that he's got bitches in his phone who only hit him up to bring him food. Do you know how much of a trick and a simp you just sounded like trying to relate to the women because you're the nice, good guy? This is a ladies' man.
Always there.
By Flow State. Sorry, go on.
Could you just go ahead and tell us why your personal discernment is that Flow State is confident and assertive and capable?
Sure. He's confident on many different topics and his knowledge about many different topics. And he will say when he's not, he's not an expert in it. And he is pretty damn smart when you listen to him and what he has to say about it, particularly finances.
And you reveal and expose yourself how much of a direct, manipulative, strategic liar and fake you are. And people buy it because you got a monotone voice and you look like this and you just put your bullshit across with no empathy or no feeling or compunction for what you're doing because you're such a narcissistic, egoic piece of shit, just like your father is. So you have no trouble lying to everybody's face, pushing false narratives, and not even thinking twice or reacting to what you're doing in the moment. This is why I tell you, all you broken bitches who say this man's attractive, forget about the looks. He may be better looking than me. That's up to you, subjective. For you to say being like this is attractive means you're a broken hoe and have no discernment. That's a predator, ladies and gentlemen. That's someone who's projecting onto me grooming while they're grooming. Groom the woman he's with, grooming people online for his own ego and his own gratification. Bitch-ass motherfucker. What, a bidet? You mean the thing that shoots water up your ass? Absolutely. Slow State's the kind of guy who uses a bidet because he wants shit in his ass like 24/7, even when he's taking a shit. Right? He's like, I like the action of something leaving my ass, and I like the action of something going back in my ass. So, he's the type to kind of like, while you shit and pull it back in and push it out, pull it back in and push it out. I don't want to get into it. The point is, did you see him yesterday? He went to the mall. He was bragging. He went to the mall and bought a $100 pair of jeans while he's unemployed. This is why nobody with a right mind would invest anything in your channel. Because you come on and brag that you went and spent an inordinate amount of cash for a bunch of crap and you got scammed just so you could show up online and look like somebody. And he had big fucking teal earrings. He got even bigger, brighter earrings in both ears to look like a bitch ass motherfucker and be a meth head and never leave the house and have gray skin and constantly coughing up phlegm. Jealous, shallow, envious, narcissistic piece of shit. And I believe you're an agent working off charges. Just snake, two-faced, backbiting scum.
He only cares about his channel, the clout, the ego. He don't give a fuck about truth.
Flow State, just get banned from your fucking chat.
Oh, you better be careful, Sal. I'll give you one mistake to even say his fucking name because I fucking hate him. And I'm going to go at him as hard as I go at anybody. He's a piece of shit douchebag. He's fake and shallow, and I'm going to show him that.
Tommy, do you think Flow State is handsome, like objectively? What is your thoughts on that?
I'm going to give you one more time. I mean, you can say pedo, dude. Pedo. And I dare the motherfuckers and accusations to come at me. I'm going to give you one more chance not to say his stupid fucking name.
What?
Because you don't want to associate that word. You know that word is a way we can be. You don't have any association with that chode fucking douchebag. He's not that word in any way. He's fake. He's shallow, and he's chasing small amounts of paper on this platform. And I watched him get wrecked with his typical ways going against that verbal combat guy, trying to copy his shtick the way Flow State has only walked around looking for stuff to copy, looking for things to act like he's the first one, looking for new things to speculate even though he knows what they are as he brings them up. Oh, I got his game on lockdown and I'm going to show it for what it is when I get to it. He's not a high priority, but he is a fucking douchebag and he's full of himself and he is a narc. He is a fucking narcissist. You want to shut Flow State? You want to shut his show down in whatever he's doing. If you want to totally throw any show off the rails, go tell him he looks like that guy. Whoever it is they told him he looks like, that his dad looks like. Oh, he'll derail any situation and put a mirror up and go back to that subject. I fucking hate him and he doesn't believe me.
Nobody believes you. You don't fucking hate him. Stop that.
I speak more truth on this panel, in this panel verse than anybody. I hate Paul Enslaved. I hate Jack Talcott. I hate Flow State. And I'll even say his name once for his sake because I know he loves to hear it come out in his mouth. That's why he's got so many of my clips that he plays of me saying his name. He loves it. He faps to it. He fucks his wife to it. He says, hold up, honey. I'm about to come. Let me play some of these Tom clips saying my name. He's a joke. And I'm going to hurt him.
Or Slow State the other day was like, fucking showing a whole bunch of stuff, man. It was like, this guy's insane. Insane.
Whatever. I really don't want you to do that.
And he's going to want to get back at you for it. Yep. He's really going to get pissed off. Bet Slow State on the one paid have you.
Yeah, can you believe that he actually charges people to have topics changed or people removed from the panel? He's got a whole menu, like $20 for someone to be removed for 5 minutes, $50 for a topic change. And he never gets any of that because nobody cares enough and it's all boring and nobody cares to hear him speak. Yet he thinks somehow he's Antoine, that people are going to pay him $20 and $50 at a time to throw people out or have topics changed. Very strange sense of self-awareness.
Wow, that's a interesting way to grift.
Well, they stole. They're all thieving off of everyone else's model.